Chapter 51, Frigid Origin Realm, 2. Yuko, together with Kirihara, observed how the Tentails was digging deep into the ground, searching for the central vein of the purple-veined heaven crystal that was located in this place. At the same time, the two of them were having a nice show. The enforcers of the Ōtsutsuki clan that were accompanying him were watching everything around them in case they were attacked. Right now, among the clan troops, there was a state of highest emergency and they needed to be battle-ready at any given time. Once the god territory was established, they would be able to move more freely. Soon enough, the Tentails dug deep enough to leach on the central vein of this loge of the purple-veined heaven crystals, as it started germinating, and soon enough, a god tree would sprout in this place. Yuko then used his Senrin Jonagon to connect himself to the fledgling god tree, as he was very surprised to see that the god tree would be germinated within a few months. This was very fast, considering the time needed in the Starvale origin world. But given the situation, it shouldn't be that surprising. The overall input of energy that the Tentails was devouring was probably 10 times more than he would devour from the entire average planet in the Starvale origin world. The sheer quantity of the profound energy was staggering. And that was just the profound energy from the environment, not counting the ones extracted from the loge of the purple-veined heaven crystal, which was even higher compared to the environment. Right now, I can understand why all those old coots who have been cultivating for centuries without a break are leaving their caves. Yuko muttered silently about the situation as his Fiancée just nodded in agreement. Upon learning of the dimensional pathway connecting to the new origin world, many of the elders of the clan elders were elated and immediately left their closed-door cultivation to check up on the situation personally. Only through the dimensional pathway could one commence an overall invasion of the origin world and conquer it. This was really absolutely peculiar origin world that would certainly bring countless resources for the clan. As the crown prince of the clan, it was his duty to do everything for the development of the clan, just as the generation before him were doing. Among the divine lineage of the Ōtsutsuki clan, they were the people responsible for high-end development. Your Highness, we have incoming communication from Prince Ōtsutsuki Doma, who is requesting to go out and catch a few natives to extract more information from them. Yuko was woken from his train of thoughts by one of the enforcers. The enforcers of the Ōtsutsuki clan were all wearing samurai-like armor, heavy-plated armor, in a very similar design to what he was wearing, but less ornamental, but they also wore face masks that were covering their whole faces. He is going out personally. While he wasn't keen on doing anything before they established celestial territory through the god tree, but hearing that Doma would be going personally put him at ease. Among the younger generation of the clan, there were only very few people Yuko could call a close person, and Doma was one of them. Not to mention, he was also a very responsible person, and Yuko knew that he wouldn't mess up the mission. If it was Bai Long who requested for it, Yuko would undoubtedly deny the request. Send them my permission to execute the mission. Tell him that he has maximally 48 hours and that he should only target some insignificant people, not anyone from the ruling caste or something similar. For now, it was better to leave members of cultivator clans, sects, or nations alone for the time being and rather target some people where not even a dog would bark if they disappeared. Getting some information on the situation in the frigid origin realm was not that bad. Still, now Yuko had another kind of dilemma, which was where the hell automatons were in the primal chaos dimension origin world and what they were doing. Hopefully, the machines retained their attention solely on barren lands without any significance. Several weeks later, the mission Ōtsutsuki Doma embarked on ended successfully, and he managed to capture a good number of cultivators from the outskirts of the central regions of the continent. Most of them were not affiliated with any faction and were so-called rogue cultivators. The good news were that the strongest cultivator in the continent, where they were right now, was only around the divine spirit realm of the 7 divine realms, so even tier 2 Ōtsutsuki's could handle them. However, that only applied as long as they didn't use any forbidden methods to increase their strength in a short time drastically. Another thing that they learned, which was already rather bad news, was that the realm king of the frigid origin realm was a high-level divine master realm. That certainly wasn't good news, as the divine masters were equal to the saint realm, saint immortal stage cultivators of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Even Yuko was a bit nervous hearing that, because he didn't stand a chance against the realm king without breaking through the saint realm. His worst suspicions that someone was using the low-rank star ream to hide were true. If not, then the realm king wouldn't be an almost peak divine master realm profound cultivator. Divine Masters were the strongest cultivators of the current era, and if someone became Divine Master, then they would typically rule high-rank Star Realm, not small and backward low-rank Star Realm. Yuko was easily able to deduce that the ruler of the frigid origin realm has probably someone who offended some powerful faction and was forced to hide here. Even though he was Realm King, apparently, he was a very reclusive person and rarely appeared in public. Still, everything this only played into the cards of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Below the Realm King, there were a few Divine Sovereign Realm cultivators and a bunch of Divine King Realm cultivators, but they were too reclusive and only left to collect the tributes from the cultivator factions of the Frigid Origin Realm once in a while. Chapter 52, Frigid Origin Realm, 3. Several months later, Frigid Origin Realm, Flowing Sand Continent. After several months, the god tree finally bloomed and was fully germinated, which meant that they had successfully established a god territory on this small patch of land. This was good news for the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces, because the moment Yuko connected with the god tree and finished the god territory, they would be able to withstand even attacks from holy lords in their own origin world for some time. Now, with the god territory established, the fortifications were also finished, and the process of laying down sealing arrays was in progress. While in progress, the majority of the job was already finished, and now the place had rather formidable defenses. That was kind enough it put even Yaku at ease for the time being. When Yaku was confident in their defensive capabilities and with Phase 1 officially done as they managed to secure the foothold in the Frigid Origin realm, they could move on to Phase 2 of the plan. Conquest of the Frigid Origin realm. For that, Yaku was right now having a meeting with all Inner Circle members of the expeditionary force, essentially all clansmen who were calling the shots in this place and were in charge under him. Now that we have established the god territory, we need to start with the conquest of the Frigid Origin realm. Doma, present your findings. Ōtsutsuki Doma was kidnapping cultivators of the Flowing Sand Continent for the past 5 months or so and extracting information from them. Right now, they have a very good grasp of knowledge about not only the Frigid Origin realm but also about the realm of gods. Naturally, the information they learned weren't something secret and most general information, but it was better than nothing. Of course, it was better than nothing and they could work with this. Now, we would be focusing solely on the Flowing Sand Continent because, as we have learned, the Flowing Sand Continent has been disconnected from the rest of the Frigid Origin realm for reasons unknown. Ōtsutsuki Doma then stood up as he projected a holographic map of the entire Flowing Sand Continent, with several distinctive markings, a division into territories and even sub-territories with marks of factions that ruled their respective lands. The biggest obstacle we will encounter would be solely laying on the Iron Sand City, which is located in the middle of the Flowing Sand Continent. The Iron Sand City is the hegemon of the entire continent, the rest are absolutely insignificant aside from 2 notable sects, Flame Lotus Palace and Dune Sand Cult, as they have confirmed several Divine King realm cultivators. Indeed, as it proved, the Frigid Origin realm was far stronger than even the middle-rank Star realm. What about the strength of the Iron Sand City? Ōtsutsuki Kirihara raised her hand as Ōtsutsuki Doma frowned upon hearing the question. We don't know precisely, probably the city lord or someone behind him is surely at the Divine Sovereign realm and there are more than 10 Divine Kings in the Iron Sand City, though there is another problematic thing. He then made a pause, which made Yaku narrow his eyes as he was listening to the report. From several people I questioned, I heard that the Iron Sand City has someone directly connected to the Skygate sect. Skygate sect was the name of the ruling faction of the Frigid Origin realm, and it was also a faction of the Divine Master Realm King. Weirdly enough, someone connected to the Skygate sect was in the abandoned Flowing Sand Continent. That was most intriguing about, at the same time, also greatly disturbing. For the time being, Yaku didn't wish to deal with the Skygate sect, as the ruling faction of the Frigid Origin realm had some very powerful cultivators, many of which are match even from powerful Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki's. Not to mention, according to the rumors, the sect master of the Skygate sect was also a Divine Master Realm cultivator comparable to Saint Immortal of the Ōtsutsuki clan. While we lack the trustworthy source, we will work with the variant that the leadership of the Iron Sand City is indeed connected to the Skygate sect. Yaku, as the commander of the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary force, in the end, decided to take the rumors seriously because he would rather be safe than sorry. He didn't take any chances, probably, his overly cautious personality was speaking here. Not to mention the last experiences he had with the automaton commander, he got too paranoid about anything, as he almost died in the self-destruction of the automaton commander due to underestimating his opponent. This was the moment that severely curbed down his arrogance. Now, according to the plan, the most suitable advance would be to go into the forbidden zones in the Flowing Sand Continent to plant the god trees and harvest some fruits for the development. We can easily gather many high-grade chakra fruits and supreme-grade chakra fruits in a short span of time. Indeed, this realm was a treasure trove in itself, the quantity of profound energy was so much staggering that it made look Starvale Origin world like a desolate wasteland. Though at the same time, as the saying goes, life finds a way, and such thing happened as all major species in the Starvale Origin world developed in a certain direction to obtain power. Like the werevolves, which developed their aura, vampires got stronger through blood, Ōtsutsuki's through planting the god trees and harvesting fruits. Everyone adjusted to the situation, everyone adapted, and even the sage clan that was solely cultivating nature energy developed to this. Then, after capturing the forbidden areas, which are consisting approximately 40% of the Flowing Sand Continent, due to an overwhelming number of profound beasts and extremely dangerous flora, we can advance on the Iron Sand City. Hopefully, then, they would already have several saint among them, which would essentially guarantee their success in the operation. However, the only way how to fight out would be to fight some Divine Realm cultivators. Yaku wanted to compare them, to see how strong they were compared to the saints of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Maybe he could go out and fight some profound beasts on the Divine King realm to find and see, to compare them in a real combat and gather real data. All information that the Ōtsutsuki clan had on the profound way cultivation system was mainly theoretical. Now, if you allow me, I have already created a plan for the conquest of the Forbidden Lands on the Flowing Sand Continent. If we move fast and without any loss, we can do this in 1 year, with the germination time for the god trees should be around 5 to 6 months, maybe 7 or 8, depending on the conditions. Ōtsutsuki Doma then started presenting the next stage of the plan. Chapter 53, Frigid Origin Realm, 4. Right now, our target should be these 5 places, each one of them is ruled by Divine King Realm Profound Beast. They are the most dangerous forbidden lands on the Flowing Sand Continent. According to the calculations, if we plant god trees in these 5 lands, we can get tons of chakra fruits. Ōtsutsuki Doma explained their plan right now. Yuko was meanwhile pondering as they were taking high-grade chakra fruits and even supreme-grade churka fruits to a certain degree as something that was becoming a common thing. In the Starvale origin world, they were priceless things, but here they were common. If only the Starvale origin world had the same levels of nature energy as was the profound energy in the primal chaos dimension origin world. If only the powerhouses of the Ōtsutsuki clan could do this in the other origin worlds. From what Yuko heard, it wasn't commonly done because the Ōtsutsuki clan couldn't afford to send most of their powerhouses to different origin worlds, planting chakra fruits and so on. The majority of the origin worlds were already under the control of powerful chaotic origin lifeforms. Some origin worlds had thousands of cosmos gods, tier 4 Holy Lord realm, so it wasn't the wisest thing to do. If there was world-rank chaotic origin lifeform, then even entering such origin world was utter suicide. So basically, every one of us will go to one of these lands plus Kirihara. As Yuko said that, Ōtsutsuki Doma nodded in agreement because this would require the participation of all of their high-end fighters. Only they had the power to deal with the tier 3 beings on their own without any support. Even though Yuko had some doubts about the personal strength of his fiancée, as he didn't really know if she could match the Divine King Realm Profound Beast, but apparently, Ōtsutsuki Doma chose the weakest one of the 5 for her. The strongest beast. The Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki looked at the Ōtsutsuki Doma, who then switched to the files of several profound beasts. Certainly, the Scarlet Armored Dragon, level 10 Divine King Realm Profound Beast as it was seen several centuries ago. Right now, as approximately 2,000 years have passed since the last time it was spotted, it could have theoretically reached Divine Sovereign Realm. Ōtsutsuki Doma stated seriously as all of them looked at the image of an imposing crimson dragon with countless spikes around its body, thick scales, and an enormous body. I will take care of it, others should not be the problem. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara got Divine King Realm Profound Beast called Violet Tattooed Bear, which was one of the more troublesome beasts to deal with but only due to its vitality and defensive capabilities. When it came to its offensive capabilities, Violet Tattooed Bears were not very famous for it, so Yuko was put at ease. He believed that Kirihara could deal with the Divine King Realm Profound Beast like this. When do you want to execute the operation? Yuko asked as their territory, which they had established, was already safe enough, not talking about the fact it was very well hidden from the privy eyes. They were literally in the most desolate parts of the Flowing Sands continent. Even the chances that they would be found here were minuscule, not to talk about the need to fight here. As soon as possible. After we take down the Forbidden Lands and get the chakra fruits, we can focus on breaking through to the Saint Realm. For that, I propose we make the next move only after at least 10 people in the expeditionary forces have become saints. With that, the presentation of the plan by Ōtsutsuki Doma was finished as Yuko nodded, signaling everyone that they would be going with this one. Indeed, without having more saints, or rather without having none, attacking the Iron Sand City was a foolish thing to do. Oki. What are you waiting for? Get into the job. Yuko ordered with a rather irritated voice because he didn't really wish to leave right now as he wanted to focus on comprehension of Tao. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate had other plans for him, and he was forced to cut his time short. Hearing the orders from the Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki, everyone rushed out, even the Ōtsutsuki Doma, Ōtsutsuki Bai Long and Ōtsutsuki Jin. From the 3 of them, Ōtsutsuki Bai Long could barely contain his excitement because they were finally going to fight something. For a battle maniac like him, standing still and not doing anything was akin to torture, which now has ended finally at last. Do you think you can fight the Divine King Realm Violet Tattooed Bear? Yuko asked Kirihara with an unusual domineering voice. Right now, he was speaking to her not as her fiancée but he was speaking to her as her commanding officer in the military operation. Those were drastically different positions. Yes. As long as it isn't very powerful, which according to Ōtsutsuki Doma's report isn't, I should be able to quell the Violet Tattooed Bear. She stated back confidently, like a little soldier, as Yuko nodded in agreement. While he had some doubts, he still believed in the strength of his fiancée. Yuko sparred with Kirihara many times over and over, he greatly understood her strength. Though the things she had over Yuko were combat experiences, as she was over 700 years old, she had plenty of them. She was going on a mission for the Ōtsutsuki clan for more than 500 years and actually speaking, she had an almost clean streak within the administration hall. There were not many people in the clan who completed that many missions like her with such precision and perfection. Still, be careful when confronting the Violet Tattooed Bear, in the end, it is profound beast comparable to Saint Realm Cultivator, even though only the Saint C stage of the Saint Realm. Yuko warned his fiancée because he didn't wish something to happen to her, but at the same time, he understood that he couldn't be protecting her at all times. Not that she wanted their relationship to be in such a way. She was a proud woman confident in her strength and deep inside, while she was glad that Yuko was caring for her, at the same time, she didn't wish to become a burden to Yuko. Don't worry, the bear would become skewer faster than you can blink. Kirihara said with a chuckle as Yuko smiled slightly hearing that. Chapter 54, Flameheart Volcanoes, 1. Some time later, the Flameheart Volcanoes, Flowing Sand Continent. Flame Heart volcanoes were considered as one of the most dangerous forbidden lands in the entire flowing sand continent, but what Yiku didn't know was that it ranked as one of the top 10 in the entire frigid origin realm. Not only because of a relatively high level of the profound beasts that lived in the Flame Heart volcanoes but also due to the volcanoes themselves. They were extremely dangerous, capable of incinerating even some powerful divine realm experts into ashes within seconds. Yiku arrived at the Flame Heart volcanoes and the first thing he saw was a region characterized by the presence of active or dormant volcanoes, as well as other volcanic features such as geysers, hot springs, fumaroles, and volcanic lakes. These areas are typically located near tectonic plate boundaries, where magma rises to the surface, or over hotspots, where the magma from deep within the earth melts through the crust. The activity of volcanoes in the Flame Heart volcanoes was varied. Some of them which Yiku saw were dormant or totally inactive, while others may be highly active with frequent eruptions. So where to start? Yiku at first observed the entire Flame Heart volcanoes for some time before he started pondering over the next movements. From a distance, he could see hundreds of Prophyon beasts, all of them in the divine realms, some of them were in the divine spirit realm already. He was using his eyes to search for the scarlet armored dragon, but he guessed that the scarlet armored dragon was, with the highest probability, slumbering under of the volcanoes, cultivating to get stronger. This was common because the scarlet armored dragon was a fire elemental dragon, so such an environment was best suited for him. The concentration of the fire-attributed profound beasts was enormous. In the distance, Yiku even sensed a nest of some kind of fire and profound beasts. Imagining millions of them coming out from their necks terrified him, truth to be told, especially if all of them were at the divine realms. He decided to mark that area as off-limits for now. He would let the god tree deal with them. As the ruler of the entire forbidden area of Flame Heart volcanoes, it should have some divine king realm profound beast under its rule. I should eliminate them as the first ones in case the scarlet armored dragon decided to use numbers against me. Yiku thought before he slowly formulated the plan. Right now, he had spent a few months in the primal chaos dimension origin world so that he could use the clairvoyance of the Senrin Jonigan to a certain degree already. The sole thing he wanted was to see how many divine king realm profound beasts were in this forbidden zone, so he could take them out one by one before he went and killed the ruler of this entire forbidden zone. The first one that Yiku located was some kind of fire serpent type profound beast standing at the divine king realm. Considering the fact that in the entire Flame Heart volcanoes, the dominant species were those of draconic or serpent descent, it wasn't that surprising. He then sped towards the location of the fire serpent at the divine king realm. He crossed several active volcanoes while dodging one that was about to implode. The force with which the volcanoes was exploding was probably enough to injure even him severely. This area is indeed pretty dangerous. He thought as he continued flying towards the lair of the divine king realm fire serpent, as the profound beast made its lair at one of the lava lakes. It was happily swimming in the lava lake and enjoying the hot environment while ignoring everything else. Energy quantity is indeed at the saint realm. If converted to chakra, it should be around 100 m chakra units. I wonder how it compared in regard to the destructive prowess. Yiku analyzed the divine king realm fire serpent, as he was comparing the raw power of the divine king realm fire serpent to his own and to the power of the proper saint realm Ōtsutsuki. In regard to the energy capacity, I am vastly inferior. Prolonged combat is out of the question, so the only choice is overwhelming power tactics. He decided on the strategy in a second. A peak tier 2 Ōtsutsukis had a maximal chakra capacity of around 10 million units. The divine king realm fire serpent had an energy capacity comparable to 140 million units. While energy isn't everything, it played a significant factor when fighting because one could easily go into prolonged combat and also cast more powerful attacks more often. Yiku didn't dare to underestimate the divine king realm fire serpent, as he instantly made his move. In a split of a moment, he was enveloped by greenish chakra that was flaming, as his Tensei Sharingan started shining and 3 Magatama dots were spinning at full speed. Golden will reincarnation explosion, lightning judgment of golden dust. He then focused a tremendous amount of chakra into one of his truth-seeking balls that were hovering behind him. He then grasped it in his hand as he created an enormous golden sword of pure chakra and dust, boosted by the Tao of dust. Everything happened too fast, as the sword sparkled with lightning and slashed at the divine king realm fire serpent. Yiku watched how the divine king realm fire serpent was decapitated in one swift move, which made him sigh in relief, and at the same time, he was considering the real power of the divine king realm. There was still a certain possibility that while in terms of energy quantity, the realms were similar or rather the same, but it started to seem that in terms of real power, they were pretty different. Like comparing heaven and earth. It's time to harvest the corpse. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan muttered quietly as he looked at the corpse of the divine king realm fire serpent that was lying in the lava lake motionlessly. He observed the corpse for several seconds before he started digging out its profound core. Similar to the other species that had profound vein core in the body of cultivators, the profound beasts had profound cores. Naturally, not every profound beast had a profound core, common ones certainly didn't. Starting from nascent profound beasts, profound cores existed in all adult profound beasts, with each rank higher in quality, as the profound core was the core of the existence of the profound beast. It was the core where its essence and all profound energy were concentrated, so they were valuable. Chapter 55, Flame Heart Volcanoes, 2. As he was holding the profound core of the Divine King Realm Fire Serpent, he sensed its energy that was dwelling inside the profound core. For the time being, he decided to store the profound core in his dimensional storage. He planned to use all of the profound core as a sacrifice for the god tree, which would then gain better fire immunity properties. One thing fascinating about the god trees was that they were able to germinate in every single environment. When the god trees were planted in the most extreme environments, they were still able to take root and sprout. Even in the forbidden zone of flame-heart volcanoes, naturally, if he used some corpses of fire-attributed profound beasts and their profound cores, it would be better for the god tree. Next one. There were 4 Divine King Realm profound beasts altogether in the flame-heart volcanoes, with this fire serpent being the second strongest of the group. The reason why Yuko chose to deal with the fire serpent at first was because it was residing in a relatively problematic area and serpents were commonly known to be problematic to deal with. And the next on the list is, damn it, Ant Queen. When Yuko was using the Senran Jonagon to divine the number of the Divine Kingdom Realm profound beasts, he also saw that the nest for the flame ants that were residing in their nest within the flame-heart volcanoes was staggering. There were several million of ants on the mortal level and more than 100,000 of flame ants at the divine realm. The nest of the flame ants was rather high and strong. There should also be a good number of divine spirit realm flame ants within the colony. Obviously, he had a method of dealing with the flame ant colony, but he wasn't very keen on that one because that would destroy the entire flame ant nest without leaving anything behind. That would mean that any potential future nutrition for the god tree would be null and void. Possibility of the ant queen actually helping the scarlet armored dragon is very, very low, as the ants typically keep to themselves. Sending an ant king would not be much of help, as the ant king is generally slightly weaker than the queen. Not talking about the fact that the ant king was needed to protect the nest. So the highest ranked ants were also the strongest ones within the entire colony and would never leave it as long as the colony existed. We will take the risk, Yuko muttered as he then went to the next Divine King Realm profound beast. Within the next 4 hours, Yuko went through the remaining 2 Divine King Realm profound beasts and killed both of them. While the last Divine King Realm profound beast, which was some kind of avian, gave Yuko slight problems when killing it, but it too fell. With this, all relevant Divine King Realm profound beasts were dead and he could move on to the Scarlet Armored Dragon, which had for sure reached Divine Sovereign Realm. If not for that, it wouldn't be possible for the 4 different types of Divine King Realm profound beasts to surrender to its rule. Especially the flame ants, which were extremely territorial species that hated sharing living space with anything other than themselves. Unfortunately for me, my affinity for the fire element is shit. If not for that, this place would be like heaven sent for comprehension of Tao of Fire. The Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki stated as he was crossing through the Flameheart volcanoes and heading towards the lair of the Scarlet Armored Dragon. The ruler of the Flameheart volcanoes was slumbering under the biggest volcano, where the fire elemental particles were most dense. If he was cultivating Tao of Fire, this place would be the most suitable to become a saint due to the extremely dense fire elements in the environment, so the cultivation of Tao of Fire was easiest in places like this. Yuko was slowly advancing on the volcano where the Crimson Armored Dragon was living, as he saw several drakes at the Divine Realm wandering here and there. Some of them were either at the Divine Origin Realm and Divine Soul Realm. Drakes were distant cousins of the dragon race, aside from their lack of wings, as they couldn't fly as the dragons could and they were also a bit weaker, lacking some innate abilities of the dragon race. Still, normally speaking, where powerful dragons resisted, one could meet countless drakes, as the draconic species were drawn to powerful dragons if they had a lair somewhere. That was the reason why every powerful and mighty dragon had countless draconic creatures living around its lair. When some of the drakes approached Yuko, he just used his dust release, killing them instantly as he obliterated their heads from existence. Naturally, the drakes that were just at the Divine Origin Realm and Divine Soul Realm that were far inferior to him in the raw power were instantly killed. Truth to be told, Yuko's dust release was so powerful that it could easily severely hurt even Divine King Realm cultivators if they were hit directly. With each bit of comprehension of Tao of Dust that he gained, his dust release became more and more powerful. Such was the advantage of the cultivation system that was based on the comprehension of Daos, it gave tremendous combat prowess to those who practiced it. He had already killed several tens of drakes at the Divine Realm that were attempting to block his path to the lair of the Crimson Armored Dragon, but it was futile. As long as there was no one at the peak Divine King Realm or Divine Sovereign Realm, he was still able to advance without much problem. He had already climbed up to the volcano where the Crimson Armored Dragon's lair was, as he started feeling uneasy. So it is already awoken. Threat detection ability of his Senran Jonagon was warning Yuko continuously, as he then, soon after, heard a thunderous dragon roar coming straight from the volcano. Chapter 56, Crimson Armored Dragon. Yuko turned his sight high above the volcano as an enormous shadow was covering the sunlight because the Crimson Armored Dragon woke up from his slumber. It seemed that nothing could escape its senses when he entered its domain. Sensing its aura, Yuko realized that the Crimson Armored Dragon had indeed reached the Divine Sovereign Realm and, in terms of energy capacity, was comparable to the Saint Realm, Saint Transformation stage. That was not very good news, but the good news was that, after fighting many of the Divine King Realm profound beasts, he found out that the Profound Way was vastly inferior to the evolutionary cultivation system. While they had large energy reserves, but their combat prowess was severely lacking, though the profound beasts had relatively high vitality and defenses. The Crimson Armored Dragon was an enormous creature that was far bigger than any other creatures within the flame-hard volcanoes. The length of the entire dragon was above 300 meters, with a wingspan above 800 meters. It had crimson-red scales and countless spikes around its entire body, with a menacing look as the Crimson Armored Dragon looked at Yako with hatred because someone had intruded its territory. Not only did the intruder woke him up from his slumber, but he also killed many of the draconic profound beasts and 3 out of 4 divine king realm profound beasts that served the Crimson Armored Dragon. This enraged the ruler of the flame-hard volcanoes not to end, as the enormous dragon opened its jaws and spewed a huge wave of dragon fire at the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He could sense the power of the dragon's breath because that was the most basic ability of the dragon that they had. And also one of the most dangerous of their racial abilities, as the dragon's breath contained immense heat and countless other properties that were problematic to deal with. In a split of a moment, Yako released a beam of dust release straight at the incoming dragon's breath as they clashed in the air. The overwhelming power of the dragon's breath was still nothing in front of dust release. Yako's dust release negated the dragon's breath of the Crimson Armored Dragon entirely and nothing remained from both of them. The dragon that ruled the entire flame-hard volcanoes looked at the intruder even more intensively before he roared loudly and flapped his enormous wings. Interesting. Yako muttered as he looked at the enraged Crimson Armored Dragon that was flying in circles around him. Suddenly, all of the flame elements started swirling around him in a tornado-like pattern. In a moment, it shot a pure beam of fire towards Yako, who dodged the incoming fire beam of the concentrated fire element, but it didn't stop there, as the heat was increasing with each passing second and the attacks were becoming more and more faster and numerous. He had to admit that the Crimson Armored Dragon was relatively powerful, but most of the power stemmed just from the overwhelming amount of profound energy that the Crimson Armored Dragon was able to control. In terms of pure combat prowess, the Crimson Armored Dragon wasn't that far from him, one could say that they were almost equal. Still, Yako just smiled at this because he finally was able to grasp the combat capabilities of the Crimson Armored Dragon enough to begin his counterattack. Instantly he was enveloped by greenish churka as his Tensei Sharingan was spinning and green lighting started crackling around him. He gripped his katana as he shot towards the Crimson Armored Dragon, appeared in front of the humongous dragon and slashed at the dragon's head. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut, lightning retribution. He infused the lighting release into the sword as he prices through the Crimson Armored Dragon's left eye, blinding the Crimson Armored Dragon on one of the eyes. After he pierced the Crimson Armored Dragon's left eye, he flashed away from the dragon. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut, lightning retribution. He once again attacked when the Crimson Armored Dragon was still distracted from going blind as he attacked its right wing this time. In a split second, he slashed at the dragon's right wing, only to be shot down like a cannonball by the dragon's tail. Yako's fall created a small crater from the impact of the fall, as he stood up and coughed some blood because he sensed that the impact messed up his internal organs a bit. While he wasn't injured much, it still hurt like hell. Looking at the enormous flying lizard, actually, he was delighted that the Crimson Armored Dragon was actually fighting back because without it would become too boring. Yako had some dealings and understanding of dragons. In the end, Ōtsutsuki clan and Evernight High Council often dealt with the dragons of the Dragon Nest origin world, and the one thing he learned about their kind was that they were immensely arrogant, overconfident and lazy creatures. Dragon would never fight his opponent as equal unless he was forced to it, so that gave Yako an initial advantage, especially when the Crimson Armored Dragon realized that in terms of cultivation, Yako was inferior to it. So, during the moment of surprise was able to take one of its eyes and making the dragon half-blind, which was a good strategy. The next one would be taking down its wings because while they could fly without them, just with the support of the profound energy, dragons didn't use their wings just for flying. Their wings were also dangerous and deadly weapons. But now, he didn't have time to analyze the situation completely because the Crimson Armored Dragon started taking the situation seriously and the real battle was starting. The Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki used his limited knowledge and proficiency over the space-time shinjutsu as he teleported away several hundreds of meters because the entire area where he previously stood exploded into a massive inferno. That would have killed me, so he had some trump cards. We can conclude scenario 2 for the profound way with this. As unfortunate as it sounded, it was indeed the only sole possibility. Scenario 2 basically meant that the combat prowess of the cultivators who practiced pure energy gathering cultivation system was trash, but those with very unique cultivation methods or those who comprehended Tao could immensely boost up their combat prowess. Yako then bit his lips before he opened his eyes with excited looks and started at the Crimson Armored Dragon. Chapter 57, Dragon Slayer. Ōtsutsuki clan visited countless origin worlds and saw countless cultivation systems within them, and they were basically familiar with the two most stereotypical divisions of the cultivation system within countless origin worlds. The first one was the so-called energy gathering cultivation system, which consisted of mainly gathering energy, purifying it and essentially increasing the quantity and quality to reach the higher stages of the cultivation. These cultivation systems had one great advantage, and that was their usage in prolonged lifespan. It was long ago observed that the pure energy gathering cultivation systems had tremendous lifespan positive effects. Even low-ranking cultivators weaker than Tier 1 Ōtsutsuki's could live up to tens of thousands of years in many of these cultivation systems. Unfortunately, everything is balanced to a certain degree, and a price for that was the reality of the relatively low combat prowess of these cultivators. Usually, the strongest cultivation systems were those that revolved around the comprehension of Tao, or how some called it, the laws of the world. While not providing long lifespans like the pure energy-gathering cultivation system, these cultivation systems provided very high combat prowess. Like the Profound Way cultivation system, which was basically an energy-gathering cultivation system, and Ōtsutsuki's evolutionary cultivation system. Frankly speaking, the first 6 of the 9 mortal realms of the Profound Way were not even comparable to the first grade Tier 1 Ōtsutsuki, and the entire cultivation system was pretty weak unless the cultivators didn't cultivate laws. From the captured cultivators, they were able to comprehensively understand the usage of the profound energy, how the Profound Way worked, and how their entire cultivation system worked at all. It wasn't that difficult for the Ōtsutsuki clan to get very good results within a short time, because they had done this countless times. Every time one of the Empyreans, or sometimes even some of the holy lords of the Ōtsutsuki clan, brings a new cultivation system, they will do an absolute breakdown of the cultivation system. So, that meant, Yaku already knew the weaknesses and strong sides of the Profound Way cultivation system. When he saw the Crimson Armored Dragon starting to gather profound energy in large quantities in its body, he already knew that it was going to execute some kind of large-scale attack. I need to bring the Crimson Armored Dragon down. He thought as he used Shadow Shinjutsu. He created several shadow clones of himself, sending them all around the Crimson Armored Dragon, as they all started synchronizing with the true body. In a moment, several chains made out of pure chakra burst out of every single of the shadow clones as they were using the binding Fuinjutsu to bring the Crimson Armored Dragon down from the skies. Even though the Crimson Armored Dragon resisted a lot, it hacked and tried to destroy the chakra chains that were binding its enormous body, but it was totally futile, and nothing that the Crimson Armored Dragon did could stop the slow and inevitable descent down to the ground. The very own moment the Crimson Armored Dragon touched the ground, Yaku started attacking the creature with countless beams made out of the dust release in an attempt to weaken it first. Yaku was aware that there were 2 things that were giving the Crimson Armored Dragon a great advantage in a direct confrontation with him. The first one was naturally its profound energy capacity, and the second was the defense of its scales and hide. Naturally, for Yaku, who had already stepped onto the comprehension of the Tao of Dust and was very close to comprehending the Tao of Dust to the profound mystery level, the consumption of some basic usage of the dust release was minuscule. Thus he was bombarding the Crimson Armored Dragon with one attack after another, causing the dragon injuries as it roared in pain. Some of its scales were already torn off or outright destroyed. The ruler of the Flame Heart Volcanoes was also bleeding intensively from all of its wounds that Yaku inflicted on him as it tried to fight even more against the bindings of the chakra chains. While the chakra chains that Yaku employed against the Crimson Armored Dragon were only basic ones, they were still capable of completely holding him down. Though as he was looking at the dragon's tenacity, he created 10 more shadow clones through the Shadow Clone Shinjutsu and sent them to reinforce the bindings of the creature. He wasn't taking any unnecessary risks today. There was still some slight possibility of the Crimson Armored Dragon breaking out of the trap, and that was something he didn't wish to see, so after binding the dragon even under more intense Fuinjutsu, he increased the strength of his attacks. Like many others of his kind, even this dragon would die only due to its immense pride and arrogance, but that was something commonly seen. Using the Fuinjutsu to bind the Crimson Armored Dragon in chakra chains, Yaku then attacked once more with a swing of his sword, as he executed another movement of the Heavenly Blood Sword style, piercing the throat of the Crimson Armored Dragon in one hit. Not wasting any more time, he drew out his sword from the dragon's throat as blood spluttered all around, and with one swift hack, he pierced the skull with his sword that was cracking with lightning release. He then watched how life left the eyes of the Crimson Armored Dragon that reached the Divine Sovereign Realm. With this, the ruler of the Flame Heart Volcanoes has perished at his hand. 7 Paths Technique, Human Path. Yaku then used the Soul Absorption Technique. His Senrin Jonagon spun and shined with bright blue color as he assimilated all memories of the Crimson Armored Dragon. The more memories of the Crimson Armored Dragon he went through, the more fascinated he became because he found something priceless. The legacy of low-rank chaotic origin life form, though according to the memories, the heretic god didn't reach that level. Only the so-called ancestral goddess has reached the low-rank chaotic origin life form, but he still managed to create such a method and tremendously increase affinity to some element. From the memories of the Crimson Armored Dragon, Yaku could find something he needed to get his hands on at all costs. It was the legacy of one of the top powerhouses of the primal chaos dimension origin world, and he even had the coordinates of the world. Some insignificant planet called Blue Pole Star. This changed the plan a bit. He grinned as he then fed the soul of the Divine Sovereign Realm Crimson Armored Dragon to the Ten Tails. Chapter 58, Parallel Scenarios. Planting the God Tree in the Flame Heart Volcanoes wasn't that problematic as one could expect, as the Ten Tails easily took root rather fast and efficiently. Within a short time, the God Tree already became a sapling as it started growing while draining the profound energy in the entire area. To boost it up, Yaku even gave it some corpses of the killed Divine King Realm profound beasts that he killed together with their profound cores. The corpse of the Divine Sovereign Realm Crimson Armored Dragon and its profound core, he left for himself for a later date. When Yaku returned back to the camp of the Ōtsutsuki clan, the first thing he did was to order Ōtsutsuki Doma to investigate everything around the ancient past of the primal chaos dimension origin world and the true gods. Essentially, it was known that the true god stages were comparable to the Holy Lord realm of the Ōtsutsuki's evolutionary cultivation system or the Cosmos gods, basically tier 4 powerhouses. According to the clan's investigations, only the mythical ancestral goddess has reached the low-rank chaotic origin life form and was the sole Tier 5 entity that the primal chaos dimension origin world ever cultivated. Within a few days, Ōtsutsuki Doma's investigations yielded some results as they went through the information gathered on the primal chaos dimension origin world and its history. Heretic God, or also called Evil God, was one of the 4 creation gods born from the legacy of the ancestral god. He possessed the most extreme power of the elements within the primal chaos realm and was able to perfectly control, resist, and absorb the 5 basic elemental powers: fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. He was also able to perfectly control, resist, and absorb the power of darkness of the devil race. Yuko was listening to the Ōtsutsuki Doma's report on the heretic god. "Tell me something more recent related to it," he said as he got a basic grasp on information about the legacy of the heretic god and understood why many people searched for it. The moment someone obtained his legacy, they could shoot up to the peak of Tier 4 with some time and effort and become one of the stronger Tier 4 cultivators. Even to the Ōtsutsuki clan, this was incredibly tempting. While they would never cultivate the legacy because, overall, the profound way was inferior to the evolutionary cultivation system, they could still incorporate some aspects into their own cultivation, assimilating it and becoming stronger in the process. And this was something that Yuko wanted to achieve. He wanted to get his hands on the legacy and find the so-called heretic god seeds. Yes, unscrupulous barbarian. Ōtsutsuki Doma had a quirk of love for history. Yuko didn't care for his remarks because he wasn't interested in useless information and wanted only the most important things, not listening to the ancient past that was long dead. Here it is, approximately 100 years ago or so, someone found an ancient book while exploring a dangerous ruin from the ancient era. It described the heretic god and his legacy left in the drop of immortal blood. Many people gained knowledge about this record and started to search for the blood of the heretic god madly. Right now, practically everyone in the realm of the gods is searching for the legacy and its location is unknown. The more he heard, the more he frowned about the situation. "Doma, I have a mission for you, one of the utmost importance: establish an information network and monitor every movement of big factions in the realm of the gods. We need to find the immortal blood of the heretic god at any cost. Such thing would be a tremendous help to the clan or to us in reaching higher realms." Yuko ordered with all seriousness he could muster because the heretic god's immortal blood would be priceless evolutionary material for Ōtsutsuki clansmen. To progress on the path of the evolutionary cultivation, one needed not only to comprehend Tao, but also a tremendous amount of evolutionary materials and chakra fruits. "It shall be done. What about you?" Doma inquired as he looked at his friend, who was pondering deeply about something before Yuko started grinning from ear to ear. "God realm of absolute beginning. I am going ascend to sainthood in the most dangerous area of the primal chaos dimension origin word. Prepare all chakra fruits we have harvested till now and also those from the forbidden lands." Hearing that, even Ōtsutsuki Doma grinned because he knew the best what would happen once Yuko reached the level of saint. "If everything goes according to the plan, then no one under the true god stages would be my opponent once I become saint. Total obliteration of everyone who would stand against them. Then good luck. After you return, it would be my turn and then we can allow that idiot to break through and Jin would come last together with Kirihara." Hearing Ōtsutsuki Doma's words, Yuko agreed with that as that would be a good plan. With 5 of them standing tall at the Saint realm, it won't be a problem to carve their territory and hold it even against the majority of the realm of the gods and open the path for the main force. Thanks. The god realm of absolute beginning was the perfect place for him to ascend to sainthood because it was the most dangerous area and usually, when Ōtsutsuki ascended to sainthood, usually had a huge commotion. The god realm of absolute beginning would hide anything related to the ascension to the sainthood and he would be okay. He also didn't fear the dangerous environment of the god realm of absolute beginning because he was confident in his abilities to hide from the creatures that were living there. The most dangerous area of the entire origin world would serve as his cover so nobody would notice the intruder ascending to sainthood. He needed a place where he could hide from the sight of peering eyes. If he ascended at any other place, it would be highly possible that he would be noticed by someone, and if such a thing happened, there was a high possibility that someone would identify him as an outsider to the primal chaos dimension origin world. Chapter 59, God Realm of Absolute Beginning. The God Realm of Absolute Beginning was located at the center of the 4 divine regions and it was also the core of the primal chaos dimension origin world. It was also rumored that it was the secret realm in which the ancestral goddess herself had resided during the beginning of the primal chaos dimension origin world. It is the world's most ancient and gigantic secret realm. God Realm of Absolute Beginning is the most primitive secret realm and while it contains the greatest dangers, a vast amount of ancient treasures lay within it. As for profound weapons found in a place like the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, even the lowest grade would definitely shake the entire God Realm. There were countless legacies left by the true God-ranked cultivators and even higher and more powerful experts from the ancient era. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was right now heading towards the God Realm of Absolute Beginning on his own through a small void ship that was specifically designed for stealth operations. He took countless chakra fruits that the God tree produced and departed straight away for the God Realm of the Absolute Beginning. At the same time, he was deeply surprised that they managed to get several supreme-grade chakra fruits from here, a shame that the Starvale origin world was that much desolate compared to the other cultivation-type origin worlds. Fortunately, the vessel Yuko was using was very fast and it didn't take a long time to reach the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. The entire God Realm of Absolute Beginning was protected by very powerful energy storms that were powerful enough to obliterate even Tier 4 entities to dust if they were not careful. For several seconds, Yuko observed the void storms in the emptiness of space around the God Realm of Absolute Beginning before he ordered the artificial intelligence of the void ship to enter the Forbidden Zone. As the ship was entering the energy vortex that was created there, one of the few permanent energy vortexes served as the sole entrance to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. The ship shook slightly from the impact of the void storms as he slowly entered the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. Ōtsutsuki Yuko didn't waste any time and directly went to one of the safer places within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning because he didn't wish to be eaten by some of the primordial beasts that were living there. The God Realm of Absolute Beginning was swimming with strange and fierce primordial beasts that did not exist in the world outside it. Yuko observed them from a distance and he could see that even the weakest of them was at Divine King Realm, but the heavy majority was at the Divine Sovereign Realm and a good number stood at Divine Master. The more formidable a treasure, the more likely it was to radiate a spiritual aura that would attract powerful wild beasts which would try to possess it. He didn't doubt that in the deeper parts of the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, it was swarming with primordial beasts of true God stages of the profound way. And the last thing he wanted was to be caught by some Tier 4 primordial beast and become its food. Even in his surroundings, he could see that the Tier 3 primordial beasts raiding from the Divine King Realm to Divine Master Realm started congregating and searching for the intruder to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. These creatures were able to sense if someone crossed through the vortexes leading to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, as their senses were very keen and superior, especially when it came to spatial disturbances. The moment Yuko entered the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, he was hit by incomparably heavy and ancient. The air and aura within this place are completely different from that of the outside world. With a single glance, it could be seen that the sky and the ground in this place were all shrouded in a gloomy shade of ash gray. The area is vast and quiet, but it was also filled with a solemn and heavy aura that caused one's heartstrings to tense up unconsciously. It was clear that the ash-gray ground in this place was extremely hard and durable. The aura within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning was also pretty much unique. It greatly suppressed the spiritual senses of all living creatures which come from the outside. Ōtsutsuki Yuko walked through the grasslands of some random planet within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning before he found some nice place as he sat down cross-legged and started meditating. When it came to the comprehension of the Tao of Dust, he was very close to attaining the profound mystery level. Then, he would create Tao Rune and his Jindan with the help of chakra fruit. He had perfected his genetic code by eating chakra fruits some time ago because he had a tremendous amount of them since they arrived at the Starvale origin world. Indeed. Origin worlds like this were the best, but he knew, deep inside, one of the most guarded secrets of the Ōtsutsuki clan was that, soon, even the Starvale origin world would become like this. Then the clan would become unstoppable. Truthfully speaking, Yuko could have broken through to the Saint Realm some time ago, but he was withholding his breakthrough for some time already and waiting for a perfect opportunity. If he really wished, he would have reached Saint Realm when he was still at the Starvale origin world. He was waiting with it when he was in the Starvale origin world, and since he arrived at the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world, he was too suppressing his breakthrough to the Saint Realm by a good margin. Thus when he arrived at the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, he stopped suppressing everything in his very own being and let the things naturally flow their way. He was already very close to attaining the required comprehension and his understanding of Tao of Dust was deep enough. It is time to start. Ascension to the sainthood could become. Yuko grinned as he said that and started the process that he was so long putting away. Chapter 60, Sainthood. Ascending to sainthood consisted of three things. First was the perfection of the genetic code through the chakra fruits, which Yuko had already fulfilled a long time ago. Second was to comprehend Tao and then congeal a Tao rune from the comprehended Tao in his soul. Ōtsutsukis typically have strong souls due to eating chakra fruits, but not many of them comprehended Tao of soul at the early stages of their cultivation. And the third thing was to create a Jindan, which would be created automatically the moment the Tao rune in the soul was finished. It would then congregate all chakra in his body to create a Jindan. Yuko sat down cross-legged as he started meditating and comprehending the Tao of Dust in an attempt to overcome the final hurdle and ascend. To guarantee his success, he took out a small crystal from his dimensional stage and broke it apart by smashing it on the ground. It was a primordial dust crystal that contained the crystallized essence of the Tao of Dust. As he smashed it, the dust sand spread all around the environment, but Yuko immediately started absorbing the dust sand into his body and very own soul. As he was doing that, he started getting peculiar feelings, like his soul was getting overflowing with energy and Tao. Immediately, he began navigating the dust sand that he absorbed as it started creating a translucent pattern in his very soul. As the pattern got more and more clear, Yuko realized that he had completely comprehended the Tao of Dust, as the embryonic form in his soul dispersed and started merging into the translucent pattern that was forming in it. Profound mystery level. Yuko muttered as he opened his eyes because the Tao rune with the symbol of dust was getting more and more real and would soon be engraved. Nobody before told him that the process would hurt like fuck, but he gritted his teeth and continued assimilating the dust sand. With a peerless treasure like dust sand, his success was guaranteed, and not only that, but his Tao rune would get countless times stronger because he used chaotic grade treasure for the establishment of his fifth Tao rune. That was a gift from his grandfather before he left for the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world. And now the rune is almost done, time for the second phase. He took out a whole bunch of chakra fruits from his dimensional storage and started eating them one by one. After he got the initial chakra needed for the creation of the Jindan in his body, he took out a very special chakra fruit that was specifically prepared for him by one of 7 paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan. It was low chaotic grade chakra fruit made from the remnants of the destroyed origin world with countless tier 5 beings as sacrifices to the tree. Normally eating such fruit would be suicidal because the amount of chakra it contained was measured in hundreds of billions of chakra units. But during the creation of Jindan, it was only time when it was safe. When the Ōtsutsuki were creating their Jindans, they could create essentially 6 grades of Jindans within their bodies depending on circumstances, talent and resources they used. The grade Jindan created would largely determine the future of the cultivator. The worst was the mixed grade Jindan that was created with the help of only the energy of the world. Above it was average grade Jindan which was created by absorbing energy from low grade chakra fruits. Then was orange grade Jindan, which was created by absorbing energy from high grade chakra fruits. Violet grade Jindan, which was created by absorbing energy from supreme grade chakra fruits. Gold grade Jindan, which was created by absorbing energy from holy grade chakra fruits. And the best was the purple gold Jindan which was created by absorbing energy from low chaotic grade chakra fruit. And above it was translucent Jindan that could not be created through conventional means, but rather one needed to have the necessary bloodline and create purple gold Jindan and then absorb energy from Art to temper and transform the Jindan from purple gold grade to translucent grade. Yuko was right now creating purple gold Jindan Ōtsutsuki like many other divine Ōtsutsuki or some myriad Ōtsutsuki. After he returned from the mission to the clan, he would undergo baptism and transform his Jindan into the translucent grade. As he was eating the chakra fruits one after another, all that tremendous amount of chakra was being directly delivered to the fledgling Jindan that was right now no bigger than a grain of rice, but with more chakra fruits being eaten, the more it grew. Naturally, the best effect was from the low chaotic grade chakra fruit, which was essentially the foundation of the purple god Jindan, as the Jindan was getting properties of the chaotic origin life form. The entire process took several hours, as Yuko was forced to withstand tremendous pain, either from the engraving of the Dust Dao rune in his soul or from the creation of Jindan in his body, which hurt like hell too. Right now, the Jindan was probably as large as his own heart and was containing a tremendous amount of chakra. Yuko breathed deeply because the Dao rune was engraved in his soul and his Jindan was created as he sensed purple gold crystal in his body pulsating with enormous power. At the same time, he could feel that his senses were over the top because due to the enormous strengthening of his soul from the Dao rune and Dao he comprehended, he had obtained the divine sense. From the previous 10 million chakra units, right now Yuko had chakra reserves numbering approximately 500 million chakra units which was 50 times more. Usually, ascending to the sainthood with mixed grade Jindan would get someone 50 chakra units, crimson grade Jindan would get someone 100 chakra units, orange grade Jindan would get someone 200 chakra units, violet grade Jindan would get someone 300 chakra units, gold grade Jindan would get someone 400 chakra units and purple gold would get someone 500 chakra units. In regard to the energy, he was no inferior to the peak divine master realm cultivator of the profound way, so this completely erased the disparity between the energy difference. Still, he wouldn't be comparable to those old monsters who completely controlled their power perfectly and had countless trump cards and experiences under their sleeve. That was the only area where he was lacking right now, but at least this time, he was confident in going against many of them. As long as he avoided those old-timers or those who bore inheritance of the true gods, he could wander the primal chaos dimension origin world, largely unhindered. If he truly wanted to go all out, he was confident in defeating even above-mentioned powerhouses. Killing them would prove to be pretty troublesome, but he would at least be able to beat many of them if he used everything in his ability to fight. I need to adjust to my cultivation realm right now. Chapter 61, Uninvited Guest. Now that Yuko reached the Saint Realm, he could roam the primal chaos dimension origin world largely unhindered. During their stay, they learned that the true god stages that were comparable to their holy lords were long ago considered a myth. With the fall of the age of God and devil, nobody has crossed into that level, so right now, the only threat to Yuko were some unique life forms, divine master realm cultivators holding the inheritance of the true gods or some really overpowered divine masters. Fortunately, their numbers were rather low across the entire realm of the gods, but Yuko was always an overcautious person to the point where some may call him a coward. The primal chaos dimension origin world is really the solution for our stagnation. While the uncomfortable truth, it was indeed a fact that the Ōtsutsuki was stagnating from the lack of chakra fruits and their population was slowly increasing. The conflicts were increasing against automatons, faith gods, and sages. And only so many of the holy lords could travel to the other origin world to gather resources for the clan, while all Empyreans and Paragons must remain within the clan to guard it against enemies. For the upcoming days, Yuko trained in the god realm of Absolute beginning to better acclimatize himself to his new cultivation realm. His chakra reserves have increased tremendously compared to what they were and he needed to perfect his chakra control once more. Having a perfect chakra control was essential for any Ōtsutsuki clan, it was also one of the great weaknesses that the Ōtsutsuki had. Due to continuous eating of chakra fruits, which were tremendously increasing their chakra capacity, most of them had trouble controlling such an overwhelming amount of energy. Thus the elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan always drilled the younger generation with very hard energy-controlling exercises, as all of them were taught it from an early age. Yaku even remembered when he was a child, around 3 or 4 years old, he was constantly playing some games that were essentially training his chakra control. Due to systematic and rigid training, he retained his previous perfect chakra control only 3 weeks ago, though it was only due to very stressful training that he was undergoing in the God realm of absolute beginning. Yaku now felt that he could blast apart the entire star system with his dust release if he attacked with full power, which was a tremendous increase in destructive prowess compared to his previous stature. With his divine sense, he could now sense everything happening around him, even several kilometers away, which was certainly pretty useful things. Naturally, his divine sense would be much stronger the moment he left the God realm of absolute beginning, because the God realm of absolute beginning was suppressing his senses and even his ocular abilities. Let's continue training. I will wait a few more days before leaving this place. Even with my strength, roaming through this place would only spell my doom sooner or later. Even though Yaku was rather confident in his power, he wasn't confident in the odds against primordial beasts. Even if he cloned himself with the shadow clone Shinjutsu, the primordial beasts at the Divine Master realm could have some methods to distinguish his true body from the clones. And there were countless of them, so being surrounded and slowly killed wasn't certainly on his to-do list. Somewhere at the God realm of absolute beginning, a staggeringly beautiful woman exited the vortex leading to the God realm of absolute beginning. She had an especially slender build and a head full of luminous long, gold-colored hair. Half of it spilled over her shoulders and the rest hung all the way down to her buttocks. She seemed to be dressed in a special layer of soft, golden leather that tightly clung to her body. Every outline her clothes drew on her body was perfect to the point of being stifling. Her bottom and bosom were tall and swelled, her waist as delicate as a willow. No matter where one's eyes touched, no matter which inch was seen, it was so alluring that it would cause one's soul to go limp. Now where to go, where to go? The beautiful woman muttered as she scanned the possibilities. It wasn't the first time she was in the God realm of absolute beginning, as she was constantly searching for the peerless treasure that was hidden there. The world-defying heaven manual. Probably the north this time. She concealed her aura as she flew towards her destination, searching for the traces of the world-defying heaven manual. She had been searching for the world-defying heaven manual for a long time already, and this time, she was already close to obtaining it. Then she would finally step on the path of the true gods. As she was crossing over the celestial bodies in the God realm of absolute beginning, she noticed spatial disturbances common several hundred kilometers away from her position, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Such tremendous raw power. She thought while speeding up to the source of the raw energy. The only thing she realized was that it wasn't profound energy but something different, something way superior to profound energy in terms of power. Whatever it was, she was determined to obtain it. When she arrived at the place where she sensed the source of the power, she saw there a figure of a man. He was wearing some weird plated armor, underneath which he was wearing a white robe. The most notable feature about him, though, was his white pale skin, the third eye on his forehead and a pair of horns sprouting from his head. At least in terms of raw energy, it should be comparable to peak Divine Master realm. She thought as she observed the man with a greedy glint in her eyes. Not noticing that in a split of a moment, the man's third eye, which had been closed till now, had opened and she suddenly felt herself flying towards him at tremendous speed, crashing on the ground before him. Fuinjutsu, 4-direction formation. She saw the weird man wave his hands, as she found herself being drained of her profound energy, and at the same time, she couldn't move a bit. Character sheet for MC after breakthrough. Name, Ōtsutsuki Yaku. Race, Divine Ōtsutsuki. Age, 257. Occupation, Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Realm, Saint C. Combat prowess, average 3rd grade tier 3. Jindan, purple gold. Chakra units, 500 M. Dao, dust, profound mystery level, lightning, embryonic form of profound mystery level. Dao rune, dust, heavenly. Elemental affinity, spacetime, dust, lightning, wood. Dojitsu. Tensei Sharingan, 360-degree vision, chakra path, X-ray, truth-seeking balls, cosmic chakra projection, copy, genjutsu affinity. Senrin Jonagan, 7-path technique, clairvoyance, threat detection, god tree control. Ability, evolution, magnetokinesis, rift, command seal, divine sense. Shinjutsu, shadow clone, expert, dust release, expert, thorn release. Skill, kenjutsu, expert, fuinjutsu, expert. Sword style, heaven's blood sword style. Chakra cultivation technique, celestial chakra manual, expert. Chapter 62, Brahma monarch goddess. Shortly after he caught the intruder, he observed the uninvited guest that somehow found her way to the exact place where he was cultivating. After some more observation, he realized whom he was dealing with. Ōtsutsuki Doma did a really good job at gathering information because it also contained a list of the most famous cultivators across the realm of gods, various high-profile targets, and personas, including the beautiful woman in front of him. Even Yuko had to admit that in terms of physical appearance, Xue Ying was indeed far above any woman he had seen, even in the Ōtsutsuki clan. She was perfect, with her long blonde hair, golden eyes and beautiful face. Like a beauty incarnate. The Dragon Queen and Brahma Monarch Goddess are the two most peerless beauties that no one else can compare to. As the goddess, there are countless powerful men that are willing to die for her and would die without regrets. She has the highest innate talent the Brahma Monarch God realm has seen in its million years of history. When she was only 9 years old, she completed the successor ceremony and it was the most perfect and complete fit. In the current Brahma Monarch realm, the fame of the Brahma Monarch Goddess has almost surpassed the fame of the Brahma Monarch realm king. Even in terms of power, it was rumored that she was no inferior to the Brahma Heaven Emperor, and if not for the Brahma Soul Bell, she would have long ago become a new realm king of the Brahma Monarch realm. Naturally, Yuko also heard a good number of uncanny rumors about Xue Ying, and when he saw her in person, he realized that they were indeed true. She was indeed a splendid actor, far better than any actor he had ever seen, and it was fascinating that till now, nobody has ever seen through her play. You could drop your facade, your majesty Brahma Goddess, in front of these eyes, no amount of play can help you. After several minutes Yuko broke the silence as he looked at the Brahma Monarch Goddess while his Tensei Sharingan spun its patterns and shined with bright blue color. Xue Ying looked at him with curiosity before she sighed deeply in frustration. When she looked at her captor, while she knew that he was enthralled by her beauty as most of men were, that disappeared in a split of several seconds as he looked at her with a mixture of respect, wariness, and hostility. She didn't doubt for a moment that if she threaded wrongly, she would be either captured or killed. From a very young age, she scorned and even despised all the men because all of them only looked at her with lust and greed. From the moment a shade of her beauty had made its appearance, she was showered with countless looks of wonderment, yearning, and lust. The geniuses, proud sons, realm kings, sons of god emperors, and even the god emperors themselves thought that her beauty triumphed every other that existed in the world, and they were willing to discard everything, even their pride and lives just to win a smile or a glance for her. You should at least introduce yourself if you clearly knew who I am. Her voice didn't contain any arrogance or haughtiness, but it had the pride of the pinnacle cultivator of the realm of gods. That seems fair. Ōtsutsuki Yuko. As he introduced himself, he was also considering the possibilities of what to do with her. From a certain point of view, she was too dangerous to be left alive right now after she saw him, so the best option would be to kill her. Unfortunately, for that, she was too important in the realm of gods, and certainly, someone would search for Brahma Monarch Goddess, sooner or later. And even though he was confident in his strength, he wasn't confined to fighting the entirety of the realm of gods right now. Someone as ambitious as her would for sure search for the way to live, and I can use Kama Seal to ensure her silence on this matter. The usage of the Kama Seal wasn't just for the possession of the vessel for the Ōtsutsuki, even though many from the main family greatly disdained that method because it wasn't infinite and had substantial severe side effects, especially on the mental state of the clansman. Yuko could use the Kama Seal to create something like an unbreakable vow between the two of them so that she wouldn't divulge anything about his existence. The last thing he wanted was for the big players to find out about aliens in the primal chaos dimension origin world. If you want to leave, you will agree to be marked with Kama Seal with conditions never to say that you have seen me or anything about my presence or existence. Are we clear? After several minutes of since he said, as he observed her expression changing from anger, humiliation, and some kind of relief. Ultimately, she agreed to it because she didn't have any other choice, and in truth, Yuko was prepared to kill her if it came to the worst. On the other hand, he was rather interested in what she was doing in the god realm of absolute beginning. As she was about to inject her profound energy into the Kama Seal, Yuko felt some kind of soul control over her very own soul. The Ōtsutsuki clansmen were rather sensitive to the souls, especially those of the divine lineage. See that, he frowned because he felt that whatever the artifact was, it would clash with the Kama seal. That was because the Kama Seal was being engraved directly into someone's soul, and when there was something already in the soul, it would create a bit problem. That thing over your soul, what is it? He asked as he withdrew the Kama Seal for now, as he saw the Brahma Monarch Goddess frown deeply when he mentioned that something was chaining her soul. Brahma Soul Bell. Core divine artifact of the Brahma Monarch God realm controlled solely by the Brahma Heaven Emperor. The Brahma Soul Bell is the medium through which the core divine powers of the Brahma Monarch God realm were passed down from generation to generation. It is similar to the Star God realm's Star God Wheel and the Moon God realm's Imperial Moon Glazed Pearl. She continued before her frown turned into a deep scowl as Yuko could sense a great deal of hatred for being chained like an animal. Chapter 63, Fall of Goddess. The key difference was that the Brahma Soul Bell was not only a divine artifact used for inheritance, it could also control all of the divine powers related to the Brahma Monarch God realm. Yuko listened to the explanation about the Brahma Soul Bell she was giving him as he scoffed. From the explanation he heard, the Brahma Soul Bell was a rather advanced soul artifact from what he heard. Even though he found the Brahma Soul Bell rather inferior because the Ōtsutsuki clan had way better refinement techniques when it came to refinements of artifacts. He still didn't really dare to openly use the Kama Seal on Xue Ying because it would certainly notify the Brahma Heaven Emperor about it. He could see that the moment someone tampered with her soul, it would notify the holder of the Brahma Soul Bell about it, in this case, the Brahma Heaven Emperor, and that would be a bad thing to happen. No matter what loyalty she holds, someone as prideful and ambitious as her wouldn't appreciate being chained by a soul-binding artifact. Yuko thought because right now, with the usage of the Kama seal out of question, he needed another method to ensure the sound of silence, and in the end, he decided the thing he was best at. Manipulation. The art of manipulation was drilled into him by his mother from an early age, as she was best at that, and due to her cheerful and bubbly personality, nobody would ever notice that she had them wrapped around her finger. And as he looked at the woman before him, looking straight into her eyes with his Tensei Sharingan, she didn't even notice that she fell into a very advanced illusion in a split of her defenseless. And as she was in the illusionary world, Yuko noticed something intriguing about her memories, as some of them were altered or sealed. This was very interesting, as someone as powerful as her shouldn't have sealed or altered memories. Such cases were rare, where those memories were from the time she was still very young and not very powerful. And someone who sealed them was far superior to her in terms of cultivation, not to mention, Yuko was able to discern that the memory sealing method and memory alternation were pretty advanced even compared to the methods of the Ōtsutsuki clan. When he started spinning the illusionary world, playing with the memories that were altered, he grinned as he shattered the altered memories into countless shards, which automatically unsealed the memories that were sealed during her childhood or adolescence. Yuko observed then the exchange between her and her father from several centuries ago. Genjutsu World. The scene featured a much younger Xue Ying, who was crying and having an argument with her father in the imperial palace of the Brahma monarch god realm. My mother, did you kill her? This sudden and exceptionally abrupt question caused Xue Fontien's eyes to instantly narrow. After that, he let out a soft sigh as he said. It looks like I missed something back then. After all, having no gaps at all is really a big gap in and of itself. Xue Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly focused as the last illusion within her shuddering heart and soul was completely shattered into oblivion. It was really you. It was really you. Xue Fontien gave a dry chuckle. Since you already guessed it and sensed it a long time ago, why did you never ask about it or believe it to be true? Was it because you didn't dare to? Or was it because you weren't willing to? He had frankly admitted it, and he was not the least bit worried about her finding out. One could even hear some disappointment and ridicule in his indifferent voice. Xue Ying's eyes started trembling even more intensely as her voice grew hoarse. Why? Why did you kill her? She screamed at her father with anger, anguish, hatred, sadness, and myriad of other emotions mixed within. Why? Isn't the answer already as clear as day? Of course, it's because of you. Xue Fontien wore a tragic and sorrowful expression on his face. Your innate talent did not only surpass all of my other children, no one in your generation in the entire Eastern Divine region could match it either. This, coupled with the viciousness, single-minded focus, and ambition I could see in your eyes, made me feel as if I had witnessed the birth of the first female Brahma Heaven God Emperor. Compared to the successor that I had previously selected, your brilliance was far more dazzling. He then paused as he frowned deeply while looking at his daughter. But alas, you back then had a fatal flaw, and that fatal flaw was your excessive care for your mother. After that, I even found out that the most important reason for your fervency and ambition toward the profound way was actually because you wanted to obtain an even higher status for your mother. Hey, how pitiful that was, how laughable. Xue Ying clenched her teeth tightly as her entire body shook. Your mother died by my hands. This was a grave matter that concerned the future of the Brahma monarch god realm, so I could only do it myself. After that, I personally executed both the God Empress and the Crown Prince before posthumously conferring the title of God Empress upon your mother. He then summoned the Brahma soul bell in his right hand and an unknown artifact appeared in his left hand. Unfortunately, this really happened at a bad time and I still have uses for you. Suddenly, the Brahma soul bell shined in bright light as everything went blank because Xue Fontien sealed some part of her memories and altered the remaining ones about this conversation. While this indeed proved to him that, in the end, his efforts were futile and his daughter wouldn't be his successor, he still had some uses for her. After her uses were finished, she could be sold to some of the god emperors or powerful cultivators in exchange for benefits for the Brahma monarch god realm. Chapter 64, Not According to Plan. Real World, God Realm of Absolute Beginning. Oh fuck, this wasn't in the plan, but at least right now I can guarantee her cooperation, though under the premise, she recovers. Yuko cursed because this wasn't really looking good, as unsealing the sealed memories and altered ones, he probably caused her tremendous emotional shock. Not only that but also she collapsed and was unresponsive to anything. At the same time, he felt that the control of the Brahma soul bell on her soul had shattered, and her power had greatly dropped as her aura grew weaker and weaker with each passing moment. Previously she was at the level 10 Divine Master Realm and now it has dropped to the level 5 Divine Master Realm. The loss of Brahma God divine power caused her to be greatly weakened as the inheritance of a true god was the foundation of her strength. Not to mention, since she had it since an early age, Yuko could see that her foundation was seriously injured by this action. He had seen this as a great disadvantage of their cultivation because the very own moment they inherited power that wasn't theirs, they were basically severing the path to higher realms. Confirming that the true god stages were the same as their Holy Lord realm, they essentially lowered their chance to ascend to them by 90% by accepting the power of other true gods. This was a very dangerous practice, and it wasn't any wonder that even despite the conditions of the realm of gods, which were apparently not comparable to the ancient era, they should still be able to support a few tier 4 cultivators. I must admit that your father was a real bastard, and a really thorough one. Yako muttered. He saw even worse people than Xue Ying in the branch family of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Still, he had to admit that the man was a pretty thorough one because he even prepared for an eventual in case of her memories were restored and unsealed. He predicted that right now, Xue Ying was probably raging because his daughter was his best pawn in the great game among the Royal Star Realm and most powerful factions of the Realm of Gods. Fortunately, as much as he could tell, when the control of the Brahma Soul Realm shattered, it didn't send away their location, so they were safe for now. The bad news was that she was an emotional crying mess when he looked at Xue Ying. So what should be done with her? Considering what had just happened and what he had seen in her memories, he was certainly sure that her father, Brahma Heaven Emperor, would either declare her traitor to the Brahma Monarch God Realm or declare her dead. At the same time, he would secretly search for her to hunt her down. Yako knew people like Xue Ying very well, ruthless beyond measure, with only single thing that he cared about was his legacy and his empire. Assessing the amount of pride he held, he would for sure declare his daughter as a dead person who died in the God Realm of Absolute Beginning so nobody would ask any questions, which was very advantageous to him. I need to change the locations. Yako said as he dispersed the barrier binding the Brahma Monarch Goddess as he knocked her out and picked her up over his right shoulder. In the end, he decided that having someone as strong as her on his side was very advantageous even, despite the risks. Still, if it was only Brahma Monarch God Realm, he wasn't fearing them alone because he could wipe out a good chunk of their forces alone. And he knew that due to many reasons, they would never begin the mass search for her. Yako then went to the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan and entered one of the rooms, where he put unconscious Xue Ying on an enormous luxurious-looking bed. When he put her head on the pillow, he wiped her tears as he activated sealing formation in case she proved to be hostile. After putting the Brahma Monarch Goddess to her bed, or rather it should be the former Brahma Monarch Goddess, Yako went to the command deck of the warship immediately because he needed to depart from this place right now. Sitting down on his throne, he ordered the ship to fly away to a safer location far away from their current one. He wasn't taking any chances because it was still probably that Brahma Monarch God Realm would send some people here. Fortunately, the God Realm of Absolute Beginning was pretty huge and there was a lot of space to hide or to remain silently after the initial search concludes. He calculated that when the elites of the Brahma Monarch God Realm won't be able to find Xue Ying within a short span of time at the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, the search for her would get weaker and weaker. People like Xue Ying wouldn't want other factions to know about this, and the movement of a large number of Divine Master Realm cultivators would certainly raise the interest of many powerful factions, especially those hostile to the Brahma Monarch God Realm. Several days later, an unknown star within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. During the past few days, Yako was navigating through the God Realm of Absolute Beginning because he wanted to explore it more, and on top of that, his guest was still sleeping soundly. It was wonder what could hundreds of years of repressed emotions do to a person when they suddenly lash out, because it could be pretty ugly and dangerous simultaneously. So, until Xue Ying woke up, Yako was forced to remain within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, though not that he complied because this place was a treasure trove and a perfect cultivation spot. He often went to fight against some of the Divine Sovereign Realm primordial beasts because when he attempted to fight the ones at the Divine Master Realm, he found out that they were too powerful for him. Not in terms of offensive prowess, but rather their vitality was absolutely frightening. They could defend against his dust release, which was tremendously strengthened by profound mystery-level comprehension of Tao of Dust. "Sir, the female cultivator is regaining her consciousness." Yako heard the voice of the artifact spirit of the warship while he was in the meditation chamber and comprehending the Tao of Lighting, as he wanted to reach the profound mystery level in the Tao of Lighting as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Xue Ying 1. Yako decided it was time to meet the Brahma Monarch Goddess and have a serious talk because it didn't go well the last time due to his tampering with her memories. He cut down his cultivation season as he went to meet Xue Ying the moment she woke up, as he wanted to get over with this thing and be done with this matter as soon as possible. When Yako used genjutsu on her and essentially entered her memories, he really saw how ruthless, scheming, ambitious and intelligent woman she was. She was a very rare talent not only for cultivation but also in terms of intellect, which was exceedingly rare. This created some sort of desire inside his being that made him want to own her or have her on their side because she was indeed a talent worth of recruiting. Even for the Ōtsutsuki clan. In truth, her intellect and scheming capabilities were the ones that made Yako desire her allegiance because the cultivation of talent could be made. With the God Tree, it was possible, as they could just cultivate special fruit. But intellect and other capabilities that Xue Ying displayed from an early age were something that couldn't be really taught or obtained, that was something that one needed to be born with. Meanwhile, Yako was talking to himself at the other part of the Ōtsutsuki clan warship in one peculiar room. The person in question was slowly waking up from her slumber like a cursed princess awoken by the prince. That was a bit ironic because of the people on the ship had very prestigious status within their respective origin worlds. Xue Ying slowly opened her eyes as she woke up in the unfamiliar environment, and the first thing she did was scan her surroundings with her divine sense as she started remembering what had happened. Unfortunately, when she attempted to do so, she realized she couldn't cover even the room where she was sleeping, and she also found out that she had almost no profound energy. It didn't take her long to realize that this entire room served some anti-energy properties, so she couldn't do anything, but at the same time, the good news about the situation was that, at least she wasn't bound or restrained. Not having access to the divine sense was pretty bad because she couldn't even tell if someone else was on the ship, but then she remembered that the last thing that happened was meeting a weird pale-skinned man with a third eye at the god realm of absolute beginning. She knew that any attempt to escape was futile, so the only rational thing she could do was to remain here and wait. If possible, she could still negotiate with her captor, if he could be even called such. Simultaneously, she was being overcome by enormous rage and hatred because the last thing she remembered before the man was knocked out was that he somehow tampered with her mind and unsealed some of her sealed memories. Unconsciously, she started crying when she thought about the fact that her mother was killed by her father. She was aware that her father, for sure, inserted some failsafe through the Brahma soul bell, and right now, she was probably being proclaimed dead by the Brahma monarch god realm while some of the powerhouses were searching for her. Xue Ying grits her teeth in anger as she thinks over this because she is aware that for her father, she is nothing more than just another pawn. While she wasn't insignificant on the board, she was still a pawn. I see that you are already awake, that is good, you were sleeping for several days straight. Suddenly she was woken up from her thoughts when she saw the familiar man entering the room. He looked at her with contempt, pity, and anticipation, weirdly enough, though at the same time, he was lacking the usual thing that men had when they were looking at her, which was lust. Certainly, Yuko was very good at controlling his urges, and even though he had to admit that Xue Ying was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, he also had to admit that beauty without any other added value was useless. Yuko then went to her bed as he sat on the leather sofa that was next to it and slowly looked at Xue Ying. So let's start over. My name is Ōtsutsuki Yuko, Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Yuko introduced himself causally because he thought that this would be a better first meeting than the previous one, which didn't end really well. Xue Ying, now it should be former Crown Princess of the Brahma monarch god realm. She answered, at one side being glad that he didn't look at her lustfully, but at the same time, she was also aware that her greatest advantage couldn't be used in the negotiations or whatever that was about to follow. Are you native to the god realm of absolute beginning? No, you lack profound energy and have something else, qualitatively superior, not native to the primal chaos dimension. Even he had to admit that just by saying some sentences and observing his facial expressions, she was able to get her answers without him saying a word. While he was good at controlling himself, her abilities to read people were indeed frightening, as rumors told, as expected from a master manipulator and grandmaster schemer. Second one. Yuko didn't really have any reason to deny this, and covering it up sounded more troublesome, and he was lazy for something like that. Then allow me to ask you, what is your species doing in the primal chaos dimension? She asked carefully when looking at the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. From his posture, appearance, and style of talking, she was able to deduce that he belonged to the younger generation, and yet, he was very strong. As observant as she was about her environment and even the ship where she was, from which she was able to sense great power, it didn't take her long to figure out that whatever background he came from was huge. Far bigger than anyone in the primal chaos dimension could afford to offend. And while dangerous, though, she started spreading the net. You know, I like people like you. Yuko chuckled as he said that and looked straight into her golden eyes as her eyebrows twitched at the jovial tone of the alien. Chapter 66, Xue Ying 2. You can drop the pretense of pure, innocent princess. Yuko stated with a small laugh because he didn't miss the intentions of the Xue Ying. It hadn't been even a few minutes since she had woken up and experienced emotional trauma that would break a lesser person, and she was already trying to manipulate him into attacking Brahma monarch god realm so she could exact her revenge. But to answer your question, what do you think happens when a more advanced civilization meets one less developed? He said with a grin, as her expression morphed over several times, looking at the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan straightly this time. She knew that the moment he saw through her mask, it was useless to keep it up all the time. So it will be conquest. Full-out invasion or straight extermination? She asked as Yuko started laughing even more. Do you know that people like you are rare? The ones that are actually using their head and intellect. He said because he indeed meant it, and even the former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm could see that Yuko was indeed sincere when it came to his praises for her. Is this some kind of recruitment consultation? She sat on the bed and asked somewhat mockingly as he just nodded. In a certain way, it is. Let me be straight in this matter so it gets easier for you and me. You are powerful, ambitious, intelligent, cunning, ruthless, and a person who exactly knows what to do and what you want, so yes, I am trying to recruit you. Yuko admitted that it was indeed the truth. And you are using the moments of my emotional vulnerability to your advantage, good for you, Crown Prince. But what do I get from it? Even though I am right now the enemy of the Brahma monarch god realm, I could still get thousands of those drooling idiots to do anything for me. Both of them knew that she was bluffing to a certain degree. Indeed, she could go elsewhere and use her beauty and charm to get what she wanted, but at the same time, both of them were aware that in front of other Ōtsutsuki clan, it wouldn't be that effective in the future. Power, far more power than you can even image, to the heights when even the so-called ancestral goddess is seen as just like another stronger cultivator, not even elite ones. Yuko said this because he knew that she was a very ambitious person who wanted to be powerful enough to not be influenced by others and to have the power to dictate the fate of countless beings. Let me be truthful, even if she lived till this day, she would be killed by one of the grand elders of the clan in a single exchange, and the sole reason why your primal chaos dimension is still standing is because we cannot send more powerful cultivators into your world for the time being. With every sentence, he shook her to the core, igniting her greed and desire for power and revenge. I want to kill that man by myself and destroy his legacy entirely so it will become part of ancient history. Give me that, and I will give you everything. She said with conviction as Yuko frowned slightly at her implications. I don't need someone who will follow orders, I want someone who will give the orders. Xue Ying, what I want is commander, advisor, and your brilliant intellect. Yuko said as she looked at her hands, and subconsciously, she started crying from the emotional instability she was undergoing for the entire conversation. Then we have an agreement. For now, rest, and after you have rested, we will sign the deal. For now, you need to understand that a soul contract is necessary for the both of us. Even though she wasn't very fan of them, she understood that it would be foolish for him to trust her only after meeting, and as someone who greatly disdained righteousness and selflessness, she was acceptable to this. As a ruthless and cunning person, Xue Ying had never believed in the notions of morality and ethics. To her, righteousness and selflessness are pointless principles and empty talk in this vast, uncaring universe. The more a person acted righteously, the more she looked down on him. The only path she ever knew of was her own existence. Unknowingly, she was the same as Yuko, but she could sense that they were the same breed of person. That made her giggle inside as she went back to rest. This went better than expected, but at the same time, I have fleeting that I messed up something. Yuko suspected what happened right now and knew that there would be one person who would give him hell sooner or later because he probably, even unknowingly to Xue Ying herself, became her love interest. Though he wasn't sure if it was love or some sort of obsession or if it was her coping mechanism for an emotional breakdown, but altogether it was something that he could use to her advantage. Not like she wouldn't realize it during the road. He knew that she was too intelligent and observant not to notice something like this. Though he had to admit that she fulfilled all the criteria for his ideal woman, she was strong, powerful, independent, hard-working, ruthless, ambitious, beautiful, capable, and other things. This will be troublesome. He sighed as he went back to his cultivation chamber to resume comprehending the Tao of Lighting. After Xue Ying completely recovered, he would talk with her about the God realm of absolute beginning because he had a hunch that she knew far more than anyone else about this place. Whatever. I will deal with it at a later date. He said to himself before he started his cultivation season once more, as he was previously forced to stop one and he needed to speed up the comprehension of the Tao of Lightning. Chapter 67, Recovery. For the next upcoming days, the warships that Ōtsutsuki Yuko commanded spent just cruising through the God realm of absolute beginning. Occasionally, it would shoot down and kill some Divine Master realm primordial beasts that were unlucky. While the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan had very high destructive prowess, it really couldn't hit the most powerful primordial beasts to kill them because they were too fast. Even though the primordial beasts were huge, like very, very huge, they were also extraordinarily agile and fast. It wasn't easy to hit them with the main cannon of the Ōtsutsuki warship because they almost always dodged the attack, but sometimes, Yuko managed to find some of the Divine Master realm primordial beasts that were unguarded. And the sole reason why he chose to hunt the Divine Master realm primordial beasts was mainly for the food. Because when he reached the Saint realm, he needed nutritious food to complement his strength and cultivation. And Divine Master realm primordial beasts to his taste, not to mention, he planned to bring it back to the camp so all of the key members of the Ōtsutsuki clan's expeditionary forces could benefit from it. After he ate it for some time, Yuko noticed that the meat from the Divine Master realm primordial beasts was really beneficial for him because it was slightly strengthening his physical parameters, which was a very nice bonus. This made him wonder if he fed the God Tree with the corpses of the Divine Master realm primordial beasts if the chakra fruit that the God Tree birthed would focus on the physical aspect of strengthening. Aside from that, he mainly focused on training with his newly found chakra, which was tremendously huge compared to the past, and he also divided his time into comprehension of the Tao of Lighting and Tao of Dust. When it came to the Tao of Dust, he made some progress as he learned to control the dust release once more because after comprehending the Tao of Dust to the profound mystery level, the dust release was incomparably powerful. Meanwhile, Yuko was investing all the time and effort in training. His special guest on the warship, Xue Ying, finished slowly recuperating from the events that took place several days ago. Every single day, Yuko would spend 1 hour checking on her, feeding her medicines and healing the damages done to her by the loss of Brahma God Divine Power and Brahma Soul Bell. Fortunately for him, it was just a little bit of medicine that was almost inconsequential that he gave her because he needed to have her in good shape. Only then could she prove to be useful to him in the long run. Another thing that he noticed during his visits to her was that she started to be more and more open to him, to the point where he started becoming her anchor, which could be good or bad, depending on the point of view. Though for him, it was both blessing and a curse. It was not like he didn't enjoy the interest of a beautiful woman, but at the same time, it was also pretty dangerous for her mental state if it went too far. On a good note, she was recovering very fast, and right now, aside from the tremendous drop in her strength and blow by the Brahma Soul Bell, she was relatively okay. If not for him, then whatever Qianye Fontian did as a backup would have been far more dangerous to her, but the Ōtsutsukis were experts when it came to soul and healing soul-related injuries. Presently, Qianye Inger was moving through the majority of the warship, mainly unhindered, as Yuko let her move as she wished after some time. When he was sure that she wouldn't do anything stupid, he allowed her to leave the room. So, right now, she was enjoying the view from the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, observing the god realm of absolute beginning and how the warship was quelling down another divine master realm primordial beast. So beautiful, so powerful. She muttered silently, with longing and greed in her voice. This level of artifact refining was absolutely unseen in the primal chaos dimension, utterly unseen because the most the refiners of the primal chaos dimension could refine were some weapons and armors. Maximally, some auxiliary artifacts or so on. This made her wonder how powerful his clan was, not forgetting his words about the mythical creator of the primal chaos dimension, the ancestral goddess, who would be just one of the stronger cultivators in their world. Xue Ying was always an ambitious person who wanted power, more power than she already had, and right now, she was presented with an almost perfect opportunity to obtain far more power. It is beautiful, right? She was woken up from her stupor the very moment when she heard the voice of Ōtsutsuki, who appeared behind her like some kind of ghost. She just subconsciously nodded her head, agreeing with the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. So, are you recovered enough to talk or negotiate? Your choice. Yuko grinned at her as he signaled her to follow after him to a more comfortable environment. Xue Ying followed after Yuko as they went to premises that reminded her of some sort of common room or whatever. It was well furnished with luxurious furniture, but not overly furnished, rather modestly, giving off a tranquil and peaceful feeling. He sat down on the sofa, which was opposite to the open fire where he was roasting meat of the divine master realm primordial beast. While he didn't know how to cook, as embarrassing as it was, most of what he knew he had forgotten because, for more than 200 years straight, he got everything served straight on the silver platter. So he never really bothered to go to the kitchen, he had a literal army of servants for that thing. But fortunately, he still knew how to roast meat above the open fire. As she sat down opposite him, they could start their negotiations. Chapter 68, Negotiations. You can start, negotiations are not my cup of tea, so present your offer, though bear in mind that your life is still in my hands and thus even your fate. Yuko stated straightforwardly because he wasn't very good at negotiating with people, not to mention someone as experienced as Xue Ying, he knew that she would be able to see through him within several minutes. Thus, he decided to do something unusual, which was to be as frank as possible with her, and judging her expression, he saw that his strategy was indeed working very well. She was completely caught off guard and didn't even know how to react to this. His straightforwardness was something that was going totally against any negotiation strategy. Xue Ying was a master manipulator and schemer, but when being confronted so straightforwardly, she was out of her line. If this is how you want to play, then so be it. Yet, as expected, someone like her wasn't going down with a single move, and within several moments, she adjusted to the new situation as Samuel grinned at this. He liked this sort of confidence, this ambition and power, for most of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, it was very attractive. I can give you information that is usually available only to the god emperors of the Royal Star Realm, aside from what you have already stated, Your Highness, about my intellect, scheming and other capabilities that you had in high regard. Xue Ying basically started selling herself, though not in any kind of sexual way, as she observed every change in Yuko's expression. From what she saw till now, she was rather satisfied as she continued adding more and more benefits of keeping her or even keeping her alive. Right now, she was aware that her situation wasn't really good, and while she was confident that Ōtsutsuki Yuko would kill her if she proved to be hostile, fortunately, she was behind this line already. If not, then he would have killed her long ago, but it seemed that he wanted her for whatever reason, and now, she knew why he was keeping her alive. Another thing was that, she was basically wanted fugitive to the Brahma monarch god realm, even though she was officially declared dead. And while her beauty captivated the minds of many powerful cultivators across the realm of gods, she doubted that they would go against the Brahma monarch god realm just for her beauty. Brahma monarch god realm was the second strongest royal star realm right after the dragon god realm for a reason. And it was a very good reason. If I should guess, you want someone with my capabilities in the arts of scheming and manipulation, right? I know that aside from these things, I have little to offer, and I would rather kill myself than offer my body. Her pride would never allow her to become some sort of sex slave, even if it was to save her life, and this was something that Yuko appreciated. She had pride, something that he appreciated and praised. I am not even asking for that, you know, if you tread this path, you will become the enemy of the entire primal chaos dimension, everyone will hate you and will do anything to kill you. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stated with all seriousness as she closed her eyes and thought over the situation for a bit, but in the end, there was nothing to think about. Taking in the Xue Ying brought a certain degree of dangers to his plans if someone discovered it. But as long as nobody was aware of her true identity, then he thought it should be okay. I agree to your proposal. With a wave of his hands, Yuko used transfer shinjutsu as he transmitted a large amount of information into her mind. Most of them were common knowledge about the Starvale origin world, Ōtsutsuki clan, and other things. For example, one of the more notable pieces of information that Yuko transmitted into her mind was information about the strategies and other things implemented during the conquest of different origin worlds. Can I get the chakra fruit? She immediately asked when she got the information about the existence of such wondrous treasure, but Yuko, contrary to what some may thought, just chuckled at her behavior. Here is the thing, for some time, I have been pondering about your situation, and I believe that I may have found a perfect path for you. Ōtsutsuki Yuko then described the path of power for Xue Ying, as he planned for her to transition to evolutionary cultivation and use the god tree to harvest all powers of the Brahma gods. With that, she should be able to reach the Holy Lord realm without much trouble, perfect her foundation and with some help, reach the Empyrean realm. Tier 5 wasn't out of the question in a few centuries or maybe millennia. I must wholeheartedly thank you for your help in this matter. The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm muttered silently, as he could just nodded because it was to be expected. He had to admit that Xue Ying was a rare talent, a very rare talent indeed. But her mind was ever rarer, and for that, she was quite a catch to be his subordinate, even though he was subtly using her emotions against her to the point where even she didn't probably realize it. The truth is, the reason why I am in the god realm of absolute beginning is the mythical treasure somewhere in here. After several moments of silence, she decided to pay him for his kindness or investment, that depended on the point of view, with something of equal value, probably at least she hoped. What treasure? Some inheritance. Yuka's eyes almost sparked when he heard the word treasure, because he was a bit money grubber and a little bit greedy. According to the legends, somewhere in the god realm of absolute beginning, there is part of inheritance belonging to the ancestral goddess from the age where the primal chaos dimension was just created. She explained as Yuka's excitement was shooting through the roof as he stopped roasting the meat of the divine master realm primordial beast and started cutting it for himself and Xue Ying. That should be inheritance of tier 5 entity and maybe even at the level of chaotic origin if we are lucky. When Ōtsutsuki Yuko said the words chaotic origin, Xue Ying shuddered because she knew the gravity of those words from the information that Yuko transferred to her. Chapter 69, Spinning Web. Inheritance of the tier 5 entity, possibly crossing into the chaotic origin lifeform rank, is too good for me just to pass up. I could harvest a tremendous amount of contribution points to read for resources needed for the cultivation. The competitive environment of the Ōtsutsuki clan was very strict, and even he needed contribution points to redeem for resources. Though fortunately, with his position as the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he had a good discount on them. Yuko was naturally not planning to pass this opportunity because even for the Ōtsutsuki clan, the inheritance of tier 5 entities are very precious. In the end, the entire number of such powerhouses within the clan was not higher than 40. After making a contract with Ōtsutsuki Yuko, Xue Ying knew that her world, the primal chaos dimension origin world, wasn't a powerful one because it lacked any tier 4 and above beings. Even the mythical ancestral goddess was thought to be just a tier 5, but there was still a possibility that she was tier some sort of hybrid or weird existence. Usually, begins like that, which created entire origin worlds, are very hard to classify normally. Before we go anywhere, you need to start recultivating. Embarking on the path of evolutionary cultivation would be rather easy with just one chakra fruit and the right cultivation method. The good thing was that Xue Ying, as former crown princess, had complete inheritance of the Brahma heaven god clan in her hands. The best course of action would be to start recultivation by eating chakra fruit created from the divine power of the Brahma gods, so you would immediately gain access to Tao, and you would ascend to the saint realm in one swoop. For the personalized cultivation method, I fear that you would need to redeem it with merits. Xue Ying's eyes shined brightly because this was the area where she could shine at full, making traps for others to fall in and be killed. Scheming was her best area of expertise, and she knew that this was also a test for her. Then we need to lure some of the Brahma kings to the god realm of absolute beginning to search for me. In the entire Brahma monarch god realm, the hierarchy was with the Brahma heaven god emperor at the top, while below him were 12 Brahma gods and 36 Brahma kings. Aside from these, there were also Brahma elders, who were retired old-timers, though there was never a fixed number of Brahma elders. How strong are they? Yuko asked because he needed for the sacrifices to be at least power tier 3, ideally would be if they were peak tier 3 for the best effect. All Brahma gods are later stages of the Divine Master Realm, while Brahma kings are early stages of Divine Master Realm or peak Divine Sovereign Realm depending on their rank among them. Xue Ying knew that the Brahma gods and Brahma kings were the elite forces of the Brahma monarch god realm, and also the reason why the Brahma monarch god realm was the strongest star realm and faction controlled by humans within the realm of gods. Lure at least 1 or 2 Brahma gods here, I will take care of them. Yuko stated nonchalantly, confident enough to deal with them, especially if he had an element of surprise on his side. Hearing his response to that, Xue Ying giggled softly to herself, but at the same time, she anticipated the end of the Brahma. Every one of them should burn, nobody will survive this time. Xue Fontian. After experiencing an emotional breakdown and resurfacing the sealed and altered memories, her hatred for her father, Xue Fontian, has reached unprecedented heights. If everything goes according to the plan, then in the future, the Brahma monarch god realm will cease to exist and she will devour it all through the god tree to condense one ultimate chakra fruit, holding the entire existence of the Brahma god clan. Yuko smiled brightly at her because Xue Ying would make the situation for him countless times easier. The tasks of the vanguard of the Ōtsutsuki clan during the invasion of foreign origin world was not only gathering resources and information. It was also about weakening the natives, and in truth, Yuko was never a profound schemer on the level of his mother. So, it was only logical he would find a person who was more suitable for such tasks, and he found Xue Ying being perfectly suited for the role. With machinations, he was confident that he could easily achieve his goal of turning native factions against each other. From what he learned from Xue Ying during their conversations, it would be even easier than he initially predicted. One needed to focus only on the Royal Star Realm because those were the ruling forces in their respective divine regions at the Realm of Gods. Not to mention, due to most stupid reasons, all divine regions are already very hostile to the Northern Divine Region. It was like a game of shogi. Then let's eat and then to work, Yuko said as he resumed eating the roasted meat of the Divine Master Realm primordial beast, while Xue Ying soon joined him before she went to carry out her matters. Yuko sent a message to their headquarters in the frigid origin realm for the other Ōtsutsuki clansmen to let them know that he successfully reached Saint Realm, secured a critical ally and would be exploring the God Realm of Absolute Beginning for some time. With additional orders, he also sent back some information gathered from Xue Ying, among other things, with the main order to not do anything, just focus on cultivation and wait for his return. Right now, the next steps were clear. Help Xue Ying restore her strength and recultivate so she can be of some use in the God Realm of Absolute Beginning and explore this damned region searching for the legacy of the ancestral goddess. The Brahma monarch goddess still had one ally in the outside world, her longtime servant and someone who proved to be more family than her actual biological one, Guju. When she departed to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, as usual, she went with Guju, so she contacted the old servant as she began spinning her web of schemes. Chapter 70, Pray. Guju was an old person who seemed particularly aged. His height was no taller than around 6 feet and he had a crooked body. Furthermore, his whole body was dried up like a corpse that had been exposed to the sun in a desert. He was dressed in gray clothes that were clearly too baggy for his frame and were so utterly worn out that they only barely served their purpose. He was already 100,000 plus years old, probably even older than that, greatly exceedingly the natural lifespan of Divine Master Realm profound cultivators. Though his personal power was already on the top of the Realm of Gods, as he was one of few peak level 10 Divine Master Realm cultivators across the entire Primal Chaos dimension. He was the master of Xue Ying, her attendant and most loyal subordinate, everything in one. Right now, he was waiting for her at the entrance to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. She always commonly got to that place alone without anyone else, but right now, he sensed that something had gone wrong because she had gone in for a long time and hadn't contacted him even once. As he was waiting for her, he suddenly got a transmission informing him to enter the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, together with coordinates of the exact location where he needed to go. Not wasting any time, he did so. He had already entered the God Realm of Absolute Beginning several times during his life, so he experienced the Forbidden Zone many times and was very knowledgeable about it. It took Guju several hours to arrive at the location that Xue Ying sent him, avoiding all Divine Master Realm primordial beasts because picking up a fight with them wasn't the wisest thing to do. One thing dangerous about the primordial beasts was that they would immediately sense when one of them started fighting, it would attract the other ones. So, unless someone can kill the primordial beast in a very short time, he would be then swarmed by hundreds of other primordial beasts. When he arrived at the location, he saw an enormous dimensional ark that was parked on the empty planet within the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, with Xue Ying standing underneath the dimensional ark. Uncle Gu. Xue Ying greeted the older man in a somewhat happy voice because Guju had been a long time the sole true family that she had. The old man adored Xue Ying greatly. For him, she was like his granddaughter and the only family he had. Miss, it seems that lot has happened during the time you were in the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. The old man said somewhat affectionately. Afterward, he noticed that her strength had dropped significantly from peak level 10 Divine Master Realm to level 5 Divine Master Realm and experienced a rather severe drop in cultivation. It also didn't escape his experienced eye that she had lost the Brahma God divine power that she previously had. Xue Ying didn't waste any time and immediately started retelling what had happened since she arrived at the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. You have experienced a lot, young miss. Guju stated with sight because this was totally out of his expectations. The first thing that was shocking was that she managed to encounter an invader alien to the Primal Chaos dimension and essentially joined the invaders against the Primal Chaos dimension. While the second thing wasn't that shocking because it was something that many people had suspected for a long time already. That the Xue Fantian killed his own wife wasn't that surprising truth to be told. She also told him that right now, she was probably being searched for by the Brahma monarch God realm and they would probably either kill her or do something worse, depending on the mood of her father. Yet, at the same time, she also told him about her schemes, which brought a smile to her skeleton face that even after all of this, she was still standing strong and proud. Could our new benefactor be trusted? He asked, using the word our, because where she went, he would follow. Now that it seemed the Brahma monarch God realm had become the enemy, they needed to find a new faction for protection. He can, certainly more than Xue Fantian, at least he is pretty straightforward with what he wants and as long as we don't betray him, he will uphold his part. During the time she spent with Ōtsutsuki Yuko, she got a very good grasp of his personality, and she knew that as long as she remained loyal, he would do the same thing. Then what do you want to do now? Guju asked as she proceeded to explain her plan to him. He would play the crucial role in attracting the attention of several Brahma gods, Brahma kings, and Brahma elders to the God realm of absolute beginning. Then they would capture them and kill them and the sacrifice to the God tree would be ready. She knew that compared to the evolutionary cultivation, the profound way was many times easier to cultivate, and to reach the peak of the saint realm, she would need to assimilate the Brahma god power of all Brahma gods, Brahma kings, and Brahma elders. That would allow her to reach the peak of the saint realm, while only after eating chakra fruit with Brahma monarch god realm as sacrifice would allow her to reach tier 4, but that was far in the future. Yaku told her that the peak of the saint realm was far more powerful than even their true gods in terms of combat prowess. Still, that was only in the far future, so she had enough time for that. Right now, it was important to spin the web. It shall be done, young miss. In the end, nothing had changed for both of them, as they were still doing what they were doing before. Xue Ying was still scheming in Guju, fulfilling her orders, though just this time it was for another master. Chapter 71, Mangekyo, Void End. Meanwhile, Xue Ying was scheming together with Guju against the Brahma monarch god realm. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was practicing in the most secure parts of the Ōtsutsuki clan worship. After arriving at the primal Choice dimension Oiran world, he had finally mastered the Tensei Sharingan, and if not for the last part of him suppressing the final evolution of the Tensei Sharingan into the Mangekyo for the past months, he would have long ago achieved it. But his grandfather advised him to awaken Mangekyo only after reaching the Saint Realm because it would be safer and he wouldn't need to suffer any side effects from it. Not only that, but he would jump straight to the eternal Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan. Naturally, for that, not only a special stimulus was needed by experiencing life and death encounters, but also a specifically prepared chakra fruit that he got from his family. Precisely, it was prepared by his mother for him, through sacrificing several tens of branch clansmen to the god tree, creating some sort of bloodline fruit that would help him awaken very powerful ability with his eternal Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan. Normally, the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, who awakened Mangekyo, would have essentially two options. One of those would be to have two abilities from the Mangekyo, open ability per eye. The second one was to awaken only one ability in both eyes. Both paths had their cons and pros. One of them gave two abilities, but at the same time, their combined power was lower than if someone awakened one ability through both eyes. The second path gave just one ability, but the ability was very strong and potent and usually served as a final trump card for many of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen out of there. Yaku decided to go with the second path because he wanted to have only one powerful ability instead of two less powerful ones. Not to mention, he liked the quality above the quantity more. And didn't wish to become a jack of all trades. Many among the clan embarked on that path because of their all-around affinity for many elements. Even though he himself had some degree of affinities for many elements, he chose to forsake them to focus on his most powerful. Otherwise, it will taint his path, and in the later stages of cultivation, all clansmen who choose to cultivate all of their affinities have a tough time progressing. Some of them were even killed due to their daos clashing with each other, and those who survived had very weak combat prowess compared to those clansmen who specialized only in their strongest affinities. Ōtsutsuki Yaku sat down cross-legged as he took out the bloody red chakra fruit that was condensed through the bodies of Ōtsutsuki branch clansmen and ate the fruit in one go. Instantly, he felt pure bloodline power enter his body as he controlled the energy and navigated it to his eyes and released the seals that were stooping the final evolutions of his Tensei Sharingan. Suddenly, he felt tremendous pain in his eyes, as they started bleeding profusely because the evolution of his eyes began. Yaku grit his teeth because this wasn't the worst kind of pain. Compared to the body forging that he was undergoing back home, this level of pain wasn't even that close to it. The process was taking several minutes, as the bleedingly slowly subsidized, the patterns in his eyes were constantly changing until they stopped entirely. After the process was done, Yaku focused on the eternal Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan. He quickly found out about the uses of the ability that he awakened, aside from Susanoo, naturally. The ability that Yaku awakened allowed him to nullify any type of energy in his vicinity. For example, if he right now fought against some cultivator who used profound energy, then he wouldn't be able to use it at all. He decided to call this ability Void End, because he found the name somehow fitting to it, so Ōtsutsuki Yaku was very satisfied with the end result. Obtaining abilities like Void End would greatly increase his combat prowess. Not to mention, he would get precious resources from the clan because he awakened very rare and powerful abilities. All clansmen that awakened some sort of powerful abilities would always get cultivated by the clan. On the other hand, Yaku also obtained Susanoo. Susanoo was a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of the user's chakra which surrounds them and fights on their behalf, that has been handed down throughout all the generations of the Ōtsutsuki clan. It was the strongest ability available to those who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes, aside from those rare cases like Yaku who managed to awaken heaven-defying ability like the Void End. Susanoo was able to boost someone's combat prowess by a tremendous degree, especially when the usage was combined with other innate capabilities of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Still, the great disadvantage of the Susanoo was its great size, which made the form as easy target. Normally, it was used when there was a need for an overwhelming power to destroy something or when the Ōtsutsuki clansman was fighting against an opponent of similar dimensions and size to that of Susanoo. Several hours after Yaku finished his training with the formerly named Tensei Sharingan, now evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan. He was very satisfied with his progress and he couldn't wait to test the Void End ability of the eternal Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan to the limits against real opponents. Is something matter? He then saw Xue Ying who was waiting for him in front of the training room. I talked with Guju, we will be implementing the plan within 10 hours. If we are lucky, we can lure several Brahma gods and other high-ranking members of the Brahma monarch god realm to the trap. She said viciously, and even Yuko was a bit astonished at how fast she worked. She was certainly efficient. He didn't doubt that words, though if they proved to be truth, then her value in his eyes would rise several times over. Splendidly done. He praised her. She beamed a bit at his praise because even her father rarely praised her about something. Did you make progress on the other things I asked? Yuko inquired as he gave several tasks to the Xue Ying to test her loyalty and intentions. Yes, I have a location of several things across the god realm of absolute beginning, several legacies from the ancient age. Xue Ying worked fast and didn't waste a moment when it came to gathering information and resources to prove herself. Chapter 72, Trap and Betrayal. Brahma Monarch God Realm, Unspecified Location. Your Majesty, I bring you an urgent report. Shouted a servant as he strode through the luxurious palace halls of the place where Brahma Heaven Monarch was staying right now. The Brahma Heaven Monarch was a tall, straight figure but had no facial hair, and his hair reached all the way to his waist. His appearance stifles the breaths of everyone. Even though he doesn't release any profound strength, just his presence alone strikes fear in everyone's hearts and souls all the same. Speak. Brahma Heaven Emperor was pretty irritated experiencing the development of the past time that was not very good. Xue Ying was a very good tool for the Brahma Monarch God Realm, a very good and powerful tool. With the loss of Xue Ying, he would have severe problems and losses, but everything was accountable to the Brahma Heaven Emperor. From the moment he killed his wife and decided to groom his daughter as his successor, he was prepared for this eventuality. Still, he cursed fate or whomever he was responsible for all of this because this greatly complicated his plans for the future. He had a grand vision for the Brahma Monarch God Realm, and right now, all of them would be much harder to realize. There are news about the location of Xue Ying, stated the servant with a grave voice. For a moment, Xue cursed himself for not entirely deleting the memories of his daughter about that incident. It would have prevented a lot of trouble, even though he would need to pay a greater price to erase her memories completely. And now he had greater problems at hand. Since the moment he sensed the connection of the Brahma soul bell over her soul was broken, he knew that it would be problematic. Thus, he stated to the outside world that his daughter went missing and he planned to announce her as dead in a few months when a good opportunity presented itself, because he didn't wish to do so right now. Even with her strength dropping considerably with the loss of Brahma God Divine Power, she should still be standing at level 4 or level 5 of the Divine Master Realm and would quickly recultivate to the level 10 Divine Master Realm with her resources and talent. Send down an order to assemble a team of 3 Brahma Gods, 9 Brahma Kings, and 20 Brahma Elders and sent them to hunt her down. They must capture her alive. I still have some uses for her. Even though she would be dead for the wider world, Xue still had some sues for his daughter, mainly as a ritualistic sacrifice that would allow him to reach the divine action realm of the true God realms, prolonging his lifespan to millions of years. One of the most significant disadvantages of the Profound Way was that the realms provided very short lifespans at all stages. Only after ascending to the true God stages of the cultivation realms would one be able to live for millions or even billions of years. The servant did what his master had ordered, while Xue had some bad feelings about the entire situation, but at the same time, he wondered if it was just his own paranoia or anything else. Also, where is that old man Guju? He wondered where the most loyal servant of his daughter went, but soon enough, he dispersed these thoughts. What would she achieve in front of more than 30 Divine Master Realm cultivators that were all above level 8 Divine Master Realm? Unknowingly to the Xue, all the news and information about the whereabouts of Xue Ying came from Guju and Xue Ying herself, and it was all just an elaborately prepared trap for them. He didn't even know about it, but he sent all of the people to their deaths or to a fate that was even worse than death. And another thing that Xue, as the Brahma Heaven Emperor, didn't have the slightest clue about was that this decision marked the fall of the Brahma Monarch God Realm as the strongest human-controlled realm. Meanwhile, at the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. So, Xue Ying asked Guju as she and Yuko were sitting cross-legged and Yuko was preaching to her about the Tao. It was crucial for her to start comprehending the bits of Tao, and it was something that even the old man Guju joined. The old fossil had already decided to switch the cultivation system. For him, finding a new one was relatively easy as he could decided that the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries was most suitable for him. It was also the closest one to evolutionary cultivation and was something that was practiced by some top-ranking chaotic origin lifeforms, including some overlords. Yes, my sources are telling me that Brahma Heaven Emperor ordered mobilization for 3 Brahma Gods, 9 Brahma Kings and around 20 or so Brahma Elders. Aside from them, there would be another 100 or so enforcers and other cultivators coming. That was undoubtedly a much higher number than both Yuko and Xue Ying anticipated together, but they just grinned hearing that in great anticipation. This would speed up the process considerably. Xue Ying said as Yuko was already preparing for the fight because he would be the one fighting against them. Even though there were many peak tier 3 cultivators there, he wasn't feeling fear but joy. Now, with all of his breakthroughs and even obtaining Manjikyo, he was pretty much confident against all of them. He knew that most of them would have just average combat prowess for a standard tier 3 cultivator, but Yuko, if he went all out, was far above that. The only threat were their high numbers and the possibility of some kind of battle formation that would tremendously increase their combat prowess. Still, for that, he had some nasty ceiling formation prepared and at least he would get some good fight. Aside from the god emperors, some heavenly genius or old monsters, or those with extraordinary circumstances, there were almost nobody in the primal chaos dimension origin world who could fight him on equal grounds while at the same tier. Splendidly done, old man, now we need to choose the battlefield. Yuko grinned because choosing the battlefield was the most important thing for him, as he needed to establish some rules of the game. It would be according to his rules when they were going to fight. I think I knew about some very suitable place for that, a place where your highness could implement even the warship in the strategy. The old servant Guju stated as he looked at the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Chapter 73, a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of an oriole behind, 1. Somewhere at the god realm of absolute beginning. Ōtsutsuki Yuko arrived at the place where Guju pinpointed him and parked his warship there, which would strengthen the seals he planned to implement during the fight. With the presence of the warship, the efficiency of his Fuinjutsu would be several times stronger because he could use his warship to power up the Fuinjutsu seals and make them several times stronger than average ones. Meanwhile, Xue Ying was preparing for the final act. When hearing how many people were coming, they would need to perform some show to buy time until the Fuinjutsu ceiling formation activated. Naturally, Xue Ying was a splendid actor, so you didn't doubt her acting abilities and that she would do her role well. He himself was preparing for the fight against many enemies, as this would also serve as a good test of his power after breaking through to the Saint Realm. Not to mention, he was also planning to test the Mangekyo Tensei Sharingan this time. He already predicted that the ability of his Mangekyo, the Void End, would have disastrous consequences for the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God Realm. Yuko was already laying down the ceiling formation that he planned to use against the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators because he needed to get them all. Not even a single one of them could escape, or else it would spell disastrous consequences. The best scenario would be leaving Xue Fontaine in the dark about the developments and that he needed to get thoughts that his subordinates died in the god realm of absolute beginning. There was a decent possibility that he would think that they were killed by the primordial beasts, especially if he could captured a few weakest of them and used his Mangekyo on them to induct a mighty illusion on their mind. This would then force Xue Fontaine to send another wave of powerhouses after his daughter, which would mean another group of sacrifices to the god tree, which in turn would mean that Xue Ying would recuperate much faster. All preparations on my end are done. Xue Ying reported to Ōtsutsuki Yuko, who was working on the ceiling formation around the entire location. He had a lot of work to do, and after the ceiling formation was finished, he needed to interconnect it with the Fuinjutsu seals on the Ōtsutsuki warship. Splendid, how long do you give them? Ōtsutsuki Yuko asked as he raised his brow as the former crown princess of the Brahma Monarch God Realm was attentively overseeing him inscribing the Fuinjutsu seals one after another. Even though the primal chaos dimension had sealing arts, they were not very developed and certainly were not a match even for the basic Ōtsutsuki Fuinjutsu. A few days. Uncle Gu deliberately left traces of me leading here, so they would be here faster. Xue Ying muttered silently, because this would be the first step to her defiance against the Brahma Monarch God Realm that would end in its destruction. You seem somewhat depressed. Yuko could tell from the tone of her voice and body language that she wasn't in a good mood, even though she attempted to hide or not, he doubted that he could read her persona if she really tried. Yes, it was my home for more than 1,000 years and my legacy, the birthplace of my mother, it just feels surreal. Unbeknownst to her, a few lonely tears escaped from her ears that even she didn't notice, even though she always appeared to be a strong and distant person, deep inside, she was still very vulnerable. Her mother was her most beloved family member who was murdered by Xue Fontaine. Don't worry, it will be alright, everything will be alright. Before she realized she was leaning over Yuko's chest as she was sobbing silently. One part of her hated herself for being this weak in front of a man, another part of her mind was rather happy that he was acting there as her moral support and not taking advantage of her. Meanwhile, Yuko took a little pity on her, even though it was not his style, but he spent a few weeks with Xue Ying and he found her a very pleasant person, if he didn't count her aloof and cold personality at the start. She was very intelligent and a good conversationalist, not talking about her intelligence that was something extraordinary on its own. Several days later, God Realm of Absolute Beginning. We are nearing the location, she should be hiding somewhere in these areas. Stated the leading cultivator of the group. There were more than 200 of them, ranging from the Divine Sovereign Realm to the Peak Divine Master Realm. The man who spoke was the strongest from the group, reaching peak level 10 Divine Master Realm. Along with 2 others, he was one of the 12 Brahma gods and was considered as one of the strongest cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God Realm. Are you sure this is not a trap? Asked a plump old man wearing a golden robe with the sigil of being also one of the 12 Brahma gods and he too was a peak level 10 Divine Master Realm cultivator. Not only him, but a good number of the Brahma kings and Brahma elders were also standing at the peak of the Divine Master Realm. The Brahma Monarch God Realm wasn't the strongest human-controlled faction for nothing. They had the highest number of Divine Master Realm cultivators and peak Divine Master Realm cultivators after the Dragon God Realm. Not to mention that all of their cultivators that practiced the methods and techniques of the Brahma God clan were top-notch warriors and that was a considerable feat if someone was a pinnacle powerhouse, it didn't mean that the person in question was also a powerful combatant. I don't think so, or rather say, that chances are low. Xue Ying lost her Brahma God divine power and should have dropped to middle levels of the divine master realm. Answered the leading Brahma God confidently, because all things considered the changes of this entire endeavor being the trap was pretty low for the Brahma cultivators. And don't forget the damage done to her foundation, she will soon drop probably to the divine sovereign realm and her actual combat prowess would be even lower than that. Remarked the last Brahma God who was the youngest of three of them and had the appearance of a middle-aged man with brown hair and a beard. Stop chit-chat, we need to go and act fast before somebody notices us. Ordered the strongest and oldest of the Brahma gods as they continued flying towards the place where Xue Ying was supposedly hiding. Chapter 74, a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of an oriole behind. 2. Somewhere on the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Yuko opened his eyes and woke up from meditation when he noticed several tens of cultivators heading towards their position at great speed. With his superior divine sense, there was almost nothing that could escape his attention, so he immediately donned his armor. Now that he reached the Saint realm at last, he wore Saint-grade artifact armor over his body. That being done, he ordered the artifact spirit of the warship to enter stealth mode. Is everything prepared, Guju? He asked the shrewd old man when he exited his quarters. Even the old man Guju was very helpful in his endeavors. When it came to cunning, the old skeleton was certainly a master of it. Especially for that reason, he inscribed one powerful Kama seal into his soul. It wasn't even a matter of trust, but rather, it was a standard procedure. Fortunately, he knew that as long as Xue Ying remained within his camp, the old man would follow her orders without a second thought. Not to mention, Guju wanted to prolong his lifespan as much as possible, and for that, he wanted to practice the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries that Yuko recommended for him. It was a much more powerful cultivation system than the profound way, be it in terms of combat prowess or lifespan. Right now, just in terms of energy accumulation, Guju would be comparable to Apex Primal Chaos Void God of Laws and Profound Mysteries cultivation system. Naturally, in terms of combat prowess, he was barely comparable to the newly advanced Void God because he lacked any Tao. Still, even true Ghost of Laws and Profound Mysteries had, technically speaking, eternal lifespan. For that, the old man would serve best to his capabilities. Yes, Your Highness, they will arrive in 10 minutes. Yuko nodded at that before giving the old servant final instructions on what to do during the clash. Obviously, he would be fighting alone against the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators, with the warship acting as his support. Are you sure that this would work? Xue Ying and Guju actually prepared a splendid scheme on how to create conflicts between the Brahma Monarch God Realm and the Dragon God Realm or between the Brahma God Realm and Star God Realm / Moon God Realm. Of course, Your Highness, the title of the strongest human-controlled Star Realm is something that many want for themselves, be it Star God Realm or the Moon God Realm, not to mention the Brahma Monarch God Realm has a certain treasure that everyone would go crazy after among the humans. Primordial Seal of Life and Death. Primordial Seal of Life and Death is ranked third among the 7 mysterious heavenly treasures. Birthed in the heart of the primordial universe, its existence is linked to the primordial universe itself. As long as the primordial universe keeps existing, the seal will also keep existing. In the whole primordial universe, it's the only object that can grant eternal life. It's coveted by every living thing. Just carrying the seal would stop someone's aging process, the lifespan would never decrease, nor would the bearer age. Naturally, it wasn't immortality but rather a poor version of agelessness, but it was still a good artifact. For the Ōtsutsuki clansmen who had agelessness as long as they became saints, it wasn't anything special, but it was considered a peerless treasure here. And it was in the hands of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, more precisely in the hands of the imperial family, who was using it to prolong the lifespan of its ancestors and other pinnacle divine master realm cultivators who were on the verge of dying. We only need to weaken the Brahma Monarch God Realm to a certain degree, which would embolden other factions to act against them. If we are lucky, we can create war spanning the entire of the primal chaos dimension if we somehow pull in the devils of the northern divine star region. Actually, it was a good plan, and it was precisely what he was sent to the primal chaos dimension origin world, not only to collect resources and information but also to weaken the local factions. 10 minutes later. Xue Ying was going to perform her own part in the play, and everything was ready. She got one talisman seal that would teleport her to the humongous warship when the fight between the two sides broke out so she would be safe. While she managed to stabilize her power at the level 5 Divine Master realm and stopped it from degrading even further, it was only a matter of time before her strength would drop once again. Not to mention, her foundation was severely damaged. Soon enough, she saw the entire group of cultivators belonging to the Brahma Monarch God realm flying towards her position under the leadership of 3 Brahma gods who were releasing their oppressive aura. Xue Yaju, Xue Guantang, and Xue Wuying, not the strongest ones among the Brahma gods, but they are not far from the 3 great Brahma gods. She instantly knew whom her father had sent after her when she looked at the leading men in the procession. They instantly surrounded her information so that she couldn't escape, apparently even maintaining a certain degree of cautiousness around her person till now. Afterward, the leader of their group, Xue Wuying, stepped forward as he looked at the former crown princess of the Brahma Monarch God realm. He himself didn't know the exact details about what had happened, he only was told that the Xue Ying became the highest level traitor to the Brahma Monarch God realm. Surrender peaceful Xue Ying, you are not our match and are outnumbered severely. You will be taken back to the Brahma Monarch God realm to be judged for your sins by the Brahma Heaven Emperor. Xue Ying stated calmly as she chuckled, seeing that everyone was in the vicinity of the Fuinjutsu formation. She then took out the talisman that Yaku gave her before she looked at the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm mockingly and, with the crack of lighting, disappeared, and in her place, somebody else appeared. Simultaneously with that, the Fuinjutsu sealing formation activated and everyone who was surrounding Xue Ying was trapped in the Fuinjutsu formation. That talisman that Yaku gave her was tied to the Fuinjutsu sealing formation, and the moment she activated it, she also activated the entire formation that sealed there the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm. Chapter 75, Downfall of the Brahma Gods, 1. Instantly, all of the Brahma Monarch God realm cultivators grew wary and looked at the newcomer who appeared in the place of Xue Ying. The smarter ones among them have realized that they were trapped. Or rather, they realized that this entire meeting, search and everything was just deliberately created a trap for them to rule them out. Especially Qianye Yaju, Qianye Guanteing and Qianye Wuying, the three Brahma gods, were very weary of the newcomer. All three of them could feel that the person who appeared before them didn't have an ounce of profound energy but had something in his body, as his body contained tremendous levels of unknown energy. For that, they decided to remain and back observe how the situation would develop because they were very cautious, which would soon pay off for them. Unknown to them, the Ōtsutsuki could just observe the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm with keen interest. Naturally, some of the Brahma Monarch God realm cultivators didn't like that the men in question was ignoring them entirely, looking at them with more amusement, and thus some of the impatient ones attacked floating aliens. The three Brahma gods observed how several of the Brahma Monarch God realm cultivators at the Divine Master realm, among which were even 3 Brahma elders and 1 Brahma king, attacked the newcomer with great speed. To their utter shock, Yaku only raised his right hand, congealing a small cube of energy on his plan, which then shot 5 beams of translucent white energy that killed the 5 cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm as their heads were vaporized within moments. This showcase of destructive prowess completely shook 3 Brahma gods, Qianye Yaju, Qianye Guanteing, and Qianye Wuying, because to be able instantaneously to kill 5 late-stage Divine Master realm cultivators was a feat that only a few people could boast of. Instantly, all the people grew varied, but none of them attempted to make the first step or negotiate with the person because it was clear that he was here to kill them. As someone who was in cahoots with Xue Ying, it was to be expected. What are you all standing there like stone statues? Let's play. Ōtsutsuki Yaku said cheerfully as he looked at the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm with glee. For now, he was still pretty much holding back and didn't use the Mangekyo ability of Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, the Void End. That would be the last step. Right now, he was going to test himself against the numerical odds. The Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan's Void End was the trump card he would use against the cultivators. As long as they didn't temper their bodies, they would instantly become just pigs waiting to be slaughtered one by one. He watched as one of the 3 Brahma gods that were present, the oldest-looking one, Qianye Wuying, started giving orders to others. Xue Ying carefully informed him about all Brahma gods, Brahma kings, and even Brahma elders and other notable powerhouses of the Brahma Monarch God realm, together with their appearances. He knew that Qianye Wuying was basically the leader of the people here and he was one of the strongest Divine Master realm cultivators, so he needed to be captured alive, together with the other 2 Brahma gods. If they were alive, the sacrifices to the god tree would have been more nutritious. Using the clairvoyance of his third eye, Senrin Jonigan, on his forehead that shined a brightly blue color, he dodged to the left as one of the cultivators appeared next to him and attacked him with a halberd. Ōtsutsuki Yaku dodged, and at the same time, his right hand cracked with lightning as he pierced through the heart of the cultivator, ripping out his heart as he crashed it with his right hand before the others. Such a gruesome end made some weaker-willed or those at the Divine Sovereign realm step back when they looked at Yaku. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan grinned at them as lighting cracked around him and he disappeared from his position. Watch out. Get into the battle formation. As expected from the leading Brahma god Qianye Wuying, he immediately held himself up and started issuing orders, as the cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm started getting themselves into battle formation. In a considerable boom, Yaku appeared in the area where there were tens of Divine Sovereign realm cultivators and with his katana, he started slashing right and left, decapitating the poor humans at lightning speed, using the Tao of Lighting, which was at embryonic form of profound mystery level to boost up his speed tremendously. Before the other cultivators realized what was happening, more than 15 of them were already killed before they could blink and Yaku once again disappeared from his previous spot where he was. Yaju, Guanteing, take some Divine Masters and break the seal with everything you get, try everything we need to get out of this alive, that woman has tricked us and is probably colluding with something dangerous to the entire realm of gods. Qianye Wuying said to Qianye Yaju and Qianye Guanteing, who immediately rallied several tens of Divine Masters, leaving Qianye Wuying command over 50 cultivators of the Divine Master realm, ranging from early stages to peak of the Divine Master realm. Activate the Brahma War God formation. Suddenly, all cultivators of the Brahma Monarch God realm burst out with golden-colored profound energy, which Yaku observed with keen interest, as he was warned beforehand about the Brahma War God formation. It was the strongest trump card of the Brahma gods and even in his most powerful state, he would be hard-pressed to fight against it and defeat it, especially when it was supported by a high number of Divine Master realm cultivators. The Brahma War God avatar would be immensely powerful. Decisive, indeed, so time to cut our play a bit short, it seems. Yuko muttered to himself as he appeared some distance from the Brahma war god avatar that was slowly taking shape. His Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes started spinning, changing patterns, and soon after, invisible power burst out from his eyes. In a split of a second, to disbelief to every single cultivator present, the Brahma war god avatar dispersed into nothingness, and they found out that their profound energy was also gone. Working well, it seems. The Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki clan watched how the Mangekyo ability of his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, the Void End, created despair in the hearts of cultivators, and he had to admit, it was a very fulfilling sight. Chapter 76, Downfall of the Brahma Gods, 2. Mangekyo ability of his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, the Void End, created some sort of imperfect domain where any kind of energy was null and void. Even his own chakra couldn't be used appropriately, but that was something that Yuko was still working on. He believed that with enough training and precise control over the Void End, he would be able to create a specifically targeted domain that would not have such fatal side effects. Still, fortunately, from his previous training, he was able to navigate it more towards the profound energy than the chakra. The three Brahma gods, Qianye Yaju, Qianye Guanteing, and Qianye Wuying, were essentially frozen with shock and disbelief about what had happened. Such a thing was absolutely unprecedented because even ordinary domains were relatively rare across the realm of gods. As the profound way didn't really depend on comprehension of laws or Tao, not many people had something like domains in the primal chaos dimension and they were exceedingly rare. And even if someone had domain-like ability, it didn't have such outrageous ability like this, totally nullifying any bit of the profound energy, rendering their cultivation useless. The last thing that remained from the Brahma monarch god realm cultivators was to fight with their bodies. Unfortunately, only a small part of them were tempering their bodies and training in some body-tempering scriptures, so the rest of them were ready to be plucked. During the time he spent in the primal chaos dimension origin world, Yuko quickly realized that the local cultivators didn't really put a lot of effort into cultivating their physiques. And that was something that he planned to put to his advantage. Though contrary to the ordinary cultivators, those of Brahma war god lineage flowing through their veins were different. Every single Brahma god, Brahma king, and Brahma elder had tempered their bodies with war god body scripture to a certain degree. Especially Qianye Yaju, Qianye Guanteing, and Qianye Wuying, who were Brahma gods, had bodies that were as strong divine master realm cultivators and wouldn't have much problem fighting without their profound energy for some time. Unbeknownst to the Brahma monarch god realm cultivators, Yuko couldn't hold the Void End ably of Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan of his indefinitely, but only for a certain period of time. It was draining his chakra at a very fast speed, even faster than he was regenerating it. And if he decided to use the chakra during the fight when he was in the Void End domain, then the consumption would be even faster. Still, Yuko was prepared for this because he was using the Void End domain for the sole purpose only. It was the annihilation of the three Brahma gods who were strongest in the group of cultivators and also the only ones who could control the Brahma war god avatar formation. As long as they were killed, the remaining cultivators would be no threat. He could then deactivate the Void End domain and kill them individually. The very first thing Yuko did as he gripped his sword was to activate Senrin Jonagan, which shined with pale blue color. Using the clairvoyance's future sight, he dodged backward as one of the Brahma gods appeared in front of him, delivering his punch. Heaven's blood sword style, heavenly cut. Faster than lightning, Ōtsutsuki Yuko drew his sword out and slashed at the Qianye Yaju's right hand as a clank sound was heard. Surprisingly, the Brahma god managed to withstand the attack and his hand was still attached to his body. That was something that Yuko didn't like, but he grinned when he saw the Brahma god taking several steps backward from the impact. In a split of a second, two other Brahma gods, Qianye Guanteing and Qianye Wuying, attacked Yuko with their weapons. Yuko swiftly dodged while delivering heavenly unyielding slash at two Brahma gods, parrying their swords in a matter of 1 moment before he delivered a powerful kick to the chest of Qianye Yenji. Qianye Yenji was sent crashing into a smaller group of Brahma monarch god realm cultivators, as Yuko, in a split of moment, sent them one dust beam, greatly burning his chakra with that one. But at the same time, he felt his Jindan producing more and more chakra and simultaneously, the Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan used the Celestial Chakra Manual to control the remaining chakra within his body. His eyes instantly went to two remaining Brahma gods who were around him. Soon enough, though, more and more Brahma kings and Brahma elders arrived, surrounding Yuko, who chuckled when he saw the explosion of dust release and the fact that he was surrounded. "Let's cut the numbers, shall we?" he said cheerfully as 10 katanas appeared. All of them were saint-grade artifacts, which he started controlling through his magnetokinesis. Because the magnetokinesis was his bloodline ability that wasn't dependent on chakra, the 10 swords shot with lightning speed at some of the weakest cultivators present. Instantly, before anyone could react, 10 more corpses were floating in the emptiness of the god realm of absolute beginning. Afterward, the swords changed their trajectory as they shot toward the weakest divine master realm cultivators and some of the remaining divine sovereign realm cultivators that had managed to survive till now. Simultaneously, as he was controlling the swords through the magnetokinesis, Yuko appeared in front of Qianye Guanteing, who was holding his sword and hacked at him with lightning speed, which the Brahma god managed to block, but Yuko teleported behind him and stabbed him in his spinal cord. He then kicked the katana deeper into his body, letting go of the sword, as he controlled another sword through his magnetokinesis and with one precise cut, one head rolled. Heaven's blood sword style, heavenly cut. Yaku always loved killing enemies that were incapable of defending themselves after he was done with them. It left a weird feeling of satisfaction, like right now, as he was watching blood splutter from the neck of a headless corpse. 1 down, 2 to go. He had approximately 3 minutes before his chakra reserves would drop to the critical line, so he needed to kill the remaining 2 Brahma gods as fast as possible. The rest of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators were no threat because even right now, many were busy with dodging the swords that were pursuing them. Chapter 77, Downfall of the Brahma Gods, 3. Xue Ying warned Yaku that Brahma gods had tempered their bodies to the Divine Master realm and were relatively strong body refiners, at least when it came to the Brahma War God body scripture. She herself had a copy of the Brahma War God body scripture, which certainly helped his fight because he knew the strong and weak sides of the Brahma War God body scripture and thus, he knew exactly how and when to strike at his opponents. The Brahma War God body scripture focuses on the overwhelming offensive only, often ignoring defense and supplementary capabilities in favor of tremendously increasing the explosive power of the cultivator. For Yaku, this was a grave weakness because the cultivators who refined their bodies according to the Brahma War God body scripture had relatively weak defense and their versatility was also not much. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. And indeed, it paid off, because this prompted Yaku to be constantly on the offensive, not giving the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators any opportunity to launch an attack on him as they were constantly just defending themselves. Ōtsutsuki Yaku knew that their combat prowess was high enough to be severely injured if they had the opportunity to do so. Because of that, he needed to be faster and was constantly attacked as they could just only defend. Through the combination of Magnetokinsis and Heaven's Blood sword style, he indeed achieved the desired results, as most of the weaker cultivators lay dead, and nobody could defend against the swords that he controlled. And with the Heaven's Blood sword style, he was held at by the remaining 2 Brahma gods and some of the strongest Brahma kings and Brahma elders, not allowing them to do anything else. Though the remaining Brahma kings and Brahma elders already had various degrees of injuries across their bodies, and their numbers were getting thinner and thinner. From the initial 9 Brahma kings, only 4 were standing and from Brahma elders, only 10 were remaining. Heavenly Unyielding Slash. Heavenly Unyielding Slash. Heavenly Unyielding Slash. Yaku performed 3 times the Heavenly Unyielding Slash in short succession, as several heads were decapitated from their necks, further thinning the numbers of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators. Seeing the number of them being killed like pigs to be slaughtered further enraged the remaining 2 Brahma gods, as they started even burning their own life offers to attack Yaku with all they got. Right now, they just wanted to get revenge for their fallen comrades and when they saw the Ōtsutsuki Crown Prince smirking at them provocatively, both of them lost all of their restraints as they attacked him with newfound brutality. 1:30. Yaku counted the time that was left for the Void End to be active, as he felt that his chakra reserves were dropping significantly with each passing second and even with the regeneration of his Jindan, it was still decreasing. Still, 1.5 minutes was enough for him. Not even moments later, his Senrin Jonagan glowed as he appeared next to the Kanyenju, who attacked him with his halberd and stabbed his katana directly to his heart with one swift movement. Provoking enemies always had its perks. When someone lost their sanity, it was way easier to fight them, and what was the easiest way for them to lose their rational thinking? Of course, to slaughter their comrades in the most brutal way and laugh at it. In most cases, it worked, fortunately. Though it didn't really work on Xue Ying because it only pissed him off, but the old man still calmed down after several seconds when he realized that all of this was probably a trap, bless him, his experiences. Still, for the younger ones, it was much harder, and now, another of the Brahma gods, Xue Ying, paid for that with his life. Yaku then looked at the remaining one of the 3 Brahma gods, Xue Ying, with a grin as he appeared in front of the Soul Braham god and slashed at his neck. Instantly, the elderly man raised his sword, blocking the strike of Ōtsutsuki Crown Prince, but Yaku just continued attacking, as his attack grew faster and stronger, cracking with lightning, as he was using it to boost up his combat prowess. 0:49. Heavenly Cut. 0:35. Heavenly Cut. 0:24. Heavenly Cut. 0:15. Heavenly Cut. 0:4. 7-Path Technique, Deva Path, Bansho Tenin. In moments before the Void End would dissipate as his chakra reserves were nearing critical line, he used Heavenly Attraction of All Creation technique of the 7-Path technique of the Senrin Jonagan and attracted Xue Ying towards him at shocking speed, leaving the elderly cultivators astounded of what was happening. Cosmic Chakra Projection, Golden Wheel of Reincarnation Explosion. Immediately afterward, he focused all of the chakra he had into his katana, created a projection of an enormous golden flaming sword of chakra and hacked it forward, piercing through the remaining Brahma god. 7-Path Technique, Human Path. Yaku then performed the last technique as he grabbed the head of the dying Xue Ying and started reading all of the information from his mind. Though some things that protected by powerful artifacts that he couldn't breach in a short time normally, now that the target would die. Nevertheless, he didn't care for that. Soon enough, he extracted every single bit of information from Xue Ying's mind before he dropped the corpse, which floated aimlessly in the god realm of absolute beginning. Every single one of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators was killed. This would certainly be a disastrous event for the Brahma Monarch God Realm. A significant portion of their military power was destroyed here. And that was not even the worst part yet. He took out juvenile tentails from his dimensional storage, which started taking root on the planet where they were fighting and spreading his roots to the corpses of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators that were all around the place. He was initially assimilating the DNA and origin of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators, especially those who bore the Brahma God divine power. All of the Brahma gods, Brahma kings, and Brahma elders bore some amount of Brahma God divine power. I see that nobody managed to survive, as expected. Yuko turned around as he saw Xue Ying walking gracefully. She wore a rather revealing golden dress as she watched over the battlefield with excitement and worship in her eyes. Chapter 78, Helping Xue Ying. T.S., and what would you await, woman? I don't have a habit of sparing my enemies, that is one really bad habit to have, actually. Yuko frowned as he heard her, but he continued watching the tentails doing his job, as it was slowly transforming into a juvenile god tree and devouring everything in the vicinity. The corpses of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators were indeed a splendid fertilizer. Now, be quiet a bit, I need to modify the god tree additionally. He then went to the god tree and put his right hand on the growing tree and started inserting information and orders for the god tree on what to do. He wanted to get unique chakra fruit that would help Xue Ying to transition from the profound way cultivation system to the evolutionary cultivation system, but at the same time, he wanted to preserve and tweak the Brahma god legacy, as that could be the direction of her evolution. All of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen could control the god trees, but only those of the divine lineage could do something like this, like directing the way the god tree would act and what the god tree would create. After several minutes, he put away his hand from the trunk of the god tree and looked around himself, seeing that the roots of the god tree were already penetrating the corpses of the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators. The god tree worked even faster than Yuko anticipated. How long would it take? Xue Ying asked as she went to him, also looking at the god tree because for her it was a pretty fascinating sight. She studied a lot about the evolutionary cultivation system and the Ōtsutsuki clan and how they got stronger. While their old power system contained nothing more than just eating one chakra fruit after another, draining countless worlds, planets, and realms out of their life and turning them into the chakra fruits, they now even comprehended the Tao, which made them even more frightening opponents. It is certainly working faster than I have anticipated, so probably within 1 month, we will have a fruit for you. Yuko looked at the god tree with a keen eye as he predicted the approximate time when the god tree would fully germinate and give birth to the fruit. Fortunately, he took enough precautions against the situations when somebody from the Brahma Monarch God Realm would search for the killed cultivators. Not to mention, searching for something or somebody in the god realm of absolute beginning was utter suicide to do. This place was huge and dangerous as hell, death was waiting on every corner. Even right now as they were speaking, Yuko was forced to activate concealment Fuinjutsu seals because his fight with the Brahma Monarch God Realm cultivators attracted swarms of the primordial beasts. There were literally hundreds of them in the vicinity of the celestial body where they were right now standing. Even leaving this place without a fight would be a hard thing to do. Yet, on the contrary, the swarms of the primordial beasts would also serve as a good curtain for them. They could hide behind them, as nobody would be that foolish to search this place with this many primordial beasts being here. What do you think would be the next move of Qianye? Right now, Yuko had categorized the 3 greatest obstacles in his mission, namely Dragon God Realm, Brahma Monarch God Realm and Northern Divine Region, which was being apparently entirely unified by some powerful faction led by someone titled Witch Queen. Bury the news and find the replacements as soon as possible, but the losses this time are too big, too big. He could see that Xue Ying even giggled madly to herself with utter satisfaction as she looked over the carnage of her former clansmen. I believe that you have plans for that already. Yuko asked with a chuckle, as Xue Ying laughed softly, as she indeed had several contingency plans for such situations prepared already. Please. I have several already prepared, though we should go with variant number 1 as first to see the reaction of the Brahma Monarch God Realm. In fact, Xue Ying created several scenarios on which they could then act and each one was an elaborately crafted scheme. Her hatred for the Brahma Monarch God Realm and especially for the Brahma Heaven Emperor Xue was immeasurable and she put all of her heart, mind, and energy into crafting the schemes that would destroy the Brahma Monarch God Realm. Then continue, please, your schemes are like fine poetry, it is beauty on its own. Yuko complimented the former crown princess of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, as she blushed a bit at his compliment because this was certainly a new one. Usually, men would compliment their appearance, dress, or whatever, but the men in front of her actually praised her ability to scheme and cause despair and destruction. Inwards, though, she softly smiled because she was happy with such a compliment. The first step would be to spread rumors and maybe spread some evidence with records of killed powerhouses of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, though this won't have very strong effects because Xue will do everything in his power to squash it down as nothing more than baseless accusations and falsifications. Xue started explaining her plans to Yuko, who listened attentively. But that is giving us the opportunity to have some big players to make a move against the Brahma Monarch God Realm. The best course of action would be to at first create conflict between Brahma Monarch God Realm, Star God Realm and Moon God Realm, and that is actually the easiest thing to do. She grinned at that because a few centuries ago, Brahma Monarch God Realm schemed greatly against the Star God Realm and put the blame on the Moon God Realm. More than 200 years ago, several Brahma gods actually created a trap for the Star Gods and some prominent members of Star God Realm imperial family, which resulted in their death, and everything was put on the Moon God Realm. She said as he could now understood where she was going with it. And because of the long rivalry between the Star God Realm and Moon God Realm, nobody actually investigated anything as they immediately started fighting. Even though Yuko wasn't the best schemer around, that didn't mean he was totally unusable in this area. Exactly, and such things actually happened several times already because Star God Realm and Moon God Realm are one of the strongest human-controlled God Realms, and Brahma Monarch God Realm always wanted to destroy them and assimilate their legacy. Now, the only thing we need to do is to reveal the truth. Indeed, the innocent-looking blonde-haired princess with golden eyes was a pretty vicious person. Chapter 79, Mental Breakdown, 1. And when the truth is out, all sides would be out for blood. The Star God Realm and Moon God Realm may even allay to attack the weakened Brahma Monarch God Realm for revenge. Yuko then quickly caught on to her scheme against her former home. Yes. And that is not even all. If we succeed at making the three of them wage war against each other, then at some time, the Dragon God Realm will join the fray to quell down the strongest human-controlled God Realms. The Dragon God Realm, as the strongest faction within the realm of gods, had the highest number of Divine Master Realm dragons, and because they were dragons they were also way stronger than ordinary human Divine Master Realm cultivators. Long Bai is a very ambitious man, and greedy even for the standards of the dragon. He wouldn't let this opportunity simply pass on and would certainly use it to attack the three strongest human factions and obtain their legacies, and in that, another part of our plan lay. Xue Ying stated with a mischievous smile. The only sole part is the participation of the northern divine region, but that should not be the problem. With one move, we will plunge the entire realm of gods into an enormous conflict where there would be no winner, only destruction and despair. Even Yukui had to blink several times at the golden-hair woman who talked about the war that would kill billions with a cheerful smile and excitement before he started laughing as he was thinking over this. Xue Ying, you are indeed a splendid woman. Your mind is matched only by your beauty, so scheming and so ruthless. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan felt his heart beating when he looked at the former Brahma goddess because his greed was getting over him and he started to desire her. She was not only breathtakingly beautiful but genial and ruthless, having no problem plunging the entire origin world into genocidal war. She was perfect, be it power, ambition, appearance. Utterly perfect. And at the same time, Yuko started cursing at himself because now he was realizing that suppressing most of his emotions to focus continuously on training and cultivation may have been probably a bad idea. Yet when he came up to her, Yuko stopped in his steps, looked around and felt something weird. A bubbling rage inside him was swelling and going to erupt at any given moment, as many things that he suppressed along the time we now coming back. I will be right back, Oki. He said while performing some basic space-time shinjutsu that he learned as he teleported away from their place to some more desolate parts of the god realm of absolute beginning because what was coming wouldn't be pleasant. Not nice at all. He appeared on the desolate celestial body like the rest of the celestial bodies in the god realm of absolute beginning. His chakra levels started increasing and flaming around in mere moments, becoming entirely visible. Damn it. Suddenly his chakra burst out of his body, obliterating everything in the vicinity of several tens of kilometers around him until nothing remained, to the point where even the entire celestial body started cracking and falling apart. Because it was one of the smallest celestial bodies, it was essentially destroyed in his outburst because Yuko realized that he had completely lost control over his emotions. They were lashing out, his chakra control was nowhere and he was now destroying everything around him. Not even moments after his outburst, it was noticed by countless primordial beasts that were living in the god realm of absolute beginning as they began swarming toward him like moths to a flame. Soon enough, there were hundreds upon hundreds of them, gathered and ready to attack, ranging from the Divine King realm to the Divine Master realm, while the most fearsome ones were radiating power even above the Divine Master realm. Ōtsutsuki Yuko, who was now more controlled by his emotions and instincts, attacked at first sight of the enemies when he saw the swarm of the primordial beast approaching them as tens of translucent cubes appeared behind him. Dust release, Gate of Babylon. In a split of a second, tens of dust cubes started shooting beams of the dust release, and because Yuko had comprehended the Tao of dust to the profound mystery level, it was unstoppable. Every time the dust beam hit the target, they were disintegrated on the spot and only bodies of the Divine Master Realm primordial beasts remained in one piece because their hides and scales were the strongest. Not waiting for the primordial beasts to get stronger, Yuko gripped his sword, cracked with lighting, and appeared in front of the biggest Divine Master Realm primordial beast, piercing through its skull with his sword. Afterward, he instantly disappeared in a flash of thunder, his sword enveloped by lightning as he aimed at the next Divine Master Realm primordial beast. Heaven's Blood sword style, heavenly cut. Blood spluttered all around as he severed the front leg of the primordial beast. Not stopping there, he teleported above the enormous beast, standing its neck with his thunder sword and cutting one more time. Heaven's Blood sword style, heavenly cut. With one cut of the Heaven's Blood sword style, Yuko decapitated the peak Divine Master Realm primordial beast before he moved on to another one. Yuko moved, jumped, cut and slaughtered all of the primordial beasts that were in the vicinity. His katana had already broken several times, and this was already the third one he was using because the hides of the peak Divine Master Realm primordial beasts were too strong and durable even when he was attacking them with everything he had. And that was not talking about the primordial beasts that he concluded were at the Divine Extinction Realm, who were watching him from the shadows. From what he learned from Xue Ying, the Divine Extinction Realm was, technically speaking, part of the True God stages. It was more like a transitionary realm. The Divine Extinction Realm was something above average Peak Saint Realm, but it was still under the Holy Lord Realm. Still, they presented a grave threat to Yuko, who was only at the Saint C stage, but now in his rather crazed state, he didn't care for that for a bit. He needed that there were 2 Divine Extinction Realm primordial beasts that had only recently reached the Divine Extinction Realm, and they were observing him, analyzing him, and waiting for a proper moment to strike. Chapter 80, Mental Breakdown, 2. One thing that he learned about the primordial beasts was that their entire species were pinnacle hunters. They loved to hunt not only because of food or resources but also to perfect the art of hunting itself. But none of that matters to Yuko, who kept slaughtering the primordial beasts. The more he killed, the more arrived, because it was all orchestrated by the 2 initial Divine Extinction Realm primordial beasts that were using the wave tactics to wear him out. Damned bastards. I did everything right. Everything. Yuko screamed in rage as his chakra got out of control, transforming itself into the pure dust releasing an enormous wave that obliterated everything around him in the near vicinity, annihilating more than 200 primordial beasts in one go. Not even a speck of ash remained from them. This would generally bother him because corpses of the primordial beasts were excellent material, their bodies were extremely tough and full of nutrients. Not only that, but in alchemy, they would be priceless. The Ōtsutsuki clan were partly liable to their emotions. When they got out of control, it was always problematic. Their emotions could be their strongest weapons, their weakest side, or their doom or salvation. After his reincarnation, Yuko decided to do the thing that seemed most logical to him at that point, which was to forge his sense of self and focus solely on getting stronger as much as possible. In the environment of the Ōtsutsuki clan, it was probably the only rational choice at the moment, not to mention the entire dangerous Starvale origin world wasn't really helping at that. Thus, he decided all of the time he had to train. To master the chakra control and chakra usage, to master one shinjutsu after another, and to absorb as much information and knowledge on various topics in countless areas. Why? Suddenly, a rune appeared in his soul, with a kanji symbol for lightning, signifying that he attained the profound mystery level of the Tao of Lightning amidst the combat as he rushed at one of the Divine Extinction Realm primordial beast. More than 2 centuries of suppressed emotions inside him were erupting one after another as his strikes were getting stronger and more ferocious with each passing second. He even subconsciously activated the future sight and clairvoyance of his third eye, which shone with a pale blue color as he kept dodging the attacks from the primordial beasts. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut. Subconsciously, his body was moving already on auto mode or something like that as he attacked the tail of the primordial beast again and again. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut. For the second time, he severed the tail of the Divine Extinction Realm primordial beast, cracking with lighting. Now that he attained comprehension of Tao of Lighting of the profound mystery level, his speed was many times faster. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut. 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 He hacked, slashed, cut, dodged, and continued fighting. He was already bleeding from various parts of his body, most from his eyes, his armor was cracked, and he barely felt his limbs from the aftershocks. But he kept on fighting more and more. The rage, despair, and everything inside him fueled his energy to continue fighting against the primordial beasts, as now only those at the Divine Master Realm and Divine Extinction Realm remained. Rest either perished or escaped. Heaven's Blood Sword style, heavenly cut, Divine Thunder Judgment. Suddenly, his katana came alive as he slashed out, slitting the neck of one of the Divine Extinction Realm primordial beasts while executing one of the newest moves from Heaven's Blood Sword style. At the same time, the primordial beast was killed, and his sword broke into countless fragments, but Yuko didn't care, as he controlled tens of dust cubes to concentrate their fire on the second primordial beast to hold it back for a moment. Suddenly, as he looked at the last primordial beast that was hissing at him dangerously, he stopped in his tracks, covering his left eye, which was almost blind right now because he suffered a strike from the first Divine Extinction Realm primordial beast moments ago. Life without relationships is not worth it. Even with all of the power you can get, it will feel like an empty husk. He remembered one quote from his first life: he never thought that he was special because he had reincarnated or transmigrated. There were countless people who were reincarnating each day here and there across an immeasurable number of origin worlds or chaotic source dimensions. Reincarnators, transmigrators, regressors, time travelers, people undergoing rebirth and God knows what. It is far more common than one may think, especially in many advanced origin worlds with powerful foundations. So no, Yuko didn't think that the act he was from Earth made any special, and he didn't even care about his past life at all. For him, it was only a collection of useless memories. But yet, when he remembered some of these moments, he didn't even realize that he started crying, as tears mixed with blood were dropping down his bloodied face. I was foolish, I think, or no. Amid all of that, he gave a small laugh as he sighed, in resignation, but at the same time, he felt very satisfied feeling. Indeed, without emotions, we are no different from machines. Now the regret was crashing at him, as he wanted to shout and scream, but it was very freeing. Right now, he felt an immense burden had fallen from his shoulder, and it was so exciting and so wonderful. Come on, big lizard, you are the last one. Yuko looked at the remaining primordial beast suffering under the dust releases barrage. It was the sole surviving primordial beast from probably a few hundred that he massacred here. Chapter 81, Mental Breakdown, 3. Dust Release, Return to Nothingness. The Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan clapped his hands together as all dust cubes fused into one before they shot towards the divine extinction realm primordial beast at tremendous speed, erupting in blinding light. Dust Sword Judgment. In mere moments, the dust sphere turned into the shape of a sword, as the divine action realm primordial beast readied all of its strength to defend against the sword strike, though unfortunately for it, the dust sword pierced through its arm, directly striking the skull of the humongous creature. And done is done. He felt tired, very tired, everything hurt him. And his entire body was on fire, but he only laughed as he collapsed on the corpse of another primordial beast that was floating in nothingness. Ha 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 ha. His mad laughter echoed through the sounds of silence in the god realm of absolute beginning. Finally, at last, he felt for the first time he lived, free and just free. Whatever. I should probably collect these. Yaku then cheerfully said, because even he didn't realize what had happened when he snapped and stopped suppressing his emotions and everything around him. He then quickly started collecting the carcasses of the killed primordial beasts. There were hundreds of corpses. He already planned to use some of the corpses as additional fertilizers for the god tree that was germinating the Brahma god fruit. I should probably go. It is highly possible that some true god realm primordial beasts would arrive if they exist, or probably peak divine extinction realm primordial beast. Yaku then muttered as he quickly disappeared and returned back to the place where the worship of the clan was with the god tree. He didn't even realize that he had spent several hours massacring the primordial beasts. He definitely obtained a lot from this, not only through the corpses of the primordial beasts that were numbered in hundreds, especially the 2 corpses of divine extinction realm primordial beasts. But one thing that was most precious was Yaku's rebirth through self-realization. Xue Ying was waiting anxiously for Yaku because he had disappeared very quickly several hours ago and she knew that something must have happened. She didn't know what, but her keen observations told her that it was something serious. She spent a lot of time with Ōtsutsuki Yaku, and despite his cold and indifferent demeanor, he was actually a very pleasant person to be around once he opened up a bit. So, what do you say, Brahma goddess, do you wish to become mine? As she was contemplating, she suddenly heard his voice and felt him hugging her weight. He was entirely drenched in blood and severely injured. Her entire mind was freaking right now because she was unsure of what to do. Her cheeks reddened, but at the same time, she wanted to ask what had happened to him that he had returned several hours ago and returned almost half dead. For her entire life, she despised men who only lusted for her appearance and beauty. She used them for her bidding, to obtain power, spread her influence, and obtain cultivation resources, treasures or power. Now she was put in front of a dilemma because she liked the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. They were similar in a certain sense, both of them had great ambitions, both of them disdained those who believed in ideas of justice and self-righteousness, and both of them wanted power. Her hands and legs started shaking. She wanted to push Yaku away from her, but in the end, when she attempted to do so, she realized that she couldn't. His embrace felt so comforting and so pleasant. She just stood there, frozen in one place while her brain was racking on what to do over the about situation, as her inner voices were each telling something different, often contradicting each other at that. In the end, she just wrapped her hands around Yaku's waist, put her head on his chest and rested her head over it. She didn't say anything, and in truth, there was not even a need for her to say something because Yaku understood Xue Ying very well. Too well, actually, at that. Yes. She muttered quietly with a barely bearable voice as that was the last thing that Yaku heard before he entirely lost consciousness. Worship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, several days later. Xue Ying was spending the last 3 days taking care of the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. When Yaku returned back, and after that, he lost consciousness and fell into a deep coma. Fortunately, she had learned some bits about healing and together with Guju and Worship's artifact spirit, they were able to stabilize his state until he started healing quickly. The self-healing capabilities of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen were high, especially those who underwent body forging several times all over and over. In the worship, there was even special chambers with advanced life support systems that were specifically prepared for situations like this. After they put Ōtsutsuki Yaku into the healing pod, his body started healing at a visible rate, though his chakra network would need some more time to recuperate completely. She didn't know what happened to him, but she heard that the artifact spirit said that his chakra network was almost fried. That was certainly not good. Still, shockingly they started healing after some time, and right now, they were almost good as new. Even Xue Ying was deeply surprised that within a few days, previously almost half-dead Ōtsutsuki Yaku was now perfectly fine. Though not entirely perfectly fine, but he was faring much better and would wake up at any given moment. After 3 days, they put him in his chambers from the healing pod when the artifact spirit told Xue Ying that Yaku didn't need to be in the healing pod any longer. The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm was reading a book on evolutionary cultivation, as the worship of the Ōtsutsuki clan had a small library built in because Yaku loved reading. Fuck. I feel like being hit by Tarask. Suddenly she heard a feeble voice belonging to the Ōtsutsuki clan crown prince, who was slowly waking up. Yaku felt like shit, he felt very weak, frail, and tired as hell, but at least the pain was much less. He scanned his body with divine sense and noticed that his chakra network was fine, though he noticed that they were only recently regenerated and they would need to be more time to recuperate. I don't know what Tarask is, but you look terrible. Xue Ying said softly as she looked at his disheveled and unkempt appearance. She closed the book she was reading and went to Yuko, sitting on the other end of the bed. Chapter 82, Explosion and New Path. Even though Yuko didn't have a mirror at his disposition, he knew that he must have looked like shit, but that was to be expected since he fought literal hordes of the primordial beasts and even killed 2 at the divine extinction realm. Probably yes, but it was worth it. He said quietly as the former crown princess of Brahma monarch god realm raised her brow at him. I managed to encounter and slay 2 divine extinction realm primordial beasts and a whole horde of divine sovereign realm and divine master realm primordial beast when I was away. As he said that, he could see or feel her shock because it was evident, and there was also a great deal of fear mixed in because nobody would expect that they would indeed encounter divine extinction realm primordial beasts. Even in the realm of gods, they were considered as nothing more than mere myth because nobody saw one alive. But that made sense because if someone saw it alive with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to survive the onslaught. You are mad, do you know that? After she realized what happened, Xue Ying couldn't hope to scold Yuko, but there was also great admiration in her eyes that didn't escape the observant eyes of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and also pride. If he was correct, then it was everything that he needed to know for now. How long did I sleep? He asked because he felt well rested at that. Only a few days, as you fell unconscious the moment you returned. Hearing that, Yuko nodded in agreement as he sat on the bed and looked at the Brahma goddess, or, rather, soon to be one Genu one once the Brahma fruit was finished. So, about that thing you said before you dropped dead, should we finish that up? During the past days when Yuko was unconscious, Xue Ying spent a lot of time contemplating what she wanted from life and how she wanted to live. Through all of her sacrifices, hatred, insecurities and experiences, she decided to give it a try. It didn't take her long to realize what had happened with Ōtsutsuki Yuko after a short discussion with Warship's artifact spirit and Guju. Though it only confirmed her previous suspicions about the crown prince of a world-devouring clan. It seemed that their entire clan was extremely emotional, or rather they could draw great power from their emotions if they wished. It could become their strongest side if mastered and weakest link if left be. Yuko has chosen to suppress his emotions to focus on cultivation, training, and becoming the best in his hunger for power. It was rather similar to her own story. Just with the exception that he was boiling a kettle that one sooner or later explodes. And he exploded, or rather broke down, because it was too much for him. Ironically, though, he remained sane enough that when it started to disappear as far as possible because his chakra deviated and he was destroying everything around him, he completely lost hold of himself. If he remained, then she was aware that her chances of survival were pretty much null because one wave of his rampart chakra would be enough to obliterate her until not even a speck of dust remained from her. Yes, that. I think that I said enough. What's your answer? Xue Ying then just absent-mindedly nodded because she made her choice already. Sometime later, Yuko sat together with Xue Ying underneath the god tree as they observed the majestic plant. Both of them were resting. The god tree was growing very fast, faster than anyone initially anticipated, due to all the fertilizer it got from the corpses of more than 200 peak cultivators from the Brahma monarch god realm. And around 80 of them were at the divine master realm, while the rest were at the late stage to peak stage of the divine sovereign realm. Yuko even sensed through the connection with the god tree that the unique Brahma fruit was already in the process of germination. Slow and steady. The fruit is growing well, the results would be even better than expected. Your father sent far more people after you than I thought. Yuko muttered while Xue Ying was leaning over his chest, as she scowled deeply when she heard him mentioning her father, the person she hated the most in the world right now and wanted nothing more than just to tear him apart. That is probably for the word-defying heaven manual. One part of it should be located within the god realm of absolute beginning, and only I knew its approximate location. Word-defying heaven manual was the central inheritance of the ancestral goddess, someone whom Yuko assumed to be either tier 5 being or tier 6. It was highly possible that the ancestral gods was a low-rank chaotic origin life form. So her inheritance would be indeed a very, very precious thing even for the Ōtsutsuki clan because it was of chaotic origin life form. No wonder that Xue Fontaine is so hell-bent on capturing you alive. Do you know where exactly the world-defying heaven manual is located? Yuko asked, as this was one of the prime targets that he wanted to get his hands on. Obtaining a low-rank chaotic origin life form legacy would indeed bring him a tremendous amount of contribution points. World-defying heaven manual is divided into 3 parts, and I only know that one part is somewhere in the most dangerous areas of the god realm of absolute beginning and another one should be somewhere in the northern divine region. World-defying heaven manual had 3 fragments that were lost since the age of gods and devils. So that means he will try again. Even Yuko was certain that Xue Fontaine would try once more to get Xue Ying. Yes, he will stop at nothing, and basically, he couldn't risk of the secret leaking because that is the only path to the true god stages. Indeed, they were, in the modern ages, the path to the true god stages was cut out and there was almost no way to reach them. The world-defying heaven manual presented a sole and unique opportunity for many to embark on an entirely new journey. Chapter 83, Brahma Fruit. After you have eaten the Brahma fruit and recultivated, we would depart to search for the world-defying heaven manual. At least we could get one fragment. Yuko said with a voice of finality because the world-defying heaven manual was too precious for him to pass on. He had already spent a lot of time in the god realm of absolute beginning, but it wasn't a problem. The Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces were fortifying themselves in the frigid origin realm and already finished the mapping of the entire star realm. Right now, under the leadership of Ōtsutsuki Doma, they were preparing for the clash against the Sky Gate sect. During the time he was away, they have subdued the Iron Sand City, Dune Sand Cult and Flame Lotus Palace with little to no effort, and right now, the entire Flowing Sand continent has gone dark. Ōtsutsuki Doma predicted that it would be a few years before someone went to actually investigate what has happened with the Flowing Sand continent from the Sky Gate sect. Yes, their suspicions proved to be true, and the Iron Sand City was actually managed by someone who was ordered to establish the outpost from the elders of the Sky Gate sect. So, right now, Ōtsutsuki Doma was playing the waiting game and they were buying time. Right now, there was a whole bunch of saints in their celestial territory because nobody had such a huge ruckus when breaking through to the saint realm like Yuko. For that reason, he was the only one who needed to have his breakthrough somewhere else. Not to mention, Ōtsutsuki Doma found out that they could use the Forbidden Zones as their cover for their breakthrough, so presently, there were around 15 Saint Realm Ōtsutsukis at the Saint C stage. When they went all out, they would be matched even for the Divine Master Realm cultivators, as most, if not all, cultivators of the Profound Way didn't have very high combat prowess, considering the other things. As you wish, fortunately, now I have a strong protector, so I don't need to fear going there. Xue Ying said with a chuckle as she looked at Yuko, who shook his head at her humor. Still, one more problematic thing awaits, though not that much for me, which would be explaining my decision to take Xue Ying as one of my wives to Kirihara. Not like the Ōtsutsukis were monogamous, harems were a large part of the culture of the clan. Mainly because the reproduction in the main clan and especially the divine lineage was very, very, very low. For that reason, most of the members of the divine lineage had multiple partners, either from the Ōtsutsuki clan or from some other strong species, to give birth to powerful myriad Ōtsutsukis. The god tree was germinating slowly yet steadily, and within 1 month, the god tree was very close to full blooming and giving birth to the chakra fruit. Mainly because Yuko kept feeding the god tree some corpses of divine master realm primordial beasts to speed the process up. This certainly sped up the process because the god trees functioned in that way. More fertilizers they had, the faster they would bloom and the stronger the fruit would be. And Yuko even used 1 of 2 corpses of divine extinction realm primordial beast as fertilizer. It was mainly his curiosity that wanted to know how strong the Brahma fruit would be if he gave the god tree fresh corpse of divine extinction realm primordial beast. Certainly, it paid off when he was right now looking at the god tree that was radiating tremendous power. The fruit would be soon ripe. Yuko said when he sensed Xue Ying approaching him. I have everything prepared to spread the news about the things we talked about. For the past month, Xue Ying and Guju had been preparing for another strike against the Brahma monarch god realm, and this time it took longer preparations. They have prepared everything from recordings of slaughtered cultivators of the Brahma monarch god realm to pieces of evidence about conflicts that the Brahma monarch god realm initiated between various star realms and god realms were ready. When you eat the fruit, give an order to Guju to start. It is possible that once we start, Jianye Fontian will send a lot of people here to search for you. If not for Yuko wanting to keep the presence of the Ōtsutsuki clan a secret, he would have slaughtered them all without many problems. As long as there was nobody powerful enough to contend against him, it would be no problem. Only a pitiful amount of cultivators actually bothered to comprehend laws in the primal chaos dimension origin world. Look, the god tree is blooming. While they were talking about the schemes against the factions of the primal chaos dimension origin world, Yuko suddenly sensed that the god tree was already blooming through the connection he had with the tree. Both of them immediately turned their sight to the god tree that was congregating at enormous levels of energy as the fruit on the top of the tree was becoming more and more clear. Contrary to the typical chakra fruits, the Brahma fruit was the same in shape as the chakra fruit, but it was pure golden in color, shining with power. It also gave off a weird divine feel that was similar to those of gods. I am going to harvest it. Afterward, we will go to the warship and start the transition to the evolutionary cultivation system and your ascension to a higher being. Yuko said as he flew to the top of the god tree and carefully harvested pulsating golden fruit, the Brahma fruit that was finally born. When he returned back, Xue Ying curiously studied the Brahma fruit and felt an unnatural attraction to the fruit. Stop for now, the thing that you are feeling right now is bloodline attraction to the Brahma fruit. Yuko said as they went to the warship. The Brahma fruit was congealed through the congregation of hundreds of peak cultivators of this origin world with Brahma bloodline, and many of them were holding the Brahma god divine power. Your bloodline is reacting to the Brahma fruit, wanting you to take the fruit at all cost. Yuko explained to Xue Ying what was happening to her bloodline because she was feeling something extremely unnatural, and at the same time, she could barely control herself, if not for Yuko sealing the Brahma fruit with his Fuinjutsu seal. Chapter 84, Transition, Evolution, Ascension. Ōtsutsuki Warship. In the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Yuko took Xue Ying to the specially sealed cultivation chambers where she would eat the Brahma fruit while he would watch over her and act if needed. The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm grew increasingly nervous before the ritual, and Yuko wasn't very surprised at that because it was a very dangerous thing to undergo. And it didn't really help the situation that Yuko told her there was a certain possibility of death, but the possibility of death was extremely low and very close to zero, yet still, she was growing increasingly nervous. That was at least until Yuko wrapped his hands around their waist. She started calming down, and soon enough, she was fully calmed down. Calm down, everything here is protected by numerous Fuinjutsu seals, and there are even many failsafes installed here by the elders in case something like this happens. So, if anything goes wrong during your transition, I will immediately activate the seals and everything will be alright. Yuko's words did wonders in calming down the Brahma monarch goddess down, but she was still determined to undergo the procedure because she would obtain immense power, and even Yuko wanted her to undergo it. I will trust you on this one. He was surprised to hear that because she was the person who would never willingly trust anyone, it seemed that even she was changing towards some direction. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan then took out the Brahma fruit and passed it to her. Afterward, he activated the protective Fuinjutsu seals, sealing the entire cultivation chambers and creating a barrier around the place where she sat down. Meanwhile, he was observing everything from a safe distance. Xue Ying looked at the Brahma fruit before she started eating it. When she at first bit the Brahma fruit, she felt an immense power entering her body. It was very different from everything she had felt till now, but soon enough, the more unfortunate side of this procedure came. Pain. And a lot of pain, a lot of it. She tried to remain conscious because the pain was almost killing her, as the energy she termed Brahma God Chakra was penetrating deep into her body and soul, and it was breaking down her body apart from the inside. She felt that her profound veins were being crippled, destroyed, shattered apart and rebuilt into a chakra network of the highest quality. Her whole soul was being cracked apart and mended with the Brahma God Chakra. Soon enough, the pain was overcome by even more pain, as one pain silenced the other, and this process continued for some good time. She didn't even realize that the aura around her body was getting stronger and her appearance was slightly changing. Her hair had even more luster to it, shining like a bright star in the silent dark night, and her golden eyes shone with blinding white light, like they were burning with pure unbridled power. The Brahma fruit was evolving her entire being. She would be the first of her kind, a being that was not seen any time before, because unbeknownst to her, Yuko inserted something else into the god tree when it was cultivating the Brahma fruit. The essence of God Devourer, the anti-god. She would be a god that grew stronger by killing and assimilating anything related to the divinity and godhood. She would be the example of hatred for the gods by the Ōtsutsuki clan. A god killer. A Brahma war god reborn. Yuko was observing this with glee because this would create a new species that was very strong. Having partial Ōtsutsuki lineage that he installed there, she would probably be on par with more powerful myriad Ōtsutsukis without much problems. Not to mention the heritage of the Brahma gods was rather strong and powerful. Their blood was powerful, and Yuko wondered how high their blood could be elevated under the right conditions. 1 hour soon passed. And then another. And then another. Soon enough, 3 hours passed. And then another one. And more time passed. Until 8 hours passed. Some may think that the longer it took, it must be meant that something went wrong, but on the contrary, it was a good sign. Yuko was glad that her transition and evolution were without any problems and everything was going smoothly as it should. Soon, the energy levels within the cultivation chambers started getting weaker and weaker as everything was being assimilated within her body and bloodline, and it was getting clear that the evolution was a success. Xue Ying, meanwhile, was stuck in a rather peculiar position because became instantly a pseudo-saint. While she had a Jin Dan congealed within her body and it was one violet grade quality, she didn't comprehend any Dao, so she was lingering in between Tier 2 and Tier 3. Still, her combat prowess shouldn't be much lower than ordinary Divine Master Realm Profound Cultivator, and Yuko was confident that she would soon enough reach the Saint Realm by comprehending Dao. He noticed that the Brahma gods had certain affinities for some Daos, which would naturally help Xue Ying in the process of comprehension. Soon enough, the luster and light were dying and he could now sense that the process was finished. Yuko immediately deactivated the barrier and activated healing seals that were all around the place. The healing seals were one peculiar branch of the Fuinjutsu that would heal the target. Xue Ying was very tired from the evolution and needed to rest, not to mention it would take some time for her to heal from it completely. The process was, in the end, pretty severe, truth to be told, and left enough injuries on her. "How are you feeling?" he asked when he saw that color was returning to her face and some of the injuries were being healed at a rapid pace. "Powerful, hungry and tired," she muttered, almost silent, as she leaned over his body for support. "And everything hurts like fucking hell." This was the first time he heard her curse, but he wasn't surprised because rituals like this were painful, and some were even more than this one. "Don't worry, it will go away, for now, just rest as the healing seals would do the rest," Yuko said gently as he let Xue Ying rest for the time being. Chapter 85, Brahma God Species. Several hours later, after Xue Ying was finished with the procedure, she was already well rested and started showing signs of waking up. She slept for 7 hours before she was slowly waking up from her slumber. Ōtsutsuki Yuko spent most of his time watching over her and observing her changes. The changes that were taking place even after the process was finished. Such a complicated evolution process wouldn't be done in a short time, and Yuko predicted that she would need a few more days to adjust to her newly ascended state completely, and only then could she exert her full strength in a fight. "How long did I sleep?" Yuko was reading a book when he noticed that she was already awake from her slumber. 7 hours and some minutes, and for your next question, everything went as planned and now your body is in the adjustment phase. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan closed the book he was reading as he went to the Xue Ying and started scrutinizing her person with his eyes, scanning for the changes in her power oops. So, what exactly did you obtain from the evolution? And how is your transition? Yuko then asked as Xue Ying was thinking about something before she proceeded to answer. I feel somehow different, much stronger than before I was, but at the same time, I feel pretty much incomplete, like lacking something. That should probably be the side effect of becoming pseudo-saint. He nodded at that before he took out the testing device that would show her elemental affinity so she could focus on the Taos to comprehend. Insert some chakra into this cube, we will see what elemental affinities you have, and then you can focus on the respective Taos based on these elemental affinities and quickly become a genius saint realm. Xue Ying did what he instructed and soon enough, the cube started shining as several phenomena happened in quick succession. At first, the cube was giving off something akin to a holy feeling, then it started shining with bright, blinding light and at last, it was cracking with lightning. Very good, you have 3 elemental affinities and pretty rare ones. The first was the holy element, which is very rare even in the Ōtsutsuki clan, then you have light element and lightning element. Even in the primal chaos dimension's origin world, there existed lighting laws, which were part of the 5 basic elemental laws, and also the light laws, which were part of the higher level elemental laws. On which one of them should I focus? In truth, she wanted to focus on the lightning laws because it seemed to be the easiest ones of all 3, and at the same time, the Tao of lighting would be a very quick way on how to obtain very high explosive power. It would elevate her combat prowess several times, be it in the aspect of destructive capabilities or supportive, like enhancing her speed and agility tremendously. Tao of lightning, not only would it be the easiest to comprehend compared to the Tao of light or Tao of order that stems from the holy attribute, but I have also comprehended the Tao of lighting to the profound mystery level. Yuko thought that the Tao of lightning was the most suitable for the start, as his thoughts aligned with those of Xue Ying. While both Tao of lightning and Tao of light were both grand Taos, the Tao of light was much harder to comprehend. Not to mention that the holy attribute represented the Tao of order, which was heavenly Tao and a very powerful heavenly Tao. Certainly, even Yuko was deeply surprised that Xue Ying was able to awaken such a powerful attribute. Comprehension of Tao of order would take countless years if she was unlucky, and even if she was the most dazzling heaven-defying genius, it would take her at least a few centuries to comprehend the Tao of order to the profound mystery level. Anything else? Did you obtain some kind of dojutsu? All people who ate the chakra fruit would obtain some type of dojutsu, be it weak or strong, so Yuko right now wondered if Xue Ying obtained some dojutsu. As he asked, he also gave her instruction to focus chakra on her eyes because if she obtained some sort of dojutsu, then it would be already awakened, and now she would need only to activate it. Several seconds later, her eyes changed into a bright azure blue color as they shined brighter than any star in the dark night. 2 runic circles appeared before her eyes of the same colors, containing many mysterious runes. Beautiful. Yuko muttered as Xue Ying looked around everywhere with her eyes as she, for the first time, saw the world in an entirely different light or vision. The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm could feel the world in an entirely different way. Everything was far more clearer, like her insight had been entirely elevated. She also saw everything in more slow motion compared to normal vision, and she saw through things. She could see deep into Yuko's soul that was protected by some kind of soulbound protection artifact. She was able to clearly see and discern Yuko's aura and further away from the aura of her loyal servant Guju. When she looked at him, it was vastly different from Yuko, whose soul was protected by artifacts and God knows by what. Xue Ying was able to see through Guju's very own being like it was a book to be read. It was very weird to see through a person like that, but it was also intoxicating because it gave her the feeling that no information could be hidden from her. Even Yuko, who was observing her testing her new dojutsu, he could guess its function, and while it wasn't anything overpower and having high destructive powers or heaven-defying abilities, it had a lot of potential. If developed correctly and evolved further, it would be a very, very powerful pair of dojutsu. Name, Xue Ying. Race, Brahma God. Age, 1000 plus years. Occupation, not applicable. Realm, Pseudo-Saint Realm. Combat Prowess, Divine Master Realm. Jindan, Violet Grade. Chakra Units, 300 Tao, not applicable. Tao Rune, not applicable. Elemental Affinity, Holy, Light, Lightning. Dojutsu, All-Seeing Eyes of God. Ability, Evolution, Command Seal, Divine Sense, Seal. Shinjutsu, not applicable. Skill, Brahma War God Martial Arts, Brahma God Legacy. Chakra Cultivation Method, Brahma War God Tome. Chapter 86, One Move to Destroy Them All. 2 weeks have passed since Xue Ying ate the Brahma fruit and evolved into the Brahma God, and transitioned to the evolutionary cultivation system. During that time, she was diligently working on comprehension of the Tao of lighting, and it was paying off. Her talent was outstanding even before, one could say she was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the primal chaos dimension and the entire realm of gods, but when she ate the Brahma fruit, it reached an entirely new level. She had a good grasp on the Tao of lighting, which was a relatively easy thing for her to do, as she had a very strong racial affinity for it, especially due to miraculous energy from the Brahma fruit still within her body and soul, greatly aiding her in this endeavor. She already has an embryonic form of profound mystery level of the Tao of lighting, and it would be only a matter of time until she became a genius Saint Realm powerhouse. Though, even right now, as she was, her combat prowess increased several times over. At least she would be able to handle average Divine Master Realm primordial beasts, so that was a good thing because they could depart to search for the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual and the legacy of the ancestral goddess. Meanwhile, they were going to explore. Guju was tasked to utilize the networks of informators, merchants, and other people to spread the rumors about the crushing defeat of cultivators of the Brahma monarch god realm in the god realm of absolute beginning by divine extinction realm primordial beast. Such was the story they prepared. Cultivators of the Brahma monarch god realm, under the leadership of 3 of their Brahma gods, were on a secret mission in the god realm of absolute beginning only to be ambushed by divine extinction realm primordial beast and slaughtered to the last one. And indeed, it worked as everyone anticipated because the moment the wider population knew about the tragedy of the Brahma monarch god realm, there were many who wanted to use this for their own devices. And there were many, many of them. Be it from the rival god realms or the star realms that were under the rule of the Brahma monarch god realm, especially the high-ranked star realms were right now eyeing the Brahma god realm dangerously. But that didn't stop there, and several days after that event, a new kind of information started circulating among the higher-ups of the realm of gods, and it fell into the hands of every single royal-rank star realm and even high-rank star realm. And if the previous information was considered a disaster, then this one was considered an utter and complete doomsday. Out of nowhere, like thunder from the clear sky, countless pieces of information, together with their respective evidence, started circulating about the various conflicts initiated by the Brahma monarch god realm. The conflicts that the Brahma monarch god realm stirred between the star god realm and moon god realm, or between various high-rank star realm, or even against the other star realms. There was even a piece of evidence about the collaborative scheme of several prominent human-controlled star realma against the dragon god realm, which certainly pushed up emotions among the dragons. Everything happened so fast that the Brahma monarch god realm couldn't even react properly, and when the news reached the ears of Brahma heaven monarch Xue Ying, it was too late to stop it. It spread faster than fire in the dense dry forest. Within just 24 hours, everyone in the strongest factions of the realm of gods and every single god realm knew about the situation and received the information. Xue Ying wasn't stupid, and he knew that this was most probably done by his rampant daughter, but there was nothing he could do. This exceeded his expectations because he was prepared for the inevitable revenge. He knew that his daughter was a vengeful person, but this was outside of any possible scenario he could think of. Because this would spell utter doom and destruction of the Brahma monarch god realm sooner or later. Then, another piece of shocking news shook the entire realm of gods to the core. Moon God Emperor of the Moon God Realm Yuya has met with Star God Emperor of the Star God Realm Xing Juekong and established some kind of alliance against the Brahma Monarch God Realm and declared war on the Brahma Monarch God Realm. This put many people on edge because the strongest royal star realm were going to fight each other, and even the Star God Realm and Moon God Realm entered an alliance to deal with the Brahma Monarch God Realm. This was all observed by another 2 players on the chessboard where both of them were already spreading their nets, namely the Dragon God Realm, the Dragon Monarch Long Bai, and the Northern Divine Region, which had started secretly gathering their cultivators on the borders with the Eastern Divine Region to which they had most hostility. I didn't expect that it would escalate this quickly. Ōtsutsuki muttered as he looked at Xue Ying while they were crossing another celestial body within the god realm of absolute beginning. For the past few days, they were heading towards the place where apparently the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual was sealed. They were going by themselves as Yuko left the warship in its place so that Guju could coordinate the actions against the god realm. In truth, he was right now elated with happies, as he achieved far more than he initially anticipated. And what would you expect? This was an elaborately crafted scheme by me. Naturally, they would all start fighting like brainless dogs. Xue Ying said with a somewhat haughty voice as they continued to avoid areas with powerful primordial beasts. Yes, princess, we all know that you are the most dazzling gem of this pathetic origin world and your radiance didn't know boundaries. Yuko said mockingly, but he had to admit that her abilities when it came to scheming against others were indeed superb. She perfectly used all of the weaknesses of various star realms against them, and the information she had in her hands was something that nobody would ever expect to see the light of day. Mock me what you want, but I still thank you. His brow twitched mildly, seeing her grin, but overall, he knew that in this aspect, she had the right to be arrogant. How far are we from the destination? Yuko asked as they were already traveling there for several days and passed through many celestial bodies. Chapter 87, Fragment of World-Defying Heaven Manual, 1. Probably several days' worth of journey, we should be nearing the outskirts of the god realm of absolute beginning where the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual is apparently sealed. Xue Ying managed to uncover somehow the location of one of the fragments of the world-defying heaven manual, a legacy left behind by an ancestral goddess from the ancient era that was long forgotten. Even Yuko wondered how she managed such a feat, but with her intellect and the resources she had on hand, it was indeed possible. When they were crossing through the celestial bodies of the god realm of absolute beginning, they were purposely avoiding any combat. Though there was one area where Yuko wanted to venture, but decided against it after hearing warnings from his companion. The abyss of nothingness. It was at the center of the god realm of absolute beginning, and when Yuko used his clairvoyance, he foresaw that this place would be the greatest obstacle in their path. It was also the most dangerous place, and Yuko foresaw the existence of several true gods, and even there was a very decent chance of something above the true gods existing there, from the faint aura he saw. In the end, he decided against venturing into the abyss of nothingness with his meager bits of strength and rather turned his focus on the actual matters that could be solved with his power alone. Then we should hurry. After we obtain the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual, we will go back to the frigid origin realm and take it over. Also, did you receive any result from the task I gave you? Yuko then turned the conversation to another part because he tasked Xue Ying to search for any traces of the legacy of the evil god in a world that the evil god created and where the majority of his legacy was located. Xue Ying was naturally the best suited person for such a task, so he ordered her to find anything related to it. Yes and no. We have countless rumors gathered about the possible places where the legacy of the evil god could be located, but unless somebody goes there and search those places personally, they are only speculations. Still, that was better than he anticipated. At least they had somewhere to start in their search. T.S. From memories of one dragon I killed, I was able to find its ancestral memory where it told about legacy on some insignificant planet called Blue Pole Star. Searching through the average mortal planet was easier done than said, mainly because nobody in the realm of gods bothered to remember the names of the mortal planets. When Yuko heard that, he nearly got a heart attack from rage. Such a trivial thing was right now stopping him from obtaining the legacies and countless treasures left behind by ancient gods. In the primal chaos dimension, only locations and names of star realms were widely known. For mortal planets, it depended on whether they produced some divine realm experts or other factors. Yet, as it seemed, then the Blue Pole Star was a rather ordinary and insignificant planet. And while it was enraging him to no end, on the other hand, that was also good. It meant that everything was still there. Inger, how did you find out about the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual? This was something that had bugged him for a long time already. One part of Yuko feared that this might be a trap for the greedy cultivators that wanted to obtain treasures or perhaps a project of some true god that fell and wanted to revive himself. A pretty common method used across countless origin world. In the archives of the Brahma monarch god realm, I discovered writings about a deep secret realm at the borders of the abyss of nothingness that was written by one of the previous Brahma heaven emperors who went to the god realm of absolute beginning to search for treasures and barely returned alive. Another reason why she told him not to go near the abyss of nothingness. After entering the secret realm, I found a broken piece of memory. It was only then I realized it contained secrets from the ancient era, as the entire secret realm was left behind by heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe before he died, and it also contained the location of another secret realm that was sealed where the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual is that once belonged to him. Heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe was one of the most powerful creation gods in the ancient era. He was also the main enemy of the evil god or heretic god Ni and was a top powerhouse of the primal chaos dimension origin world. Still, we need to be careful. I have a bad feeling about the entire legacy of the ancestral goddess. Nevertheless, even though Yuko was greedy for the legacy of the ancestral goddess because it may very well be the inheritance of low chaotic origin lifeform, he still had very uneasy feelings about the entire matter. Why do you say? Xue Ying, hearing that, also began to feel nervous. She knew that Yuko is a member of far more advanced civilizations compared to her own, knew far more things and also saw far more things. Even in the primal chaos dimension, the existence of traps masquerading as treasures wasn't entirely unheard of. Even much weaker cultivators than that of ancestral goddess could use various means to resurrect themselves from death. Often did, powerful cultivators who were killed trying to resurrect themselves through various rituals, obscure procedures and other different, more unscrupulous means to live once again. Several days later, the outskirts of the god realm of absolute beginning. It is here. They finally arrived at the location of the secret realm whose coordinates Xue Ying obtained from broken memories of heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe and were right now entirely abandoned celestial bodies. Contrary to the other celestial bodies, there were no life forms, not even the native profound beasts or primordial beasts that were typically for the god realm of absolute beginning. Yes, we need to find the entrance and use the key to unseal it, otherwise, we won't be able to enter it. Another thing that Xue Ying obtained from the secret realm created by heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe was the key to the sealed dimension, where the fragments of world-defying heaven manual. On his last dying breath, heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe created the sealed dimension in the outskirts of the god realm of absolute beginning and then created another secret realm near the abyss of nothingness, where he hid the key to his sealed dimension. Chapter 88, Fragment of World-Defying Heaven Manual, 2. And how do you want to find if it is hidden from everyone's eyes? Hopefully, that key from heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe points the way. Xue Ying pouted slightly as she could hear the sarcasm in his voice. Still, nevertheless, she nodded at his words because, indeed, the key from heaven-punishing divine emperor Moe was pointing the path. And to your sarcasm and idiocy, it indeed is, so shut up and follow me. She said that after Ōtsutsuki Yuko returned from his mental breakdown, as she called it, he was sometimes becoming unbearable. Compared to the calm and almost robotic behavior he had before, this was like comparing heaven and earth. Though, while she wouldn't admit it in front of him, or rather in front of anyone, she liked him of today more. He seemed more humane even if he wasn't a human. Compared to previous Ōtsutsuki Yuko, who was focused only on gaining strength and cultivating, this one even joked around. She knew Yuko for several months as they were staying in the god realm of absolute beginning together and waiting for the god tree to bloom and give birth to the Brahma fruit so that she could make a comparison. Though she wondered what others would think of his change, especially his fiancé, she knew that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara would be shocked to the core to meet personally changed Ōtsutsuki Yuko. It is not far away. Xue Ying then followed the path that the key left behind, Heaven Divine punishing Emperor Moe, and it didn't take them long before they arrived at empty plains full of grey dust and nothing else. It is here, she said as she raised the key of Heaven Divine punishing Emperor Moe into the air, and soon enough, the key started shining in a bright light, and space was warping around them, cracking and changing. So it worked. For a moment, Yuko was surprised that it actually worked, and indeed, before them, it was a secret realm, but there was something that was giving him a horrible feeling. Yuko trusted his instincts very much because they saved his life several times during his life and never let him down. Stop. He grabbed Xue Ying, who wanted to enter the secret realm, and held her back. What this time? The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm frowned when she felt Yuko holding her back, but soon enough, she paled slightly when she noticed that the third eye on his forehead was shining in a bright blue light, and its pattern was spinning at a fast speed. Something didn't really work with me, so I used Senran Jonagan to check on the barrier, and look what I found. Yuko said as he took a rock from the ground and threw it on the barrier of the secret realm. Under the astonished gaze of Brahma, the monarch goddess, the rock was suddenly devoured by a weird aura. That's the aura of abyss of nothingness. If she entered, she would be corrupted by the aura of abyss of nothingness and most probably devoured alive and killed. Yes. It seems that heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe prepared one more backup plan in case someone obtains the secret realm where the key was and said person wasn't his inheritor or something else. Yuko carefully went in front of the barrier made of the aura of abyss of nothingness, then after that, he activated his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan and started scanning the entire barrier more closely. Looking through every nook and cranny of the thing, as his expression began to morph in anger because it wasn't a pleasant discovery. How bad is it? He then looked at the beautiful golden-haired Brahma goddess and deactivated his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, and his expression softened a bit when he looked at her beauty. Not good. Entire barrier would allow only those who have the essence of the heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe inside their very own souls to pass. Even Yuko was surprised at how thorough the heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe was when he was hiding the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual. Passing through the barrier with force would be too dangerous, and if it was forcefully broken, there is a death trap installed, which would cause the barrier to detonate and release a huge amount of aura of abyss of nothingness. Even Xue Ying frowned deeply when she heard that because this made the situation 100-fold more complicated than it really needed to be. Can't you use 10 tails for the god tree to drain the energy from the barrier? She asked as Yuko nodded at her suggestion because that was plausible, but he discarded it soon after. That is actually a good idea, but it would take a long time. The barrier is directly connected to the abyss of nothingness itself, and we don't have that much time. Because the barrier was directly connected to the abyss of nothingness, it was being powered by it directly. For the god tree to drain the barrier, it would need it first to grow strong enough to drain more energy from the barrier than the barrier was getting from the abyss of nothingness. And as Yuko looked at its runic work, he knew that it would take even years at best. Naturally, something that was created by peak creation god heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe, whose strength was probably comparable to peak holy venerable stage holy lord realm cultivator, couldn't be bypassed so easily. But, to be not only a messenger of bad news, I also have good news. Then he turned around, and he shouted cheerfully. Fortunately, the barrier is far from the top state. Countless years have passed, and the power of the barrier had diminished greatly, and its power is weaker, and there are already weak points in it. Yuko explained as he managed to create a plan on how to deal with it, though he himself didn't know if it would really work. I think we may use the weak points to pass through the barrier with the help of the key if we replicate the aura of heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe into a Fuinjutsu seal, which would, in turn, be amplified by your own connection to the heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe through your Brahma god species. Yuko's plan was to fool the barrier into thinking that Xue Ying was a direct descendant and inheritor of the heaven-punishing divine Emperor Moe. It was a dangerous plan, but it was the only one that was feasible in a short time. Chapter 89, Fragment of World-Defying Heaven Manual, 3. What Yuko wanted to do was a very dangerous thing, and one could call it even an experiment, but in their current situation, they didn't have much of a choice, if they wished to obtain the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual in a short time. Still, if they wanted to obtain the treasure that belonged to the heaven-divine punishing Emperor Moe, they needed to use this method. Yuko still feared that by unsealing the sealed realm, they would activate some kind of mechanism that would lure some powerful primordial beasts here. He quickly took the key of heaven-divine punishing Moe and started creating a Fuinjutsu seal that would drain all aura from the key. The Fuinjutsu seal was created rather quickly. With his expertise with Fuinjutsu, it wasn't much of a problem to create a seal that could contain a large amount of aura. Even though the aura once belonged to the creation god, for Ōtsutsuki Yuko, it wasn't much of a problem. After the Fuinjutsu seal was created, Yuko put the key in the middle of the Fuinjutsu seal, which reacted accordingly and started assimilating all aura from the key. Within the next 10 minutes, the Fuinjutsu seal assimilated all aura belonging to the Heaven Divine Punishing Emperor MOE, and they were now ready for the second step of their master plan. Inger, it is done, now I need to inscribe this seal into your body, who knows, you may even obtain some benefit from it. As he said that, he realized that this might help Xue Ying to help elevate her cultivation to a new level because she herself contained some essence of the Heaven Divine Punishing Emperor MOE. Now that he thought about it, he wondered where the body of Heaven Divine Punishing Emperor MOE ended, such a powerful being like him. Their corpses wouldn't be destroyed like that, and even if it was just a withered corpse or even a skeleton, it would be utterly priceless. Soon enough, he looked at her back as she put away her shining golden hair while Yuko put the Fuinjutsu seal containing the aura from the key there. The moment when the Fuinjutsu seal was engraved on her back, the aura of Heaven Punishing Divine Emperor MOE reacted with Xue Ying's own bloodline. Are you feeling any different? The Fuinjutsu seal is reacted with your bloodline. Due to his eyes, Yuko could see that his Fuinjutsu seal was reacting in some way with her bloodline, and he sensed that it was elevating her bloodline or something like that. I feel my bloodline being strengthened by the aura of Heaven Divine Punishing Emperor MOE, no wonder he was rumored to be created of the Brahma God clan, and thus his aura is nourishing my own bloodline, as my own species is based on the Brahma God clan. Xue Ying opened her eyes as she felt great because of the aura from the Fuinjutsu seal, which was nourishing her bloodline, which was getting stronger with each passing moment, creating some sort of sublimation. That is good, but now try to pass through the barrier and take the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual. Yuko said as she then went to the barrier before stopping in front of it. She steeled herself before she passed through the barrier without any hitch. He sighed in relief because that was a piece of good news, and soon after, not even a few seconds, Xue Ying returned back. You have it? He asked as Xue Ying nodded her head and passed Yuko something that looked like an incomplete jade scroll. He took it into his hands, but the moment it happened, his Senrin Jonagon activated to the full, and he heard a female voice inside his head. At the beginning of the primordial universe, the start of primal chaos, there was no order in the universe, no separation between light and darkness. The heavenly law was the binding that held the origin power of the universe together, barren in the first era, boundless after 100 eras and endlessly flourishing after myriads forth. The stars formed the universe, the fallen heaven formed the realms. All that was extraordinary were in the opposition, all prosperity were mere illusion. One will to sainthood, and another will to become fallen, all desires are nothingness. Wrath is sin, envy is sin, lust is sin, greed is sin, sloth is sin. End of all that is living, home of all of creation. Millions of stars exploded in front of his eyes, his vision blurred, he saw the creation of the empty void, the birth of worlds, their fall, and millions of black holes exploding as one and countless worlds came into existence. Due to Yuko having something as overpowered as Senrin Jonagon, he was able to see through the text of the world-defying heaven manual without any problem, and when it came to contact with him, he saw through everything. Blood started dripping through his eyes as his vision continued, this time showing something like endless plains of chaos, pure unbridled chaotic energy and nothing more that was constantly expanding and devouring everything in its path. And in the chaos, I became the sole chaotic origin life form in the newly birthed origin world that was sealed off from the other origin world. And as the sole living being, I was born with the strength of peak low-rank chaotic origin life form. I started creating the people and subjects that would once fill the origin world I named Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. After seeing many races and cultivation systems, I created 2 species that would rule my origin world and serve as my foundation. God race and devil race, these 2 would serve as the foundation for my armies so I can reach the greater heights. Yuko saw a vision of millions of true gods and true devils, the species that were created by the ancestral goddess for one sole purpose. Conquest. All of them were kneeling in her direction, praying to the ancestral gods and supplying her with a tremendous amount of faith, as she was worshipped by the entire origin Radl, by trillions upon trillions of beings. Ranging from mortals to the lofty creation gods. He knew that as an innate low-rank chaotic origin life form, she was destined to remain in her current realm if she didn't do something about it. And naturally, she did, but it seemed that it failed, or at least partially failed. Suddenly, he felt that he was falling as the last thing he saw was Xue Ying catching his falling body. Chapter 90, Long-Lasting Scheme of Ancestral Goddess. Ōtsutsuki Worship, en route to the frigid origin realm. After Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Yuko obtained the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual and Yuko saw something that made him lose his consciousness, Xue Ying brought him back to the Ōtsutsuki clan worship. From there, because they obtained everything for now in the god realm of Absolute Baning, the artifact spirit of the worship agreed with her suggestion of returning back to the frigid origin realm. Fortunately, now, Yuko was only tired because he must have seen the things from the fragment of the world-defying heaven manual. She couldn't really read it because it was written in primordial text that had already been long forgotten by the denizens of Primal Chaos Dimension. Even with her all-seeing eyes of gods, she was able to decipher only about 1/3 of the text, which mainly consisted of some important words because even words have power, but that was all. Yuko, with his Senrin Jonagon, was able to see through it all, and apparently, whatever he saw, there was nothing good for them, at least, that was what she thought. unaware that she was actually right because the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan didn't like his vision even a bit. However, he woke up just 6 hours after that because his state wasn't anything serious, just a mild exhaustion from overusing his Senrinjanagan. When he recovered, Yuko sat on his bed as he was thinking over the things and he looked pretty grim. You don't look happy considering the loot we have obtained. Xue Ying sat next to Yuko after she entered his bedchambers and saw that he has woken up. No, my suspicions were correct. The world-defying heaven manual is another means for the ancestral goddess to revive herself completely. What most, I have confirmed that she is an innate chaotic origin life form, of low-rank chaotic origin life form, probably ranging around 2nd grade tier 5 in terms of power at her peak because she managed to somehow to fuse with the origin world, without becoming high-rank chaotic origin life form at first. Due to the presence of the Senrinjanagan, Yuko was able to see through the memories and things from the past, thus learning about the nature of the ancestral goddess, and he realized that this mission would be much more dangerous. Not only the mission but the entire conquest. Not only due to the ancestral goddess but in truth, even if she resurrected, then the clan would just send one of the paragons to deal with her because as long as they severed her connection to the primal chaos dimension, they could kill her. Fortunately enough, she was at most pseudo-world master, not a genuine one. There was another danger to the primal chaos dimension that was far more dangerous to the existence of the entire origin world. The abyss of nothingness was, according to the ancestral goddess, threatening to destroy the whole primal chaos dimension. And worse yet, without 2 other fragments, I can see what exactly the ancestral goddess is scheming, but whatever it is not good news for us. My clairvoyance is warning me that there is a high possibility of her becoming someone with power rivaling that of Sovereign Paragon Realm Cultivator if she succeeds. Yuko didn't have a good day today, considering the new revelations, and even Xue Ying was surprised to hear that the ancestral goddess was still living in some form till today and was scheming her revival. Not to mention, the news about the potential threat from the abyss of nothingness to the entirety of the origin world was equally if not more worrying news. Then we need to find the remaining 2 fragments of the world-defying heaven manual. Xue Ying knew that they should right now prioritize the 2 fragments of the world-defying heaven manual so Yuko could combine them together to use his third eye and see through the veils of hidden things. I have a feeling that one of them would be somewhere on that planet I mentioned before. Blue pole star and the remaining one, hopefully, we can trace it down once we have the 2 in our hands. Yuko muttered silently as the Brahma war goddess agreed with his statement before he laid back on the bed. He felt tired from seeing the visions, he was also a bit scared, truth be told, because the situation got more complicated in one go. He needed to report this back to the clan so they could decide on the next course of action, as this was way beyond his ability. Not to mention, the dimensional pathway would take at least several decades to stabilize enough to allow holy lords to cross over. He slowly closed his eyes when he felt that Xue Ying snuggled close to him, as he felt that she was very affectionate. Or emotional today. Though he didn't really have time to think about that when he sensed that she pressed her lips against his. So she decided to take a first move to secure a lead. While before, Yuko wouldn't make a fuss of it, but right now, when he was no longer suppressing most of his emotions, he returned her kiss as he flipped her soft body beneath him and his hands roamed down her perfect godly figure. Fuck it. He thought, be it realistically or theoretically. Several hours later, after hours of passionate lovemaking, both Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Yuko were lying on the bed, covered only by the bedsheets as she clung to Yuko like a koala to her eucalypt. He looked at the sleeping form of his newfound lover, as he thought that this would be problematic, especially when his fiancée heard about it. Though Yuko knew that she was rather an open person with this and would rather demand that he sleep with her too. This was the first time in his second life he had sex with someone because, till now, he wasn't really interested in pursuing the pleasures of the flesh, and at the same time, due to the long time that passed, he grew awkward with the topic. Obviously, even in his first life, he wasn't any kind of charmer of Casanova. He attributed most of his sexual partners actually to his social standing and money, as most of them were just gold diggers and something along those lines. And he knew it very well that the women that were with him were only with him for his money and power, but it was still better than the loneliness that was slowly eating him away and driving him to madness. Chapter 91, Returning Back. It was really funny when he thought about it because when he was younger in his first life, he often thought about such things being either pathetic or that the men who paid for such things were foolish. And yet, ironically, even though most were with him for money, he didn't care because at least he obtained companionship of some sort, and he didn't wish to bother with it through a more conventional way. Someone who was as socially inept as him, he found that the way of money, while not the good one, was still better than the loneliness that was slowly eating him away. Several days later. The warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan was closing the distance and soon enough would be entering back to the territory of the frigid origin realm. So the Star God Realm and Moon God Realm finally made their move. Yuko asked as he was sitting on his throne in the command deck of the warship, together with Xue Ying, who was sitting quietly on his lap. After they have done the deed together, she becomes very clingy to him. Often refusing to separate from his, and she was also very affectionate, but at the same time, he enjoyed her affection because it was nice. She was very touchy and was always filling his heart with warmth when she just hugged him without saying a word and wanted to cuddle. Yes, and they are progressing well, with the truth about many other schemes of the Brahma Monarch God Realm coming to light. Even the few allies they have are now frosty towards them at best. Just yesterday, came a report to Guju about the progress of the political situation in the realm of gods. The Star God Realm and Moon God Realm have started their attack on the Brahma Monarch God Realm, and within a few weeks of the invasion, they already conquered several prominent star realms. And what of other players on the board? Yuko asked as she cuddled with him, patting her long golden hair as she hummed something happily. Everything is as predicted. The Dragon God Realm is mustering their forces to attack when the time is right, and Eternal Heaven God Realm is attempting to mediate the situation but to no avail. The Southern Divine Region is right now watching everything with keen eyes, and the Northern Divine Region is already preparing for the invasion of the Eastern Divine Region en masse. As she reported that, Xue Ying got a kiss on her forehead because Yuko was immensely satisfied with this progress and was certainly pretty much proud about that. So, what do you think? How will this end? He asked her when he got a notification that within 1 hour, they would arrive at the Frigid Origin Realm. I think that the most probable outcome would be the defeat of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, and Xue Ying will activate the Great Brahma Barrier to seal the entire Brahma Monarch God Realm from the rest of the Realm of Gods to prevent extinction, while the Dragon God Realm will attack the Star God Realm and Moon God Realm if they suffer significant losses. Yuko raised his brow hearing her opinion, but this was actually a welcomed ending because he wanted to have Brahma Monarch God Realm instinct, but out of the equation, yet intact for Xue Ying to use the entire God Realm for the God Tree. And the Northern Divine Region? The territory of the Northern Divine Region was often called the Devil Region and was the smallest and least powerful of the 4 divine regions of the realm of gods. They were in fact ostracized by the other 3 divine regions. Besides being ostracized, you could also say that they view the other 3 divine regions with hatred. They will never step onto any territory belonging to the other 3, and the Eastern, Western, and Southern divine regions will similarly not tread into the North. That's where things got interesting because they were right unified by a powerful cultivator called Devil Queen, who proclaimed herself the sovereign of the entire Northern Divine Region, and even the 3 royal rank Star Realm, the Soul Stealing Realm, Yama Realm, and Bunring Moon Realm has bowed their head before her might. For Yuko, the devils of the Northern Divine Region were the most precious tools, as they would be used to greatly weaken the entire Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world so that they could start their offensive just with Saint. After knowing the situation with the Abyss of Nothingness, Yuko anticipated that the clan would change the plans and order the start of the offensive sooner. Right now, according to the prediction, it would take a few centuries for the dimensional patwahai between the 2 origin worlds to stabilize enough for the Holy Lords to pass. But the situation with the Abyss of Nothingness kept him uneasy, thus, he knew the clan would not pass such a precious opportunity to rob such an energy-rich origin world and let it be consumed by the Abyss of Nothingness. Splendid, everything is coming together. Naturally, we will need to report your achievements and get you registered within the administration hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan as clansman. This would make you a shitten of merit points. Yuko wasn't lying about this one because her acts of destabilization of the entirety of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world would probably fetch her enough merit to read for a complete chaotic origin legacy. That was something that even he wouldn't achieve because he didn't have such a talent for scheming and plotting against others. He preferred to be more straightforward and believed in might what makes right. If he perceived someone as a danger, then he would just kill them and be done with it. So, Xue Ying was certainly welcome to his little camp because while he hated that fact, as the future clan head of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he wouldn't be a really good one in terms of politics. At least the moment he became patriarch, he could drop all of those matters on her and turn his attention to different things other than playing politics. It seems that we have arrived at our destination. Chapter 92, under our control now. One thing that was right now different about the Frigid Origin Realm was that Ōtsutsuki Yuko felt celestial aura from the entirety of the Frigid Origin Realm, and not just a continent where they made their foothold. It seemed that after many of their clansmen broke through to the Saint Realm, they started the offensive against the local forces and cultivators. Though Yuko was a bit pissed that they didn't wait for him, he knew that under the leadership of Ōtsutsuki Doma and his fiancée Ōtsutsuki Kirihara there were not many things that could go wrong. Both of them were good strategists and leaders so that they could take care of it, considering the number of the Divine Master Realm cultivators in the Frigid Origin Realm was minuscule, thus it was clear that Ōtsutsuki Doma decided to conquer the realm when he felt confident. That was a good thing in his book, truth to be told. And naturally, under the Doma's leadership, the entire Frigid Origin Realm quickly fell to the Ōtsutsuki clan if the countless few Injutsu seal formation around the entire realm told something about it. As Yuko looked at it, the entire Frigid Origin Realm was being slowly turned into one enormous fortress because, sooner or later, it would serve as their front for the invasion. Still, after checking over it, Yuko ordered the artifact spirit of the warship to land down at the original place, at the small subcontinent, which now served as the headquarters of all Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces on the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world. When they landed down, there were already several Ōtsutsuki clansmen waiting for them, most notable though was Ōtsutsuki Doma, who personally welcomed Yuko back. Similarly to the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he had, too, reached the Saint Realm and was right now a very powerful Tier 3 cultivator in his own right. You got much stronger, in my different areas, as it seems. When the two met again, it didn't take Ōtsutsuki Doma even a moment to see through the advancements of his friend, not only in the aspect of his cultivation, but his entire behavior seemed very different. Like other people, he seemed much more relaxed and less stern, which could be a good change for the note. It seems so. Also, this is Xue Ying, a former crown princess of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, as you already know, though now she is my lover and has been inducted to the clan on my order. When several people looked at the strikingly beautiful woman, they could understand, but at the same time, many were wary of her. Not only because of her aura that was extremely oppressive considering that she was only a Saint C stage Saint Realm cultivator. You gave her specialized chakra fruit, right? To the Ōtsutsuki Doma's question, Yuko nodded because Ōtsutsuki Doma could easily see through something like this. Otherwise, no matter what, without being a powerful race that was on the pair of pure-blooded celestial Ōtsutsuki, clan would never accept such match. Yes, and truth to be told, her race is on par with divine lineage Ōtsutsuki. But his words shattered almost any expectation anyone could have because species that were on the same evolutionary and racial level as the divine lineage Ōtsutsukis could be counted on one hand in each origin world. And many origin worlds didn't even have such races because Ōtsutsukis were indeed an extraordinary and powerful race. But enough of that, we should talk somewhere more private and over a cup of tea. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said to Ōtsutsuki Doma, who nodded his head and led to a small pagoda that served as a mansion for the clansmen living there. This one belonged to Ōtsutsuki Doma himself, as they directly went to the highest floor of the pagoda for a better view. Now, what exactly happened in the god realm of absolute beginning? Ōtsutsuki Doma asked calmly because Ōtsutsuki Yuko, as the leader of the expeditionary forces, was out in the god realm of absolute beginning for far longer than they initially anticipated, so while he was away, Ōtsutsuki Doma took the command. And he conquered the entirety of the frigid origin realm. At the same time, the last resistance was squashed and destroyed only a few days ago, as the local cultivators put a lot of resistance against their advances. But in the end, all of them became fertilizer for the god trees, and now they were already producing chakra fruits, which was splendid news. They would need a lot of them to advance their strength. Not to mention, in the Starvale origin world, it was impossible to produce large quantities of the chakra fruits anymore. Thus, upon hearing the question that Ōtsutsuki Doma had, Yuko started slowly retelling about what had happened in the god realm of absolute beginning. Some things shocked even the Ōtsutsuki Doma because he had a heart that the realm of gods was entering a state of war, with several royal rank star realm declaring war on each other. Yet, he would never have thought that this was the work of the golden-haired, golden-eyed woman who was clinging to Yuko like a koala. The dangerousness of the Xue Ying innately went several times higher on the ladder because it seemed that aside from her powerful cultivation, she had an even more deadly weapon, which was her brain. That one seemed to be even more fearsome, considering that she managed to pit most of the major players in the realm of gods against each other without much problems. However, at the same time, the reason for that was equally worrying because Yuko didn't hide the things and frankly told him about the situation with the abyss of nothingness. This changes a situation, Yuko, it changes a lot of things, we need to change our strategy completely. And naturally, Yuko agreed with him because they were in a rather precarious situation. I am aware of this fact, but there is nothing we can do. Without someone directly connected to the source of the origin world, we cannot even dream of fighting the abyss of nothingness and suppressing it. That was the harsh reality of the primal chaos dimension origin world, as the sole person in the entire origin world who could theoretically stop the spreading and corruption of the abyss of nothingness was the fabled ancestral goddess. Shame though, but we cannot give up this opportunity. We need to start the plundering operation as soon as possible, and the moment dimensional pathways stabilizes enough, we start the invasion with the Saint Realm cultivators. Though the only question is, the tier 4s. True gods. Ōtsutsuki Doma was of the same mind as Yuko, but he brought up a valid point. The true gods were still dangerous, a grave danger. Right now, if I go all out and ignore my well-being, I can handle some divine extinction realm cultivators, but I would be out of the cold for a few days afterward. Chapter 93, Talks at Ōtsutsuki Clan. If Yuko went all out without caring about his injuries and aftermath, he believed he could take care of the divine extinction realm cultivators, though for that, he would at first need to test himself against some. While this was a significant feat, it would not be enough in case the primal chaos dimension indeed has true gods, as Yuko suspected. Even Xue Ying was suspecting that the abyss of nothingness was hiding some of the true gods in its depths. Not to mention, there was also a rumor about the weird abyssal creatures occasionally appearing around the abyss of nothingness and hunting the primordial beasts. All of this only added more and more suspicion to this situation. I will need to report this situation directly to the Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The situation is dire, and we need approval for the chance of the strategy. For the meanwhile, focus on planting the god trees on mortal planets and isolated star realms that have zero to no contact with the outside world. Ōtsutsuki Yuko thought for a moment before he issued his orders, letting Ōtsutsuki Doma to deal with it. On the other hand, he also ordered Ōtsutsuki Doma to search for the blue pole star before he departed for the god realm of absolute beginning. Did you progress with the search for the blue pole star? Seeing Ōtsutsuki Doma nod his head in agreement filled Yuko with joy because they were closer to obtaining another part of the world-defying heaven manual, and that was not talking about all things that were apparently hidden on that mortal planet. We don't have a location yet, but we confirmed that there are several planets fitting that description within the territory of the Eastern Divine region. Though there is one planet, we suspect being the target that is in the territory of the Star God realm. Ōtsutsuki Doma explained his progress with the search as it was a significant one, also looking at the Xue Ying this time. I can use my network for confirmation. If we are sure that the blue pole star is somewhere on the outskirts of the territory of the Star God realm, it will take no more than a few weeks to confirm it. Xue Ying said and immediately went to work because she learned that not only another fragment was there, but Yaku told her that one mortal planet had several legacies left behind by the true gods. After that, even Ōtsutsuki Doma excused himself, and after he told Yaku to come for a cup of sake, he also left. Now, Yaku was left with the only duty for now, which was to contact the Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki clan and inform them about the situation. Fortunately enough, such a task was relatively easy because they had an inbuilt machine that was able to contact home at any time. Soon enough, as Yaku initiated the communication, a familiar visage of his grandfather, Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, appeared in the holographic projection. What happened? Ōtsutsuki Amakusa knew that his grandson wouldn't initiate contact unless two scenarios happened. One was that they severely underestimated the strength of the primal chaos dimension origin world, or that something happened in the origin world that required an overall change of strategy. Yes, grandfather, scenario number 2 is full go. We have learned that the primal chaos dimension origin world is being corrupted by one of its forbidden zones called Abyss of Nothingness, which is also producing some weird creatures ranging from Saint Realm to Holy Lord Realm. When Yaku said that, his grandfather grimaced slightly because scenario 2 was more problematic than scenario number 1. Because if the primal chaos dimension origin world was simply just stronger than they anticipated, they could still pacify it. Are you absolutely certain of this? Not that he didn't believe his grandson, but he needed more than just his word. Yes, Grandpa. I managed to get my hands on the part of legacy that belonged to low-rank chaotic origin lifeform, innate chaotic origin lifeform, to be precise, and it is also some kind of pseudo-world master, but right now it is incapacitated. From the legacy through the usage of Senrin Jonagan, I confirmed it personally. When Yaku said his part, a long silence was between the two of them before the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan proceeded to speak after he organized his thoughts on this topic. Indeed, not every time everything goes as planned. What do you want? He asked straightforwardly. I want to start the conquest and planting phase already. We managed to conquer one plane and fortify it as our base of operations. With the situation of the primal chaos dimension origin world, I predict that within a few centuries, without the interference of Peak Paragon, it would be entirely devoured by Abyss of Nothingness, so I want to start the plan ahead of time. Yaku presented the only option they had as the patriarch Ōtsutsuki Amakusa closed his eyes for a moment. And the situation there right now. It was essential to know because every clansman of the main clan of Celestial Ōtsutsuki, Myriad Ōtsutsuki, or Divine Lineage Ōtsutsuki was irreplaceable to the clan. It has been taken care of. I took someone who would become my wife, and she already made sure that soon all top factions of this origin world would be at war with each other, and it took her only a few weeks to achieve all of this. This made Ōtsutsuki Amakusa raise his brows at his grandson. He didn't think that his grandson would be interested in the opposite gender that much, considering that for the past 2.5 centuries, the only thing he was doing was cultivating and training. That is certainly an achievement, though you know, what is her race? His grandfather asked sternly, though impressed hearing that because it wasn't an easy feat to plunge the entire origin world into war. Something that I personally helped to create, a nemesis of everything even remotely divine and related to godhood. Brahma War God, a god who grows stronger by killing gods and divine. Seeing his grandfather just nod his head in approval, Yaku sighed in relief because the most challenging part was already behind them. Then, for her feat, she would be awarded 10,000 merit points if successful. Also, you can do as you wish, and after the dimensional pathway stabilizes, we will send in large batches of saints. 10,000 merit points was a staggeringly high number of contributions, even Yaku worked very hard to achieve such a number. Chapter 94, and they meet. After reporting to his grandfather, Ōtsutsuki Yaku then reported on the other parts of the progress of the expeditionary forces, which were slowly but steadily planting one god tree after another and harvesting a good number of the chakra fruits. This was essentially for the Ōtsutsuki clan because they were right now preparing for the final war in the Starvale origin world. His grandfather confirmed this information to Yaku that all major players would soon be waging war on each other. It seemed that the tensions between various factions of the Starvale origin world were too big and it couldn't be ignored anymore, and it was only a matter of time until it erupted. Especially the hatred between the Faith God Alliance and the Ōtsutsuki clan. So the Evernight High Council and Ōtsutsuki clan were right now in full-out preparation for the war, not only them but also the other factions that controlled the cosmic sectors. This was partially a piece of good news and partially bad news. Nevertheless, that was a matter of worry for the future. Right now, Yaku was tasked by the Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki clan to plant as many god trees as possible and harvest as many chakra fruits as they could. They would need them to build up their forces, create more and more powerhouses, or trade the chakra fruit in other origin worlds for precious cultivation resources and resources for their war against the other factions of the Starvale origin world. Now that Yaku finished reporting the situation to his grandfather, he cut down the call and remained in silence within the room. He was quietly contemplating about the situation because it filled him with a new wave of worry. But after a short time, he decided to get rid of negative thoughts because there was nothing he could do about it and he could only believe that the clan would be victorious. And he knew that they would win and restructuralize the Starvale origin world that would become a genius cultivation origin world. How did the report go? Ōtsutsuki Doma stood at the communication room entrance because Yaku was in talks with his grandfather for several hours until they finally ended their talks about the future. Not great, not terrible. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan said with an exhausted tone as he sat down on the ground after he went together with Ōtsutsuki Doma to sit down and drink some sake. So what is the response? Ōtsutsuki Doma asked as he was the second man in command of their expeditionary forces in the primal chaos dimension origin world. We can start the advance and target mortal planets and low-rank star realm and perhaps some weaker isolated middle-rank star realms. The Elder Council is for sure disturbed by hearing the newest developments in the primal chaos dimension origin world, so we got the green to execute the plan ahead of time. Yuko gulped down an entire cup of sake that came directly from Ōtsutsuki Doma's personal collection of alcohol. While Yuko collected rare tea leaves and similar things, Ōtsutsuki Doma collected rare types of sake. Will they reinforcements? Without more Saint Realm cultivators, we are hard-pressed, and right now, there are only a few of us, with others still waiting for their breakthroughs to the Saint Realm. While they had enough chakra fruits that would allow all of them to achieve Tier 3 through the old way, but that was not enough, as right now, all members of the main family were required to strictly practice evolutionary cultivation only. Yes, they will, but only when the dimensional pathway stabilizes enough, which would take some time. For now, we need to do what we, not the best, plunder, plant god trees and harvest the chakra fruits. Yuko said because they could wait a few decades until the dimensional pathway was stable enough for a first wave of Saint Realms to go through it. I will organize the teams. Still, I believe that we should avoid the Eastern Divine region entirely and rather turn our attention to the Southern Divine region for potential expansion. The Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan raised his brow at him, wanting to hear clarification about his statement. When you were in the call with Patriarch, I had a talk with Xue Ying. She told me that the entire Southern Divine region was pretty isolated as they have closed their borders and there are not many people who had established communication with them or other way around. Indeed, under these conditions, the Southern Divine region was most suitable if they didn't have much contact with the other divine regions in the first place. In regard to this, Yuko gave his approval and left in hands of Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Doma. Then we can do it that way, like Inger proposed. I will leave these matters to you and her. Coordinated your efforts with her, she is the most knowledgeable person about the entire primal chaos dimension origin world. Yuko meanwhile planned to depart for the blue pole star the very moment the mortal planet was finally found because it was of the utmost importance. He needed to get his hands on another fragment of the world-defying heaven manual. For that, he would take Inger with him, but she could be put to better use in coordinating the forces of the Ōtsutsuki clan to attack. He knew that she would be reaching the Saint Realm at any given moment, as her embryonic form of profound mystery-level comprehension of Tao of Lightning was already close to finishing the germination process. Meanwhile, at the other hand of the Ōtsutsuki celestial territory within the frigid origin realm, two women were sitting across each other on tatami mats and looking at each other with scrutiny. Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Kirihara have finally met and now they were both analyzing each other, as it was for the first time they met their competitor. They were sitting like this for an entire hour or so without saying a word and just looking at each other, waiting for the other one to make the first move. While Xue Ying was confident in herself, especially in her beauty, Kirihara looked at her newly arisen rival with wariness. So, it seems that I will need to start. In the end, it was Ōtsutsuki Kirihara who spoke as the first one among two of them, as the Brahma War goddess nodded her head and her golden all-seeing eyes of God activated subconsciously as two Sila appeared in front of her eyes and shone with bright golden color. Chapter 95, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying, 1. It seems so, patience has always been my strongest side. Xue Ying commented on seeing that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara made the first move. Xue Ying was a very patient person, she could sit there and stare at Ōtsutsuki Kirihara for even several days straight without much problem. On the contrary, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara wasn't very patient one, and she would rather always have everything as fast as possible. How did he pick you up? While the first question wasn't something that Xue Ying would anticipate, she answered nevertheless of the question. She started retelling the story of how she met Ōtsutsuki Yuko, as Kirihara was listening to everything attentively while calmly drinking her tea. That's certainly an impressive tale, Brahma goddess. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara hummed lightly, with her eyes watching every single move of the Brahma War goddess. Hearing that, Yuko went even as far as to create her personalized churka fruit for a unique transition to evolutionary cultivation. Yes, it certainly is, but for sure. Xue Ying knew that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, as the fiancé of Ōtsutsuki Yuko, would probably be hostile towards her, but to her surprise, she wasn't. In fact, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara didn't really care that Yuko brought some other woman home. What she cared more about were the things that Xue Ying was telling her, and the thing that caught her interest the most were the news that he evidently experienced some kind of mental breakdown and his personality was shifting. Xue Ying was saying that he became far more jovial and open, not to mention he seemed pretty different from what she knew. Even Kirihara was surprised by this change. She knew Yuko as a stoical person who was obsessed with training and cultivation. For a change, it would be intriguing to see him behave more humanly. Something that she looked forward to already, not to mention she felt a bit envious when the golden-haired beauty hinted that he became more interested in certain things of showing affection between couples. Now, for the other side of things, we need to talk about something entirely different. While Ōtsutsuki Kirihara wasn't really against polygamous relationships, it went without saying that she was a bit attracted to females. What her problem was that she wanted to be the number one in the hierarchy of Yuka's women. Unfortunately, she sensed that her own strength was lagging behind, and between the Ōtsutsuki's, the personal power was everything, they were a race that respected strength above everything else. Seeing that the Xue Ying whom Ōtsutsuki Yuka brought back with him was already at the Saint Realm was already a good threat to her. And that was not even considering her unique species, which was Brahma War God. She was a species that was on par with the Ōtsutsuki clan when it came to racial capabilities. This was perceived by Ōtsutsuki Kirihara as a threat, but she was also aware that being jealous or something would only sooner or later lead to their own doom. Ōtsutsukis were often polygamous species. Many members of the main clan had multiple partners, especially Ōtsutsuki males taking up multiple patterns. Most commonly, either from other species or those who were the most talented members of the branch clan, who were able to evolve past their limitations and became ranked members of the Ōtsutsuki clan's branch clan after they ate chakra fruit and awoke their bloodline. I am not a threat to you if you want to talk about this, Xue Ying said, because she could read her rival in love as clearly as a book, though in the defense of the Ōtsutsuki maiden, there were not many people whom Xue Ying couldn't read as open book. In the end, it was her specialization, reading people, manipulating them and using their weaknesses against them. It was one of the things that she lived for. That thrill of power it was giving her was utterly intoxicating. As she said, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara wasn't really surprised hearing that, because she had already warned beforehand that Yuka's newest finding was someone who specialized in reading people. Very specialized and very skilled, Kirihara came prepared for the eventuality of dealing with someone like her. Care to clarify for me, Brahma Goddess? Kirihara questioned the Brahma War Goddess, who didn't even bother to find her distaste for her species as god, though from what she heard from the reports, this species of god was something that was created by Yuka specifically for killing other gods. She was the perfect embodiment of God Devourer, Divine Devourer, God Killer and God of War, everything in one golden-haired and golden-eyed package. You are fearing that I will take your fiancé away from you or endanger your position because you were the first one, but at the same time, you have insecurities about your relationship with him, considering the fact that you didn't sleep with him or that Yuka himself wasn't really interested in that kind of activities for a long time, makes you feel inferior and doubting your advantages. The more she said, the more Ōtsutsuki Kirihara shuddered from fear, from anger, from rage, from humiliation, and from the cold truth. Yes, Xue Ying was best at reading people, but if there was another thing she was very good at, it was pissing other people off. If it wasn't for Ōtsutsuki Kirihara really holding herself back from attacking the golden-haired beauty who had a grin on her face as she was observing Ōtsutsuki Kirihara attempting to rein in her anger. Seeing you holding back your killing intent so badly is only confirming my assumptions that I am right about this matter. Xue Ying sipped from her tea as she waited for the Ōtsutsuki Kirihara to calm down, which was actually taking much longer than she initially anticipated, but it seemed that her words indeed got under her skin too much. It took Ōtsutsuki Kirihara several more minutes to calm down completely and not jump at the Brahma War Goddess and try to kill her. Fortunately enough or unfortunately, it wouldn't really solve anything. Chapter 96, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying, 2. Yes, you are certainly right on multiple occasions, and I must apologize for my misbehavior, but I will not apologize for the fact that you are indeed a ruthless bitch. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara said after several more minutes of silence when she looked at Xue Ying, who was happily drinking her tea. She noticed that the tea she was drinking was one of the ones from Yuka's personal stash. Of course I am right. I am rarely wrong on something. Former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm said haughtily as she looked at her opponent. So, what is your aim? Was it to save your own life? Or is it the revenge on the Brahma monarch god realm and your entire origin world by letting it burn? Or helping burn it down entirely? This time, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was counterattacking against her newly emerged rival. While Ōtsutsuki Kirihara wasn't really a fan of these games and scheming, it didn't really mean that she wasn't proficient in them. She also knew where to strike, and judging based on the expression of the former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara knew that she hit the weak spot, critically at that. And why do you care about that? It's not your origin world in the first place, and if I want to see it burn, then it shall be. Xue Ying put down her cup of tea as she looked at the Ōtsutsuki Kirihara before answering. She held a great resentment for the primal chaos dimension origin word and especially the Brahma monarch god realm. Now that she could just simply pack up her things and leave, it made her lose any interest in her home origin world. For all she could care, it could burn, be conquered, destroyed, or enslaved. She didn't care a bit. The only thing she cared about in the primal chaos origin world was the Brahma monarch god realm, so she could plant the god tree with the Brahma monarch god realm as the sacrifice for the god tree. Traitors are rather common. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara commented, hearing that as Brahma War Goddess frowned but didn't really refute the statement because it was at least partially true. From a certain point of view, she was indeed a traitor to the primal chaos dimension origin world. It was not like she cared about the word traitor or anything else, she only cared about the benefits and power. Aside from that, Xue Ying didn't have anything that would bind her down to the continuous existence of the primal chaos dimension origin world. If it means that I would achieve all of my goals, then so be it. Whining is just for weak, self-righteous fools. At this, even Ōtsutsuki Kirihara nodded in agreement because they were beginning to have something in common. That was a good thing, as both women thought the exact same thing about this statement. So now that we exchanged compliments and threats, we can discuss of how we want to function in this newly found relationship between us. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara said because they were already dancing around this topic for half an hour or so. I want nothing more than just be with Yuko. All of these schemes or things that are like out of the romance novels are of no consequence to me. Xue Ying said briefly, but even though the answer was short, she knew that it was exactly what Ōtsutsuki Kirihara wanted to hear. While Kirihara wasn't very good at showing it, she wanted only the best for her fiancé. She was something that one could term as budding Yandere in the embryonic form, even though she herself wasn't really realizing it. As long as that would be the truth, we can for sure get along. Afterward, Xue Ying and Kirihara started talking about various things and actually even getting along with each other. Both of them were actually pretty much similar and had a lot of things in common. Like Xue Ying, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was also someone who grew up in loneliness and without many friends. She was the daughter of one of the elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan and her father was one of the most skilled and famous martial arts master in the entire Ōtsutsuki clan. Aside from the fact that she was of the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki clan, most of people would be afraid to approach her. Especially considering that her father was very doting, more importance on the word doting from it. Due to that, she was really appreciating that she finally had someone to talk with. Several days later, the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan in the frigid origin realm. Right now, every member of the expeditionary force of the Ōtsutsuki clan was present in the meeting between the higher-ups. However, there was one new addition to the group, which was naturally Xue Ying. She was sitting in a position closest to the Ōtsutsuki Yuko by his left side, together with Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, who was to his right side. After the discussion with the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, the group was having a meeting to decide the next steps. Now, everyone has been briefed on the situation with the abyss of nothingness. Patriarch has given the seal of approval for us to start the plan sooner than anticipated. We would also get another wave of Saint Realm cultivators as soon as possible. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stated to all of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen who gathered in the meeting room as they were discussing the plans for their future actions within the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. I see that we have an agreement, so our next steps would be, we will divide our forces into 3 groups. The first group would be led by Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and remain in the frigid origin realm and is tasked with the protection of the realm. The second would be led by Ōtsutsuki Doma and the third group would be led by Ōtsutsuki Jin. These 2 groups would coordinate with Xue Ying to search for suitable places to plant the god tree. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said with a tone of finality as he created their future strategy on how to get the most chakra fruits as possible within a short time. How are we with the number of saints within our forces? Yuko asked as he looked at the higher-ups of the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces because the Saint Realms were the cornerstone of the conquest or any other future military operations. Chapter 97, The Plan starts. Right now, we are about 30 Saint Realm clansmen, though there are several more waiting on the right opportunity to make a breakthrough. We have already started distributing the chakra fruits on merit loan with big discounts so that some clansmen could get to the Saint transformation stage of the Saint Realm as soon as possible. Ōtsutsuki Doma answered Yuko's question because he was the person in charge of the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces when Ōtsutsuki Yuko was in the god realm of absolute beginning. The number of the Saint Realm wasn't good, but it was better than he expected because from the initial 100 or so people they brought with them from the Starvale origin world to the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Not to mention, all of them were from the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan, so their combat prowess was very high, even considering their actual tiers and realm. All enforcers from the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan were top-notch combatants and fighters, so their combat prowess was naturally far superior to that of ordinary cultivators from this origin world. That is rather, neutral result. Yuko tilted his head to the side because he couldn't really decide if the result was good or bad. He had mixed feelings about the number of the Saint Realms that the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary force currently had. Whatever. I got permission to use as many resources as possible to raise the number of the saint among our forces from the Patriarch and Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki clan, so do that right now. Yuko already talked about this topic with his grandfather and Ōtsutsuki Amakusa allowed him to use everything they had gathered till now to cultivate their forces and even allowed him to distribute some cultivation resources for free. That was for the Ōtsutsuki clansmen participating in the expedition who were on the verge of a breakthrough so they could reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible. In the end, it was just a drop in the sea, considering the amount of chakra fruit they could obtain from the entire Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Then I will take care of it. Once again, the task of distributing the... Has Lady Xue prepared the list of the most suitable targets? Ōtsutsuki Doma asked as his golden eyes glinted, and the woman in question nodded her head before she took the scroll containing several thousand mortal planets, hundreds of low-rank star realms and several tens of middle-rank star realms. There were even some very isolated high-rank star realms that could also be conquered and used as sacrifices for the god tree. Obviously, there were only 3 on the list, but even that was far more than enough for now, considering the average strength of the high-rank star realm. Which was only below that of the royal rank star realm and there were very few high-rank star realms that were very isolated to the point where even expeditionary forces of the Ōtsutsuki clan could invade them without fear of being found out. I want for the attacking forces to leave within 24 hours and make it quick, Doma. If I hear that some clansmen are playing around and not doing their job, I will start executing them on the grounds of treason. Yaku said with a cold voice as everyone shivered when they noticed his eyes because he wasn't kidding. He wasn't taking a chance that some of the clansmen would just play with mortals or cultivators because their opponents were much weaker. No. This time, the situation was severe, and if something like that happened, he would be executing the offender. 1 or 2 dead for such a thing would surely put them in line, but hopefully, just his threat would be enough. It wouldn't be the first time that their arrogance got in their heads and some of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen lost to weaker opponents because they were just playing with them. While the main family were not prone to mental problem like that of the branch clan of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Yaku wasn't taking any chances. God-complex syndrome was rather common among the branch clansmen. It was one of their inherent genetic defects, but what would he expect from the failed products? I will put everyone in line. Even Ōtsutsuki Doma felt a light fear when he looked at Yaku, but he understood the sentiment. They were in an origin world that was being slowly destroyed by the abyss of nothingness, and at the same time, while almost all of the native factions were interviewed in conflict, it was better to be cautious. As the saying goes, never intervene when the enemy is in the process of self-destruction. For now, they needed to lay still low. Their numbers were low, but the moment the first batch of the Saint Realm cultivators arrived from the Starvale origin world, it would be time to attack even the royal rank Star Realms. Then we are clear. If there is anything you need, contact Inger for further instructions, but I don't see that you would have trouble subjugating the places on that list. The list that Xue Ying put up together was specifically tailored for the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces and consisted of the either weakest and or most isolated star realms across the entire Eastern Divine Region or Southern Divine Region. I will gather the men and depart as soon as possible, await the reports after the first trees are planted. Ōtsutsuki Doma then said and departed from the meeting room, soon enough followed by Ōtsutsuki Bailong and Ōtsutsuki Jin, who too left. After several moments, the only people remaining in the room were Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, Ōtsutsuki Yaku, and Xue Ying who were observing the projection of the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. We should leave to search personally for the Blue Pole Star. Yaku wanted to take Inger and Kirihara with him to search for the Blue Pole Star to obtain the treasures, legacies and another fragment of the world-defying heaven manual from that place. There are not many places that are suitable from the report so that we can go through them one by one with the warship. They had only a few planets on the list that were suspected to be Blue Pole Star, and they could actually check them one by one if they took the warship, and in truth, it wouldn't even take a long time. Chapter 98, Talks, Situations and Several months have passed since making the decision to accelerate the plans for the conquest of the surrounding planets and some of the star realms. The forces of the Ōtsutsuki clan were moving at tremendous speed toward the mortal planets and low-rank star realms. Just within a few months, countless god trees were planted and the chakra fruit started to flood into the hands of the Ōtsutsuki clan. And with the incoming chakra fruits, they started redistributing them to the clansmen, and more people were breaking through to the Saint Realm. Right now, even Xue Ying has become a full-fledged Saint Realm powerhouse as she reached profound mystery level within the Tao of Lightning and congealed the Tao rune of the Tao of Lighting. Ōtsutsuki Doma, Ōtsutsuki Bailong and Ōtsutsuki Jin were doing a splendid job at pacifying the mortal planets and low-rank star realms. And as Yaku instructed, even right now, they were targeting only maximally low-rank star realms. Soon enough, they would be moving on to the mid-rank star realms because they had already gathered enough Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki's, which would allow them to simultaneously attack and occupy several mid-rank star realms without much problem. At the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Yaku was presently in a very good mood because they had finally found the Blue Pole Star. Finally, after many months of searching and gathering information, they finally found that goddamned mortal planet. They checked through several mortal planets within the outskirts of the Eastern Divine Region, and finally, at last, the only planet on the list that was to be checked was the Blue Pole Star. And during that time, they got confirmation that the planet in the cornermost area of the Eastern Divine Region was the Blue Pole Star. Apparently, the informants that Xue Ying and Guju were using managed to capture one cultivator who had been there and extracted the information from his mind. The old man Guju also finished transitioning into the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries as he finished recultivating up to the Void God, Unity stage, but his combat prowess was not inferior to the average Divine Master Realm cultivator of the Profound Way. Yaku, it has happened. Suddenly, as all three of them were relaxing en route to the Blue Pole Star, Xue Ying opened her eyes in a hurry because she received information about the latest developments in the war between the alliance of Star God Realm and Moon God Realm against Brahma Monarch God Realm. And the results? Yaku asked because he was curious how the Brahmas actually fared and what losses they managed to inflict on the other factions. Not great, not terrible. The Star God Realm lost 4 of their Star Gods and Moon God Realm lost 6 Moon Gods, together with countless other cultivators. Xie Fontian prepared a well-elaborately crafted trap and lured them deep into their territory even at the cost of his own subjects. That were for sure heavy losses for the Star God Realm and Moon God Realm because the so-called gods were the peak Divine Master Realm cultivators that had legacy of the true gods, so they were more powerful than your average peak Divine Master Realm cultivator. Then the Great Brahma Heaven Barrier was activated, and right now, the entire Brahma Monarch God Realm is cut out from the rest of the Primal Chaos Dimension. So now, either miracle would happen, or else, the Brahma Monarch God Realm will perish either during the time of isolation or after the Great Brahma Heaven Barrier is down. Xue Ying narrated the happenings within the realm of gods. The great Brahma heaven barrier was something that saved the existence of the Brahma monarch god realm, though it wasn't at all good. Either they would slowly perish within the Brahma monarch god realm because they would be limited with resources and not resources for all citizens, considering the size of the entire Brahma monarch god realm. It was one of the biggest royal star realms, not only through the pure size or population, but it was also one of the most populous royal star realms. And the other pawns on the board. Yuko was curious about the other players on the board because Xue Ying invested a lot of time and effort into scheming against the entire realm of gods, and in truth, he would be disappointed when it failed. Not only because there would not be enough chaos within the realm of gods, but at the same time, he knew that the Brahma war goddess would be unhappy with the situation itself. Now that is where the things are interesting. Dragon God Realm actually wanted to invade the Eastern Divine Region but stopped midway for unknown reasons. Practically the majority of the Western Divine Region went to participate in that, but after they arrived at the border, they stopped there for a few days before retreating back home. Yuko raised his brow hearing that, as he took Xue Ying into his lap, seeing that was very angry at that. He knew that his favorite golden-haired princess spent a lot of effort to manipulate the events, so the Dragon God Realm actually went and invaded the Eastern Divine Region. You know, even what you have achieved till now is very good. And the Northern Divine Region and Southern Divine Region. Now, the Western Divine Region was out of the equation, which was a significant loss because it was the strongest divine region within the realm of gods, especially due to the fact that dragons were racially far superior to humans. From captured dragons, the Ōtsutsukis were able to find that their combat prowess, especially those with strong bloodlines, their combat prowess wasn't that far from the Ōtsutsuki's. Basically, the dragons in the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world practiced two cultivation systems. One was the bloodline cultivation system and another was the profound way but slightly adjusted to better suit their draconic nature. Now this is interesting and better than I predicted. As expected, the devil cultivators of the Northern Divine Region invaded in full force and actually did a good number on the cultivators of the Eastern Divine Region and the Southern Divine Region's Southern God Emperor Force Star God Realm and Moon God Realm to cede a lot of territory in exchange for their help. This indeed surprising because, for first, he didn't think that the Northern Divine Region's devil cultivators would be actually so successful at cutting so deep into the enemy territory, so this one was welcomed news. Chapter 99, Blue Pole Star. Devil cultivators were a peculiar branch of the cultivation system that you could pretty much abhor just for its very own existence. Not like he cared about the people they were slaughtering for the power and sacrificed, but he found the devil cultivators to be a faulty system. Not to mention, in many other origin worlds, the Ōtsutsuki clan was competing against various devil cultivator organizations, sects, cults, and clans for resources. Frankly speaking, they were all about the same thing, as they competing for the same thing like the devil cultivators. Just with the exception that the Ōtsutsukis won't go mad when they eat chakra fruit, and the same thing cannot be said about the devil cultivators, whose sanity is slipping away with more power they obtain. And how is the situation in the front lines right now? Ōtsutsuki Yuko was very keen on observing the faux version of the devil cultivators of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin word because they were not really devil cultivators. At best, they could be called imitations of them, but at the same time, they were steadily going for the target. At the same time, as he was talking with the Xue Ying, he had traced down to her tights with his hands, as the golden-haired golden-eyed Brahma war goddess was greatly enjoying the undivided attention her man was giving her. The Eastern Divine Region is greatly weakened from the internal war, Southern Divine Region is supporting them actually to best of their capabilities and the Northern Devils are actually very strong, but that is logical as they are fighting for their survival. Yuko nodded as he gave his master schemer a kiss on the lips, as they were more and more physical with each other after that fortunate or unfortunate event within the god realm of absolute beginning. Something that even the Ōtsutsuki Kirihara appreciated greatly, as Yuko could take the lead with her, something that she wanted and needed at the same time. She wasn't the most proactive person around here. Inhabitants of the Northern Divine Region were called devils only because they were practicing darkness profound energy at first, thought right now some were really very good imitations of the Jinyu devil cultivators. Understandable, the Northern Divine Region is getting smaller and smaller with each passing century because the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin world's energies have been slowly decreasing, the territory suitable for the devils of the Northern Divine Region has been constantly shrinking. That was the unfortunate fate of the Northern Divine Region. Even Yuko knew that as he separated from Xue Ying who gave him a pout for stopping. She was very much enjoying the physical affections for the past time. Not even within a million years, the Northern Divine Region territory has already reduced by 2/3. Disappearing into nothing will come sooner or later. This is why they can be considered to be the most tragic divine region. They were cultivation systems and people were destined to wither under the annals of time sooner or later if they didn't do something about it. The members of the Northern Divine Region are likened to being trapped in a cage that is growing smaller and smaller over time, but for that reason, they are right now fighting with everything they got to transition into the more standard profound way and obtain new territory within the other divine regions, but such thing would normally be nigh impossible. Brahma War Goddess finished the sentence for him as she leaned in for another kiss. Whatever, they will perish together with their origin world, either by our hand or by the abyss of nothingness. Unfortunately, the chances for the clan to send a paragon to resolve the situation with the abyss of nothingness are abysmal at this phase. Yuko said reluctantly, but there was nothing they could do about it, as the Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki knew what they were doing. And as Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Yuko were exchanging affections, the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan arrived at its target. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan looked at the planet before his eyes with interest. While it appeared to be an ordinary planet, with no presence of anything stronger than 9 mortal realms, their scans have found tremendous lingering power. His accurate divine sense and also clairvoyance were telling him that it was the lingering spirit of something on the Tier 4. Very peak Tier 4. A planet located on the outskirts of the universe, with the closest point of interest being the star god realm. It had 97% water and 3% land now. Apparently, originally it was 60% and 40%, but their scans were showing that much of it was sunk down underneath the ocean. It had 3 continents, from what they learned after a thorough investigation into the blue pole star. The most remote is the Azure Cloud continent, while the Profound Sky continent and the Illusory Demon realm are relatively close to each other. The Profound Sky continent and the Illusory Demon realm were at war for 100 years. It looks rather ordinary, not something that I would imagine. Xue Ying remarked from the side, and even Ōtsutsuki Kirihara agreed with this sentiment because the blue pole star looked rather unimportant, insignificant, and just bland. It was basically like any other mortal planet within the primal chaos dimension origin world. No matter how unimportant it looks like, we need to scout the area, obtain the legacies and leave quietly. Yuko said with a severe pale expression on his face when he opened his eyes because he used the Senran Jonagon to divine the future and he saw some things that were deeply disturbing, dangerous, and very, very, very deathly dangerous on the planet. I saw that something mighty is dwelling on that planet, or would be in the future. This place has the strongest concentration of fate and luck within the entire origin world, so it would be best to leave it intact as it can be. With the usage of clairvoyance of the Senran Jonagon, Yuko saw some disturbing images, and he knew that this place was somehow connected to the ancestral goddess. He didn't know how and why, but he saw it in his vision of possible futures. Chapter 100, The Legacies of the Blue Pole Star. So what should we do next? Xue Ying asked, not liking the situation a bit because it sounded like the Blue Pole Star was far more dangerous than it seemed. Yuko, meanwhile, was rather keen on exploring the Blue Pole Star even more despite the dangers it had. We should advance slowly. I feel that whatever called this mortal planet home has died, but there is a high chance that whoever inhabited this place a long time ago has left something to protect the planet. Yuko was careful when dealing with the Blue Pole Star because the planet seemed dangerous, even though it was an ordinary mortal planet. So he was cautious, as he always was with everything unknown. So, infiltration tactics. Inger questioned as Yuko nodded because without confirming the dangers or safety of the Blue Pole Star, Yuko would only infiltrate the planet and lay low. However, he assumed that it wouldn't take long to confirm the status of the Blue Pole Star. Yes. We will infiltrate, gather information and decide the next step. If we confirm that there are not any presences that are at or above Tier 4, we can start our hunt for the legacies that are within the Blue Pole Star. Yuko was cautious with the Blue Pole Star, placing it on the same level of danger as the God Realm of Absolute Beginning, actually. Still, when they confirmed that there was nobody at or above Tier 4 on the planet, then they could act more freely when it came to the investigations and legacy gathering. So where should we land down? Ōtsutsuki Kirihara looked at the projection of the Blue Pole Star that was scanned by the Ōtsutsuki clan's warship. The entire planet had 3 continents, one of them was more remote, while the other 2 were rather closer to each other. Profound Sky Continent, that continent is the strongest out of the 3 and, from what we know, has the highest number of powerhouses among the entire Blue Pole Star and most importantly, clearly the highest number of legacies and treasures is located on the Sky Profound Continent. They had some rudimentary understanding of the Blue Pole Star and its layout, so Ōtsutsuki Yuko chose the Profound Sky Continent as their target destination. When he used the clairvoyance for the last time, he saw that 3 out of 7 heavenly profound treasures were located at the Blue Pole Star. This was the first time his divination was so accurate and powerful because normally, his Senran Jonagon wouldn't be that accurate. 7 heavenly profound treasures were the most supreme treasures in the entire primal chaos dimension origin world, each with unique capabilities. They were born at the start of the origin world, shortly after the ancestral goddess. This meant that they were chaotic origin treasures, probably, if you could had to guess at their strongest, they were high-grade chaotic origin treasures, which was something that even lofty paragons at the clan would salivate at. Unfortunately for the primal chaos dimension origin world, after something called primordial energy dissipated from the origin world, their power greatly diminished, but they were still very powerful artifacts. Not to mention, the Ōtsutsuki clan could repair them with some chaotic origin sand and chaotic origin essence without any problem, so they would be as powerful as they were at their peak. Blue Pole Star, Profound Sky Continent, 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. The warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan descended under stealth into the enormous mountain range that was located within one of the native empires of the Profound Sky Continent. Yuko chose this place precisely because it was swarming with the profound beasts and it would provide the solace and there are not many people in the center of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. They could build up their headquarters here and conduct reconnaissance from here towards the rest of the Profound Sky Continent. After they obtained some more information about the continent and political landscape, they could decide on further moves. And naturally, to hunt for treasures and legacies, which was the most important part of their trip. The moment they landed down and Ōtsutsuki Yuko stepped on the soil of the Blue Pole Star, he once again activated the clairvoyance of the Senran Jonagon and this time the results were much better compared to the previous ones. When they landed down, 3 of them split apart because Yaku assured them that there were no living powerhouses within the Blue Pole Star, but more probable was the version that there were only lingering spirits or something in those lines remaining at the Blue Pole Star. That meant that they could move more or less freely without being in fear that they would be ambushed by someone of that caliber. After some basic reconnaissance, they concluded the reach and size of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range and some of the inhabitants. Unsurprisingly, there were almost none, aside from the one peculiar clan called Phoenix Clan, something that Xue Ying was very sensitive about because those people had a bloodline of the Phoenix. Divine beasts altogether were very common in most chaotic source dimension, not to mention origin world. So, one could come across dragons, phoenixes, golden crowns and many, many, many others. So, the Phoenix bloodline. And they are that weak. That was weird to Yaku because the Phoenix source of the primal chaos dimension origin world was that of peak true god, which was holy profound stage holy lord realm, not to mention all of the first generations contain with their bloodline bits of the chaotic origin essence, so they had tremendous potential. Such was the unfair advantage of divine beasts that were born around the creation of a new origin world. Even though the original Phoenix was at the true god stage and was technically speaking only first grade tier 4, its potential was much, much higher. So, the bloodline was, technically speaking, also much stronger and held profound potential, which made Yaku reconsider a bit some of his moves for the future. Are you thinking about the same thing as me? Xue Ying looked at Yaku with a grin as he absent-mindedly nodded his head in agreement. I will tell you both something that is considered a top secret of the Ōtsutsuki clan, but if you know this beforehand, you can help me to build a powerful foundation of the Starvale origin world. In the end, Yaku decided to show trust with a secret to both of women, whom he planned to marry, because it was somewhat ironic, as he didn't typically trust even his own shadow. Chapter 101, Schemes of the Ōtsutsuki. Starvale origin world would be undergoing some sort of change or evolution in the future. We don't know exactly when, but we know that when it happens, it will forever reshape and change the entire origin world because it will fuse with another origin world that was conquered by the Ōtsutsuki clan a long time ago, and the planet-based structure of the Starvale origin world would also be replaced by something that we are seeing right now in the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world or other origin worlds. This was something that was known only to the elders of Ōtsutsuki clan and certain personnel. Aside from them, nobody knew about the impending change that was awaiting the Starvale origin world. Due to that reason, the Ōtsutsuki clan is also preparing for the final war against the Faith God Alliance, Sage Clan, and Automatons. We need to win. If that happens and the Starvale origin world undergoes a great reset, then the entire Starvale origin world would belong only to the Ōtsutsuki clan. When that is complete, there would be basically an entire origin world for them to rule as they see fit, and with the Starvale origin world becoming a proper cultivation-friendly origin world, then they won't have a fear of not having enough realms to plant the god trees. And you are already scheming to recruit some noteworthy vassals for the future that could populate parts of the Starvale origin world version 2.0. Under the rule of the Ōtsutsuki clan because, in the end, the stronger the origin world would be, the better, right? Xue Ying was very fast in catching up with his train of thought as Yaku nodded, and now even Kirihara saw what was happening behind the curtains and everything was making sense already. Frankly speaking, yes. The new origin world would be at least thrice that of the initial Starvale origin world, and there is also the possibility of artificially fusing the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world into it, or at least what remains from it. Of course, those were just talks for a later date and nothing binding has been decided yet. Starting with the Phoenix clan here is a good opportunity. They were very weak, and from what I sensed when I was scouting around, their entire lineage is cursed with some sort of cursed mark, so if you can get rid of it and give them salvation, then you would obtain fanatical followers. Xue Ying summarized the situation, and her thoughts aligned with those of Ōtsutsuki Yaku because he planned to do exactly the same thing. Yaku only needed to resolve their bloodline curse, boost their power, and basically do what he did with Xue Ying, which was just a watered-down version of the process. He already had some basic rudimentary plan on how to achieve that, but he also needed to get his hands on the Phoenix God legacy, complete one to be precise, so he had the perfect starting line for his subordinates. Right now, the only complete source of the Phoenix God legacy was in the hands of the Phoenix sect of the Flame God realm, which was somehow a powerful high-rank star realm within the Eastern Divine region. We should go to the Phoenix clan as the first stop. We can also get a lot of information from them. With that being said, all 3 of them departed for the territory of the Phoenix clan. At the same time, Xue Ying proposed that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Ōtsutsuki Yaku apply some genjus over their bodies, so they appeared like ordinary humans to each other. Both of them strictly rejected such heretical idea. The Phoenix clan lived in the middle of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It was a rather remote area that was swarming with various species of profound beasts, ranging from the true profound realm to even the sky profound realm. Obviously, for the Ōtsutsuki and Xue Ying, who were both at the Saint Sea stage of the Saint realm with their combat prowess comparable to the Divine Master realm, these were not even remotely any kind of interest. It didn't take them long to arrive at the village of the Phoenix clan, which was a rather tranquil village with a small population, and most of its inhabitants were all at the elementary profound realm. They were extremely weak, something that even Yaku and Kirihara were surprised about, but at the same time, they were also surprised at the fact that they managed to survive within 10,000 Beast Mountain range for such a long time. That was certainly a feat for such a group of weak people, considering the fact that the ordinary elementary profound realm cultivator wasn't really strong even if he utilized his profound energy. All three of them noticed that the village was close to the ruins and had a very strong phoenix aura, which probably explained where the people got their phoenix legacy from, albeit incomplete. And when Yaku scanned the area with his divine sense, he realized that it was probably also connected to their curse that was cursing them to remain within the elementary profound realm for the rest of their lives. As they were observing the phoenix village of the Phoenix clan, suddenly, one man exited the village and went in their direction. It was rather intriguing to all three of them that they had the courage to go and ask what they wanted with their meager strength. "Greetings, travelers, may I ask what you want with our clan?" The man that came before them was an elderly-looking man with white hair and a beard, around 80 to 90 years old. The elderly man was the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhenmin, and he realized that the people before him were very, very powerful. Even the sky profound realm profound beast that he saw decades ago was no different from an ant compared to the three people before him. "I came to offer you salvation to the Phoenix clan," Ōtsutsuki Yaku said dramatically as he looked at the elderly man, while both Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Kirihara didn't know if he was replaced by some expert actor or some devil. Chapter 102, Phoenix Clan. Feng Zhenmin looked at the newcomers with a great deal of wariness. He didn't dare to say anything that would upset the foreigners because he sensed their power and he knew that if he upset them, he would die. Even though none of the three people had any ounce of profound energy, all cultivators were sensitive to any kind of energy. This was something that was unique to their kind so that they could discern between the stronger and weaker individuals. And even though Ōtsutsuki Yaku, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, and Xue Ying were restraining their power a lot, a very, very lot, it was still undeniable that even the bits of power they were showing here were far beyond the mortal understanding. In the end, elderly Feng Zhenmin didn't wish for anything more than just to get rid of the curse that the Phoenix god cursed them with. Contrary to some of his predecessors, he was very angry at the Phoenix god for cursing them, so what that they had killed some innocents. According to the recounting of our ancestors, the Phoenix had left 2 trial grounds in the profound sky continent. One of them was at the faraway Divine Phoenix Empire, and the other was right here. The only difference was that the one in the Divine Phoenix Empire was known by all, and had formed the incomparably powerful Divine Phoenix sect, whereas this ground in the Blue Wind Empire had gone unnoticed by all and was unintentionally discovered by our ancestors. No one would have thought that this desolate and dangerous 10,000 Beast Mountain actually had a ruin left by a primordial divine beast of the primordial era. Such things happen within the cultivation world every day. We are of the Phoenix clan, bearing the bloodline of the noble Phoenix. An ancestor of the clan passed the Phoenix trial and obtained the Phoenix bloodline. They flourished into a large sect after 12 generations. During that generation, one of the ancestors fought with someone using the power of the Phoenix, and the flames accidentally spread to a small town and killed 32,000 innocent people. The elderly patriarch of the Phoenix clan started retelling his story as all three of them listened attentively. The Phoenix spirit was enraged and cursed the bloodline to be suppressed to the 10th level of elementary profound. Afterward, the clan hid in the mountain range next to the ruins of the Phoenix for 1,000 years, praying to their Phoenix god that the curse could be released. When he finished the story, all three of them had confused expressions written over their faces because they thought that the Phoenix spirit was too petty or idiotic to care for the lives of some ants. So the plan 1 fails without even starting. Yaku communicated with Kirihara and Inger through his divine sense, as both women agreed with his sentiment. Originally, Yaku had a different plan, as he planned perhaps to get the Phoenix on his side. Foolish notion, but it would bring a divine beast to the ranks of the clan, and if its bloodline could be realized to maximum, then it would be a powerhouse to reckon with. Unfortunately, hearing the story of Feng Zhenmin, that option was already not viable. If you can resolve the curse, then the Phoenix clan will be forever loyal to you. The old man bowed his head to Yaku, who nodded and agreed. Naturally, you would become my retainers and reach heights even greater than the original Phoenix god herself. Yaku said as he then made it to the War Council with Kirihara and Inger. For the first, they learned that there was Phoenix spirit within the ruin, meaning it should have some power of the original, but Yaku suspected that its power wouldn't be much. So Yaku planned to catch the Phoenix spirit and extract everything from it to concoct the cure for the Phoenix clan. In fact, it sounded much harder than it really was because, for someone like Ōtsutsuki Yaku, it was a relatively easy and effortless thing to do. He would give them some modifying chakra fruit that would be filled with the essence of the Phoenix, changing their power system to that of profound way to the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries and bloodline system. Fortunately, the Phoenix clan had only a few hundred members at best, so it wouldn't really be a problem. Another interesting thing was that there was a nation within the profound sky continent called Divine Phoenix Empire, and it was ruled by the Divine Phoenix sect and all higher-ups bore the surname Feng. That meant it was highly possible that there was another Phoenix legacy on the Blue Pole Star. It would be most unusual to have 2 trial legacy grounds on a mortal plane, but Yaku would need to check on it personally at a later date. Right now, it was a priority to deal with the Phoenix trial ground on hand that was located within the ruins not far from the Phoenix clan village. Now that Yaku obtained the agreement from the Phoenix clan, after a short council with Kirihara and Inger, he went directly to the matter. For that thing, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara would step in and guard the entrance to the ruin, while Xue Ying would watch over the entire area in case something happened. It never hurt to be more cautious about this, as they were dealing with someone who was at Tier 4 during their lifetime. Phoenix was one of the 3 supreme fire attributed bewasts within the primal chaos dimension, and during the era of gods, it reigned supreme. Even right now, the Phoenix legacy is considered as one of the most powerful across the entire primal chaos dimension. Surely, its lingering spirit would be rather powerful, and if not powerful, then it should have prepared some means to deal with invaders that would want to seize the legacy by force. For that, even Kirihara warned Yuko to be extra careful. Something that he found rather cute because she was always worrying for him, despite her cold and distant exterior, which she was always putting up. Xue Ying meanwhile went to the Phoenix clan village together with Feng Zhenmin to obtain more information about their clan, about the profound sky continent and various factions in it. When Kirihara saw it, she already thought that the spider was beginning to web a net already. She was working rather fast. During the time she spent with Xue Ying, she too rather took a liking to her, despite her scheming and rather ruthless nature that was far above standards even of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Chapter 103, Phoenix Legacy. She was someone rather refreshing to talk with, and Kirihara actually deeply appreciated her scheming and ambitious nature because it filled the gaps that she couldn't. Kirihara knew that she wasn't someone very suitable for a leader. She didn't have the foresight that, for example, the late wife of the current patriarch had. One thing that Kirihara feared rather deeply was that, once Yuko became the patriarch, that this would make for a poor wife for the patriarch. Usually, the wives of patriarchs took a major position within the leadership of the clan. Kirihara knew that she was a far better combatant and alchemist, as she had been learning alchemy for the past years when she accidentally discovered that she had a rather strong talent and affinity for it. Trial ground of the Phoenix legacy. The moment he stepped inside the entrance, the scene before him suddenly distorted within mere moments, faster than he could register even with his eyes. Clearly he had walked into some kind of array. He felt the sky and ground spin right after as if his body was sent flying by a storm. He unconsciously closed his eyes. Only after a long time did that weightless feeling finally disappear slowly. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a pitch-black darkness. Several moments later, 2 lines of narrow golden light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black darkness before him. Immediately after, the 2 narrow lines of golden luminance slowly opened like a pair of slightly narrowed eyes. A pair of incomparably gigantic golden eyes that was embedded inside the endlessly dark black space. Those were the eyes of the Phoenix. What do you want, invader? Yuko was welcomed or unwelcomed by stretching sound full of anger and hatred that was directed at him. It seemed that the ancient gods and devils were very well aware of the happenings out of their origin world, and it seemed that their experiences with the foreigners were not good in the past. From what he saw, it wasn't something weird because the primal chaos dimension origin world could be considered as a very weak origin world due to its weak cultivation system. So naturally, the origin worlds that were much stronger would pick up on them and would target them for their cultivation resources, which they had plenty of. Considering that you are willing to speak, let's ask nicely to give me everything you have and I will let you exist, maybe even restore you to your former glory. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said with a grin, fully awaiting the Phoenix spirit to attack him outright because what he proposed was something that the Phoenix spirit would never accept, but the very moment Yuko saw and felt it, he knew that he won. The combat strength of the lingering remnants of the Phoenix spirit was barely around average 2nd grade tier 3, its power was greatly diminished and severely weakened. If they fought, then it wouldn't be able to do anything because it was too weak. As he expected, the Phoenix spirit within the Trial Legacy ground mobilized all of the flames and its remaining power to erase him from existence. Naturally, the fundamentals of Ōtsutsuki and Phoenix were incompatible with each other. Begone from the Legacy Trial ground, evil being. The immortal soul left behind, the true Phoenix screeched with fire as tsunamis of flames shot towards Yuko, who didn't bother to dodge and just gathered the dust as several cubes appeared around him and obliterated the endless flames to nothingness. Not the best shot, wanna try it again? Yuko asked with a grin as he looked at the Phoenix spirit that brimmed with rage that all of its attacks were futile and were instantly neutralized by whatever its opponent was doing. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan was specializing in the Tao of Dust, and he comprehended the Tao of Dust every time he had time for it. In fact, his comprehension of the Tao of Dust was slowly heading to the true meaning level, which would be a staggering achievement. Typically, only cultivators at the Holy Lord realm had comprehended Tao to the true meaning level, as it was one of the requirements for advancing to the Holy Lord realm, but seeing a saint to have comprehension of some Tao on the true meaning level was frightening. Right now, Yuko was at the half-completion stage of the Profound Mystery level and was steadily heading toward the Great Completion stage of the Profound Mystery level. He predicted that he would achieve that very soon. Seeing that the Phoenix spirit was unsure of what to do, Yuko took the initiative by activating his third eye on his forehead, as his Senrin Jonagon shined so brightly that it illuminated the entire place. 7 Paths Technique, Human Path. He used the soul absorption technique of the Senrin Jonagon as he grabbed the soul of the already greatly weakened Phoenix spirit and started forcefully assimilating the soul and reading its memories. Long ago, the 3 major fire attribute divine beasts, the Phoenix, Golden Crow, and the Vermilion Bird, fought for the flame progenitor position in the realm of gods. The fierce battle lasted 36 days and ended in the defeat and injury of all 3. The Phoenix fell down to this profound sky continent after being gravely wounded and completely recovered after 13 years in the profound sky continent. In these 13 years, the Phoenix deeply felt that even though the profound sky continent's humans were weak in strength, their hearts and nature were pure, thus, it left 2 trial grounds in order to leave some opportunities for the humans of this continent. This was how the legacies of the Phoenix and Golden Crow got onto the profound sky continent. From the memories of the Phoenix spirit, he learned that the legacy of the Golden Crow was on another continent called the illusory demon realm. He also got tons of other memories, mainly about the past of the Phoenix and other things, but he would need to go through the memories rather slowly. And naturally, the most precious thing he got was her understanding of the profound way and even laws. While the Phoenix was a fire-attributed divine beast, she had some understanding of the lightning laws of the primal chaos dimension, which was seen by Yuko, who immediately entered the state of epiphany and elevated his comprehension of the Tao of lightning to the profound mystery level. And naturally, he also obtained tons of cultivation methods and the core inheritance cultivation method of the Phoenix legacy, World Ode of the Phoenix. Chapter 104, Curse-Free. With everything that Yuko obtained from the inheritance of the Phoenix, he could surely proclaim that he could get rid of the bloodline curse without much problem. He also got his hands on the memories of the Phoenix, and there were plenty of them. He expected something like that, considering that the Phoenix was around 5 billion years old, plus or minus some years. Obviously, attempting to go through such an enormous amount of memories in one go would be nigh impossible for even him, so he would need to go through them slowly. Still, the memories of the Phoenix were a treasure trove that he obtained, probably the most valuable thing that he obtained because the Phoenix was much older than the entire Starvale origin world. Their own home origin world was one of the younger ones. It wasn't very old, and one could state that it was still in its development state. It was one of the reasons why, despite all, it wasn't a full-fledged cultivation origin world. Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was much, much older than the Starvale origin world. 7 Paths Technique, Human Path, Assimilate. Now that Yuko had obtained what he wanted from the Phoenix spirit within the ruins, he used the newest technique of the Human Path as he assimilated the remaining strength of the Phoenix spirit. He obtained the so-called complete legacy of the Phoenix by destroying and assimilating the already greatly weakened Phoenix spirit on the verge of death, as he got his hands on the Phoenix origin blood, Phoenix soul essence, Phoenix origin energy and cultivation technique for the legacy, World Ode of the Phoenix. Now, only need to use the God Tree with Phoenix origin blood, Phoenix soul essence and Phoenix origin energy as a base to prepare special fruit. Maybe a tweak of genetics would make the humans into some sort of Phoenix human hybrids to better accommodate their bloodlines. Yuko asked rhetorically as he took out juvenile taintails and planted it here. Surprisingly, the ruins where the Phoenix trial ground was standing on was very rich in energy, probably the reason why the Phoenix chose this place in the first place. When that would be done, he could say that he obtained the loyalty of the Phoenix clan, though he would need to check out the other 2 legacy places. Namely the Divine Phoenix sect within the Blue Pole Star and, most importantly, the Phoenix sect within the Flame God realm. They for sure have a lot of techniques, resources, and other things suitable for those with the Phoenix bloodline, especially the Phoenix sect of the Flame God realm, as that one has been around for tens of millions of years at least. Obtaining their parts of legacy could be used to strengthen the Phoenix clan and ensure their loyalty or reward them for their future loyalty and commitment to the cause of the Ōtsutsuki clan. That was to be seen. When the tentails started taking root in this place and draining the profound energy from the environment to support its growth, you could put the Phoenix origin blood, Phoenix soul essence and Phoenix origin energy as the sacrifice for the God Tree and started working his magic on it. The entire God Tree absorbed the Phoenix origin blood, Phoenix soul essence and Phoenix origin energy greedily because it was far superior genetic material due to the essence of the chaotic origin within the entire existence of Phoenix. Seeing the God Tree behaving like this confirmed Yuko's suspicions that the bloodlines of divine beasts within the primal chaos dimension origin world were indeed special. Things like Phoenix bloodline or Dragon bloodline weren't really rare across their chaotic source dimension. But bloodline that contained source of chaotic origin. That was then an entirely different scenario. That was something that made Yuko consider how he could gain control over the dragons within the primal chaos dimension origin world and turn them into his underlings. No matter the origin world or chaotic source dimension, the dragons were always the top species within all places. Even here, when he fought with the dragons, he realized that they were far more powerful than ordinary cultivators and had perfectly adapted to the environment. I will task Inger with that one. He decided to let more competent people to scheme against the Dragon God realm and the rest of the Western Divine region that was under the control of the dragons, though for that one to be successful, they would need to get out current Dragon God Long By out of the equation. This would be a bit problematic, considering that he was the strongest Dragon God for several past generations and according to everything that Yuko gathered, his combat prowess should be not that much inferior to his. If he cultivated the bloodline system to greater heights, then Yuko would need to wait some time before challenging the Dragon God. So far, the easiest solution would be finding someone with a very powerful and potent dragon bloodline to take the seat of Dragon God from Long By and then take over the Dragon God realm. Outside of the Phoenix trial grounds, Kirihara and Xue Ying were waiting for Yuko to come out, as he had been in the trial grounds for a good few hours already. Both women already grew bored from the waiting. Xue Ying gathered what as much information as she could from the Phoenix clan. Not like that, they had something significant, but what they had helped them to a certain degree. Kirihara was bored out of her mind here because the place was so peaceful that there was nothing to do for her. Their presence alone was scaring every single profound beast in the vicinity, so the entire area around the village of the Phoenix clan was devoid of any profound beasts. Most of them escaped the moment they sensed the dangerous energy levels that were rolling out of them. Not like it was a bad thing because it would mean that the Phoenix clan was a bit safer with the profound beasts now avoiding this place like a plague. And Xue Ying was even more bored than her because since the former crown princess of the Brahma monarch god realm decided to switch sides, she was often seen having like a child. Switching personalities became a common thing for her, like it was for the Ōtsutsuki to plant the god trees and plunder resources. Chapter 105, Great Step Forward. Where is Inger? Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was woken up from her thoughts when she realized that Yuko had returned from the Phoenix trial grounds with a rather satisfied expression, which told her everything that she needed to know. Don't know, she grew bored from all the waiting and decided to explore the area of the Blue Wind Empire more and search for interesting things and gather information. That was indeed something that Xue Ying would do. She wasn't very good at doing nothing, contrary to Kirihara, who spent her time here by meditating. She had the attention span of a child sometimes. If she concluded that she was bored with something, then she wouldn't find something else to entertain herself with something different. Yes, that is something she would do. I don't know what is going on in their pretty blonde head of her sometimes. Yuko said to his statement. Kirihara frowned, though he himself knew what was going in Inger's head because it was mostly scheming and plotting against other people. And then there was some desire for attention and cuddling, if he was honest with himself at that. Whatever, let her do what she wishes, she would be much more useful out there than waiting here with us. Now, they needed to wait for the god tree to blood and give birth to the specialized bloodline fruit created from Phoenix legacy. The Phoenix village was an unnaturally quiet place, which was weird considering the fact that it was located in one of the most dangerous areas on the entire continent. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was a relatively peaceful place, full of profound beasts and a nice environment. Yuko actually liked this place very much, as he sat down together with Kirihara as they were observing the skies. It is nice here. Yuko muttered while observing the navy blue skies. If just every single assignment could be like this. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan found himself nodding with her statement because he was enjoying the tranquility of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. He knew that the god tree would soon enough create the bloodline fruit. We are lucky for our journey to lead us to such a planet. The Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World was a treasure trove for the Ōtsutsuki clan, as they were already mining resources, transporting the minerals to the frigid Origin World together with other resources from the conquered star realm and mortal planets. The Ōtsutsuki clan was advancing methodically one by one, conquering some star realm after another. Now that they had a good number of Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki's, they could finally advance steadily. Even though they were advancing their plans by a great margin, their profits from this venture were already higher than the trips of some elders into the different Origin World into their own. Every single Holy Lord Realm Ōtsutsuki would be tasked to infiltrate different Origin Worlds and stealthily plant some god trees and harvest chakra fruits. This was the primary source of the chakra fruit for the Ōtsutsuki clan because their yields from the Starvale Origin World were relatively low. Though soon enough, once the Starvale Origin World underwent the rebirth, then the Holy Lords of the Ōtsutsuki clan wouldn't really need to risk their lives within the other Origin Worlds to gather resources for their clan. Even right now, there were many out there, especially within the Great Lake Heart Origin World, which was one of the most common destinations of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen. After several more minutes of sitting on the ground, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara made herself comfortable in the Yuka's lap, catching the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan by surprise because he didn't expect that Kirihara was so bold. But he also knew the reason. The presence of Xue Ying was something that was unnerving for her and was pushing her to be more proactive. Kirihara wasn't very proactive in this, and she needed a little push because, while she would never admit it out loud, but she was a prude. So the presence of Xue Ying indeed pushed her into being more proactive, and she giggled to herself thinking about this because something good came from Inger's presence even for her. Someone is feeling feisty today, Yuko said as he felt Kirihara pressing her bottom against Yuko Jr. rather vigorously and with great enthusiasm. Amen. She hummed, though she wiggled her body even more as Yuko hugged her close, his hands roaming through her graceful curves. Her body was soft and smelled very nice as Yuko gave her a kiss on the back of her neck, causing a moan to escape her lips. More. He heard her mutter as he pressed her. Slowly, both of them began losing any restraints around them, as Kirihara turned her to face Yuko, as they started kissing passionately with each other. Yuko quickly erected the Fuinjutsu barrier around them because sooner or later, her moans would attract the attention of all inhabitants of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, and he started unbuttoning her clothes. Are you sure? At the last moment, he stopped himself as he looked at Kirihara, who nodded her head. The next day in the morning, Yuko and Kirihara were sleeping soundly after an entire night full of passionate lovemaking. He was surprised by Kirihara's boldness, but he had to admit that yesterday was a magical and indeed, unforgettable event. After waking up, Yuko gently patted her head as she was sleeping on his chest, still in heavy slumber after yesterday's arduous activities. It has taken a much greater toll on Kirihara than on him, as he has trained his physique much more than Kirihara. Due to her father, she wasn't a very huge fan of body refining and physical training and was only training her body to only minimal standards to practice evolutionary cultivation. For sure, she would need to train her physique to keep up with his stamina. Or else she would be entirely defeated by him in this area. Slowly, Kirihara started opening her eyes as she was waking up, then the realization came to her what they were doing for the whole night, as she blushed mildly. She didn't say anything for several more minutes until she gave Yuko a kiss on his cheeks after she calmed down. Chapter 106, Other Legacies. Around the same time with Xue Ying. The former crown princess of the Brahma monarch realm looked in the direction where Yuko raised his barrier to spend time with Kirihara as she chuckled to herself. It was actually Xue Ying who pushed Kirihara into seducing Yuko into having intercourse with him. Kirihara was a rather prudish person, she would never do something like this because it was far above her comfort zone. Of course, Xue Ying felt a need to help her sister wife, or rather her future sister wife, and to have her good graces. Indeed, it would be pretty helpful in the future when they return to the Starvale origin world at a later date. And as she expected, Kirihara, despite being a very beautiful woman, didn't have much experience with men, aside from some foolish ones that attempted to court her, though from what she was told, some of them ended up castrated for some inappropriate comments or attempts. Now that she got her turn, it would be mine next time. The Brahma goddess stated with rosed cheeks as she thought about the act. While she was over 1,000 years old, she never had an intimate relationship with a man. She only knew how to manipulate men for them to do her bidding, though she was disgusted by most of them as almost all of her suitors only lusted after her appearance and nothing more. Xue Ying had greater aspirations than to be some cultivation cauldron or trophy wife for some pompous idiot with a small dick who was compensating for something. Where to go next? She left both of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen to themselves, as the entire ordeal with the Phoenix trial grounds would require some time and she suspected that whatever solution Yuko would come up with for the curse would include the god tree. And the god tree would require enough time to bloom. So now, she decided to scout the rest of the Blue Wind Empire for some resources, as they already obtained a lot of information either from the Phoenix clan or from Yuka's divination about the unnatural number of legacies on the Blue Pole Star. She was also amidst gathering information about the local powers of the Profound Sky continent, as she decided to take over one of the strongest factions within the continent to gather the information for her. Yuko warned her that this place had some unnatural and unnerving connection with the ancestral goddess that he couldn't really explain and told her not to do anything that would affect the continuous existence of the Blue Pole Star. Or at least, that was what he saw in his divination and naturally, Xue Ying was smart enough to heed his warning about this. She knew that the divination capabilities of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen to see the future were strong, especially those of the divine lineage. When their capabilities fully matured, they could accurately predict the future, though the people who managed to cultivate their abilities to such a level were rare even in the Ōtsutsuki clan because Tao of Fate was. It is not easy to comprehend and would even often clash with the chaos will of the entire chaotic source dimension. This was one of the secrets that was passed through the Ōtsutsuki clan and Yuko was one of the few people who was told of it. He also told it to Inger because she was walking on a relatively similar path to him due to his Tao of Dust. Chaos will didn't like people comprehending the Taos related to the state of fundamental existences and most of them met their end before they could fully mature. Let's see, from the so-called sacred grounds, the ocean palace should be most suitable for our needs. According to Yuko, keeping an eye on the Blue Pole Star would be critical for the future, so we can give them some scraps to ensure loyalty and backing. Most, if not all, cultivators were rather simple-minded creatures that could be bought for some resources and a show of power. In her mind, though, it should be their honor to serve them for free, but Yuko told her that even fear was sometimes not enough to control someone. I will head there after checking the wasteland of death, that place is suitable for housing legacy of a true god. She muttered as she flew towards the location of the wasteland of death, which was one of the forbidden zones on the Profound Sky continent. How long till the god tree finished creating the specialized fruit? Ōtsutsuki Kirihara asked her fiancé/lover as they were sitting together and eating breakfast after another round. A few days at longest, surprisingly, because the instructions were rather simple and I provided enough of superior genetic material, the process would be relatively short for the god tree. Yuko said as he took another sushi roll and ate it in one go while his fiancé was observing him while smiling. He didn't really know that she could actually cook, it was a very pleasant surprise when she decided to make some food for them. Naturally, she even went hunting for some maritime profound beasts to make out various types of sushi out of them, and he had to admit it was delicious as he kept eating more and more. Indeed, love through the stomach. Kirihara was actually proud of their cooking skills, she learned from her mother, who was dutifully preparing outrageous amounts of food for her husband. Kirihara's father was one of the strongest body refiners within the entire Ōtsutsuki clan and he ate a lot. Like very, very lot, so from an early age, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara learned how to prepare a variety of meals and dishes and it was one of her secret weapons as Xue Ying called it. You shall be charged with the cooking from this day. Yuko said while eating another platter of food as they were enjoying their morning. Are you going to meet with the Phoenix clan leader? Kirihara then asked with some doubt about the human. Ōtsutsukis generally didn't really like humans and mostly disdained their kind of being weak, which was indeed the truth in the Starvale origin world. However, their arrogance was most curbed down after they started interacting with different origin worlds and the entire chaotic source dimension en masse. Human cultivators could achieve frightening levels of power, many of them became chaotic origin lifeforms, many of which were high-grade chaotic origin lifeforms or world masters. Some of the Taoists even reached the feared overlord class, which was the pinnacle of their chaotic source dimension. Yes, I need to talk with him about the situation with the bloodline curse and secure the loyalty of their clan. I will then load them onto the warship and let them acclimatize to the new cultivation systems and let them train in peace. Yuko said nonchalantly about the situation. Chapter 107, Sacred Grounds of the Blue Pole Star. The wasteland of death was a land that was left to grow wild. From afar, the entire wasteland was overrun with dry, withered grass, rocks lined the rugged terrain. Spanning 950 kilometers long and 800 kilometers wide, countless profound beasts roamed the wasteland, and these profound beasts were mostly wild and ferocious. It is one of the 3 most dangerous areas within Blue Wind Empire. The number of profound beasts that reside within it is at least 100 times more than the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It is heaven for profound beasts and hell for practitioners. Along with its reputation, its dense population of profound beasts attracts large numbers of practitioners and treasure hunters. However, every year, the deaths of practitioners within the area number more than 100,000. Hence, from this, the place was named Wasteland of Death, and was considered as one of the most dangerous areas within the profound sky continent. Naturally, for someone like Xue Ying, it was as easy as nothing as she scanned through the entire Wasteland of Death and was able to find another legacy on the Blue Pole Star. She didn't know what exactly it was, but she was able to sense that there was a very strong draconic aura within the Wasteland of Death. Something that was reaching the true God realm, so she grinned to herself as she then continued to the more civilized areas of the profound sky continent. Another one down. This already makes it 2, and we are just now starting. She muttered with a satisfied smile because this was another true God legacy that they found on the Blue Pole Star, and they had just arrived here. It's as simple as it could get and very fast at that. Somewhere at the profound sky continent, Xue Ying has finished another wave of gathering information about the local hegemonial powers and right now was heading to the one that she decided to take over. Right now, Xue Ying was heading toward the Supreme Ocean Palace because she decided that it would be the most suitable for their needs and for the hostile takeover. Supreme Ocean Palace was one of the 4 great sacred grounds in the profound sky continent. Its location is 1,500 kilometers south of the southern edge of the continent, above the Southern Ocean. The Supreme Ocean Palace was actually the second strongest of the 4 great sacred grounds, but it was also the most reclusive one. It wasn't very active in the profound sky continent and it was most commonly keeping most to itself. Though the most valuable reason why Xue Ying decided to take over the Supreme Ocean Palace was that it had direct control over something called the Black Moon Merchant Guild, which was the biggest merchant guild in the entire continent. For their primary goal, which was information gathering, there was nothing that was more suitable than that. It didn't take long for Xue Ying to arrive at the place where the Supreme Ocean Palace was stationed. She slowly sneaked into the palace and arrived at the meeting room of the elders. Within the room, there were 9 people having a meeting. 7 of them were wearing colored robes, each one wearing a robe of one color of the rainbow. The other 2 sat in a more heightened position as they were discussing some internal matters of the Supreme Ocean Palace. Xue Ying listened for a few minutes. It was mostly boring things and nothing interesting for her, so after a few minutes, she decided to stop and start working. She was already bored from listening to a mortal and on top of that, they were not even talking about something significant. Though before she could reveal her presence and start on them, suddenly one of the elderly-looking men said something that caught her interest. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign started once again wreaking havoc in the Moon Slaughter Devil nest and is restless. In mere moments, Xue Ying sharpened instantly because she recognized the names. She was a studious girl when she was little and learned everything that she could about the ancient era and all of the true gods and true devils, or at least those who were the most notable among them. Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was king of the Eternal Night Devil clan. Eternal Night Devil clan was one of the high-level devil clans that existed during the primordial era. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was the peak true devil in his life and was regarded as one of the strongest around until he was apparently killed by the heretic god. A living true god? No. Now he must be greatly weakened to the levels of the mortal. How is this possible? For one mortal planet to hold all of this. Xue Ying was listening to their conversation about the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign and the situation in the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign nest and how they would need to calm down the beast. It seemed that the pathetic mortals were not aware of the true origin or rather true identity of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign and were taking it only as some kind of ordinary devil that somehow found its way to the Blue Pole Star. Such a situation was indeed unprecedented. We need to organize another competition with the rewards of going to the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign nest. Stated another of the rainbow-colored elders as The Moon Slaughter Devil Nest is an island located in the Southern Ocean, 1,500 kilometers south of the southern edge of the profound sky continent. The island was guarded by the Supreme Ocean Palace and it was considered as one of the most important areas of the Supreme Ocean Palace. The island contains a large cave, which was the source of terrifying energy. In the cavern was the home of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, and the Supreme Ocean Palace was using it to cultivate a tremendous amount of attributed cultivation resources. Now, she was even more curious about the whole situation and felt that she made a great choice to come to the Supreme Ocean Palace. It seems that we need to get to the work. Chapter 108, Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, 1. Xue Ying immobilized everyone with a simple release of her aura, which was so overwhelming and powerful that everyone was frozen in one place faster than they could blink. So, as you may have noticed, you have been immobilized by my pressure alone, which means that I can kill you all with a wave of my hand. I will give you 1 second to process it all. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded through the room, as all of them saw a golden-haired, golden-eyed woman appearing in the room. She had some sort of ethereal beauty around her, which made all men look at her with gaping mouths. Xue Ying ignored all of their stares as she was used to it for the entirety of her life. It wasn't anything new for her, even though she was admittedly disgusted by it, but there she rather looked at the two people sitting on the thrones. Especially the woman who was sitting on the most decorated throne. Her figure was exquisitely slender, and she wore a long palace robe that was sparkling with a blue glow. The highest collar of her robe directly reached her hair, which was in the shape of a top knot. Her voice was like that of a middle-aged woman's, very gentle, but each word was like a heaven-shaking bell, majestic and full of power. She had the appearance of a middle-aged woman but without the slightest trace of femininity. Instead, each contour contained an extremely solemn dignity and sharpness. Her eyes were extremely clear, and her pupils were as profound as the ocean. Within her eyes, there was a trace of emotion trickling around. Even right now, she was calmly observing Xue Ying without saying a word. So now that everyone has processed how things would be, I have a simple thing to say. From today, the Supreme Ocean Palace will be under me. If you have any problems with that, you can say that or be silent. I will be taking silence as your acceptance. The Brahma war goddess stated, and seeing that everyone was silent, not like they had any choice in that aspect, she took that for granted, their silence being acceptance of their words. But to not say that I am not generous enough, I will give you something for your services. For each mission you complete that I will assign, you will get rewarded. And for each failure, you would get punished. She said with a somber tone, looking at everyone around them, as every single person in the Supreme Ocean Palace shuddered when they heard that, but at the same time, they were also greatly tempted by greed. Greed for better cultivation resources and greed for the possibility of reaching greater heights that were something beyond the measly 9 mortal realms. They, too, wanted to reach the fabled divine realms of the profound way. We are honored to be naturally honored to serve your magnificent self. The head of the Supreme Ocean Palace, Xue Ying, said very carefully as she looked at the Brahma goddess. The sovereign of the seas, for the first time in her life, feared for her life because she knew that the woman who immobilized them all could kill them as fast as lightning strikes. Not to mention, Xue Ying had a hunch that the woman was someone from the fabled realm of gods and was undoubtedly at the divine realm, a very powerful person in the divine realm. That was what her instincts were telling her. Splendid. Now, tell me everything that you know about the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign and Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest you know. Xue Ying clapped her hands happily as she sat down on one of the random chairs that were in the meeting room, as everyone looked very nervous, but soon enough, Xue Ying started telling her what she wanted to hear. In fact, we don't know much, Your Excellency. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest has been one of the forbidden grounds of the Supreme Ocean Palace for countless generations, and aside from the creature inhabiting it, we don't know much about it, aside about the terrifying energies that are in the cave. And as Xue Ying expected, nobody from the Supreme Ocean Palace knew anything significant about the presence of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, how it appeared on the Blue Pole Star, or anything just at all. They just knew that it was forbidden ground on the Blue Pole Star and that it was dangerous, which was pretty pitiful, but she didn't expect much in the first place from the mortal faction with little to no foundation in her eyes. Even though they titled themselves Sacred Grounds, in the end, they were just mortal factions and nothing important in the great scheme of all things. Disappointing, but I didn't expect anything else, though good for you that you didn't lie. As Xue Ying said, everyone's hearts tightened because her disappointment was clearly visible in her voice, and they knew that if she was angry with them, then their lives would be forfeit. Bring me to the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest right now. Seeing that there was no worth bantering with the mortals, Xue Ying decided to take a look at the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest personally and take whatever was inside. Knowing that the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was weakened to the 9 mortal realms of profound strength directly dropped him from his originally Tier 4 power to Tier 1, which was indeed beyond pitiful. Of course, Your Excellency. The Sovereign of Seas Xue Ying said hurriedly as she led Xue Ying out of the meeting of the Supreme Ocean Palace. The pressure on the room dispersed almost instantaneously the moment Xue Ying left the room. Leaving there the 7 venerables of the Supreme Ocean Palace alone with ZG, who was the husband of Xue Ying. Though he was only on the 8th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm, he had a rather special position within the Supreme Ocean Palace not only due to his status as the husband of the Sovereign of Seas but also because he was the sole owner of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. So, what now? Asked one of the venerables of the Supreme Ocean Palace with a nervous voice because this could be either their moonshot or doom. Nothing, we can do nothing against absolute power, so the sole thing we can do is to adjust to the situation and profit from it in whatever way we can. ZG said with the calmness and demeanor of a true businessman and merchant. Chapter 109, Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, 2. There was a gloomy blue light that was intermittently flickering about 5 kilometers ahead of them. There was a small island that was nearly perfectly round, and on top of the island lay a dome-shaped barrier that fully engulfed it. The gloomy blue radiance was coming from the barrier that engulfed the small island. The ocean surrounding the small island had sunk so low that it formed a trench around it. It was almost as if the seawater was being pushed away by some unimaginable power. This is the barrier that is used to seal the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest. Xue Ying said as she slowed down. The Moon Slaughter Devil Nest is inside this barrier. The ruler of the Supreme Ocean Palace was very nervous about leading their new benefactor to the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest. Something about the golden-haired woman was making her constantly on edge. This place is located in the ocean and it is more than 1,500 kilometers away from the mainland. Normally, no one will approach this place because there are always disciples of Supreme Ocean Palace keeping watch. Even if someone manages to enter by accident, the Sovereign of the Seas will be alerted immediately once that person comes into contact with the barrier. The two of them descended towards the island. Immediately, an incredibly strong, repulsive force struck them. The strength of Sovereign of Seas Xue Ying was at the very peak of the profound sky continent, but she immediately found it hard to breathe as an oppressive force constricted on her chest. You can wait here. I will go into the place alone. When Xue Ying entered the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest, it felt as if they had stepped into a desolate, icy abyss. A chill washed through her, body and soul. All of the hairs on their bodies instantly stood on end. Even sunlight is unable to penetrate inside, and the entire cave is filled with the darkness energy that of the devils, making it extremely dangerous for anyone who dares to venture here, aside from being a natural environment for the devils themselves. This was the only entrance to the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest from the outside, and the farther one went, the more the environment became suitable for the devils and filled with the darkness and profound energies. Even Xue Ying, who reached the Saint Realm not long ago, had some minor problems because she felt that like the entire place was attacking her. To reach the Saint Realm, the cultivator needs to perfect his genetic code and comprehend Tao, which will result in the elevation of the entire being to that of Law and automatically congeal Jindan within his body and create Tao Rune in his soul. Now she was about to reach Saint Transformation, which consisted of igniting one's soul using the Law Flame, thus resulting in the creation of the Celestial Spirit and transforming the body into the Celestial Body. And one obtained the Law Flame by comprehending the Tao to the true meaning level. Yet, she had a problem with filtering all the darkness and energies within this place. It didn't take long for Xue Ying to realize that this entire place was basically adapting itself to the person who entered it. If it was someone on the 9 mortal level, the attacks and pressure would be around it to weaken it just enough for the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign to defeat safely, and if it is someone at the Divine Realms, then the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest will act accordingly. The Brahma goddess quickly realized the situation in which she was in, and it wasn't really good, or at least it wouldn't be a really good situation unless she was somebody else. But fortunately, her newly obtained species was an innate antithesis to the darkness, so just her presence alone was burning away the darkness and energies without any problem. Not only this, it is also draining the energy and vitality of a person. If it was someone even at the peak of 9 mortal realms, then if they reached the end of the path, their strength would drop by half, and if they remained for a long time within this place, they may even be drained to death by the nest. Truly ingenious method. Now it is clear. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was trying to revive itself through this method. It was instead a smart one because, through thousands upon thousands of years, he should be able to gather enough life force and profound energy to elevate him at least to the Divine Realms. Unfortunately, the material that entered the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest wasn't of very high quality, as it was primarily that of 9 mortal realms, which meant that it could never really recover to the peak. But it should be enough to recover to the Divine Realms and perhaps heal part of his own injuries, considering the amount of darkness and energy that was in this place. No wonder the Supreme Ocean Palace had a law regarding the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest. The law was that they were forbidden from entering the deepest parts of the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest unless we could confirm that Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was already dead. Light of the Brahma God. Xue Ying muttered softly, and out of nowhere, her entire body was enveloped by blinding light as her chakra levels rose tremendously, feeding the light that was destroying the darkness and the energies within the vicinity of the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest. This degree of energy is certainly not natural, there must be something else behind it. She knew that the situation with the energies within the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest wasn't something natural, but it was something stemming from some kind of artifact that was generating the energies. There must be some incomparably terrifying object hidden inside this place. This level of darkness energy, I have not even seen on the plane that I was born in, much less this plane. This is even countless times higher than the northern divine region's forbidden area bordering the northern realm of gods. It didn't take long for Xue Ying to reach the deepest parts of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign Nest, as the aura of darkness and energies was on an entirely different level here. Chapter 110, Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, 3. There was one thing that indeed caught her interest. Netherworld Adumbra flower, it was an object of and evil. It only grows in dark and cold lands, and it took an entire 24 years to bloom only once. The flower withers 3 days after blooming, thus, one would have to wait 24 years later for it to bloom once more. But even this wouldn't explain the terrifying levels of darkness and energies within the place. Xue Ying thought as she observed the Netherworld Adumbra flower from a distance, not daring to approach the thing without proper preparations. It is reputed to be the most terrifying flower in existence. Simply approaching the flower will cause one's body to be invaded by its powerful, dark and sinister aura, damaging one's soul. At best, they would fall into a long-lasting coma. At worst, they would turn into the living dead. If one's profound strength is low, then they would immediately lose their life. Its stem and leaves are of a purplish-black color and about 3 meters tall, and it had an extremely pretty and flirtatious bright purple color. On its petals lingered a light purple mist that carried the breath of the netherworld, and while that mist drifted, it still faintly let out the crying and laughing sounds of the nether ghosts. As she was observing her surroundings, in a split of a second, she raised her hands in a cross as a golden crystal shield appeared around her, when a tremendously powerful wave of darkness and energy attacked her. Human. Xue Ying heard a screeching voice in the darkness. She saw the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. He was nearly 5 meters tall, black light radiating from his body. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign's skin was a deep gray color, while his hair was bone white, trailing all the way to his feet. At first glance, besides the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign's enormous build and the dusky hue of his skin, his appearance was basically no different from a human's. Having been tortured by a seal for 1,000,000 years and having to hide from the light of day for another 10,000 years, one can think that the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign would be exceedingly ugly and look as old as a ghost. But there was one thing that she noticed about Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign's facial features, which was that it was constantly being warped in pain. Ignorant lower life form, given your pitiful strength, approaching the netherworld Adumbra flower would only end in your death. This king does not even need to execute you personally. But at the same time, it would also stain this king's netherworld Adumbra flower with the dirty and inferior soul lower given off by you humans. So this king has no choice but to consign you to the dust within this darkness personally. The boundless darkness had completely camouflaged the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign as his voice penetrated the darkness of the cave. Because Xue Ying didn't have a shred of the profound energy and she was suppressing her chakra as much as she could, the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign wasn't able to detect her true power. Illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night of the Eternal Night Devil Clan. She instantly recognized the famed technique of the Eternal Night Devil Clan. It was their signature move, and she knew that this should be the full version of the Illusory Devil Tome. The Illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night that he had displayed may not have been too powerful, but it was incredibly pure, so pure that only those of the highest-ranked members of the Eternal Night Devil Clan owned it. This only affirmed her suspicions that this was indeed Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. Dao Rune Manifestation, Lightning Judgment. In a split of a second, an enormous rune appeared high above them and a lightning bolt congealed from the rune and struck at the darkness and Yin energies inside the cave, obliterating them into nothingness in a mere moment. Dao Rune Manifestation was a method of fighting with the Dao Rune itself. It was one of the strongest methods of the evolutionary cultivator at the Saint Realm. As the darkness and Yin energies were dispersing upon the Lightning Judgment, Xue Ying controlled her Dao Rune to target the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign himself. One of the rogue thunderbolts hit him, knocking the devil to the ground as he coughed blood and was barely able to stand up. How did you survive the final war, devil? The Brahma goddess asked as she prepared her Dao Rune of lightning as she looked at the battered form of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. This king's devil body is not something you lowly humans have the right to call into question. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign furiously roared back at her. Yes, the gods fell and the devils died. Half of my Eternal Night Devil clan died at the hands of the god race, the other half were destroyed by the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations. Only this king survived. That damned evil god, he was clearly struck by the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations, yet he was still able to survive for so long after that. He was even able to use the remainder of his strength to seal this king into this lowly place. The rage and hatred was just rolling out from the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign as he spoke about the events of the past. So you were sealed by the heretic god himself. That certainly explains your pathetic state, a miracle that you survived. The Brahma goddess mocked the devil of the Eternal Night Devil clan, who was about to explode in rage, but he was soon enough struck by the lightning bolt from her Dao Rune. Even though the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign's power was dropped to the sovereign profound realm, his body was still rather powerful enough to withstand several of her strikes, which was astounding. I need to bring back his corpse for sure. Yuko would want to take a look at the corpse. She made a mental note to bring the corpse of the devil back to Yuko, who would certainly want to take a look at the corpse together with the rest of his clansmen. This king was sealed away for 1,000,000 years. A whole 1,000,000 years. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign continued to howl in fury, slowly losing his reason in the endless rage and also to his injuries. That damnable seal is eating away at this king's devil body and devil soul every second. This king originally believed that he would die due to the evil god's seal, but who would have thought that the seal's power would suddenly run out 10,000 years ago. That not only left this king with a sliver of my life origin and soul origin, it also gave me back my freedom. The Brahma goddess was right now deciding if he was more valuable alive or dead. It was very hard to tell her truthfully. Chapter 111, Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, 4. In the end, after listening to the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign for some time, she decided to capture the true devil alive because he had more worth alive than he had dead. There was a ton of information that they could extract directly from his mind. Indeed, the Ōtsutsuki would appreciate having a living subject rather than a dead one, so she raised her hand as she bound the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign with her chakra alone. Swiftly afterward, she took out sealing scrolls. Before the last remaining devil could do anything else, not like it would have any significance, she knocked out the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign and stored his unconscious body in the special sealing scroll. Now this is done, time to search the nest and the source of the Yin and darkness energies. Xue Ying then plucked the netherworld Adumbra flower, as it was. Rather a useful plant with its soul-healing capabilities. Such rare spirit herb was something that would be of great use to the Ōtsutsuki clan. Spirit herbs that had soul-healing abilities were exceedingly rare even across countless origin worlds. After she plucked the netherworld Adumbra flower, the entire place which was previously illuminated by the purple light emitted by the netherworld Adumbra flower, instantly turned dark. The current Moon Slaughter Devil Nest was a sea of boundless darkness and ghastly silence. Its entire demeanor changed from gloomy and dangerous to gloomy, dangerous, extra dangerous, and creepy. Even with Xue Ying's eyesight, she would not be able to see anything in such an absolute darkness. However, with her powerful spiritual sense, every grain of sand was exceptionally clear. Xue Ying kept walking forward until she reached the end of Moon Slaughter Devil Nest and stood in front of the stone wall that had collapsed. Beyond the stone wall, layers and layers of extremely high-level dark energy was slowly overflowing, accompanied by a dangerous aura that caused even Ying's heart to tighten, and the sheer power of the Yin energies was so frightening that it would frighten even true gods to death. Xue Ying stretched out her arm, and a golden light orb of energy appeared on her palm as she looked at the Moon Slaughter Devil Nest. In an instant, every corner of Moon Slaughter Devil Nest had been illuminated with a golden light without exception. Stepping onto the golden light, Xue Ying went over the shattered wall, and her steps finally entered the dark world beyond the stone wall. On her very first step, Xue Ying seemed as though she had been struck by lightning and stood rooted there. There were not many situations when Xue Ying was so shocked by something that she couldn't even properly comprehend that what had happened. But today. Because after she entered the world beyond the stone wall, relying on the red light in her hand. In just one glance, she had already seen the object that was emitting dark energy and a dangerous aura. She stared at the object as her eyes that were slightly red, shrunk and expanded at different intervals. Her body, however, was as though it had frozen as she remained completely still, or like she did not dare to move. Shocking, terrifying, surreal, unbelievable, and the uncontrollable trembling of the soul. Even with her new strength, which was far more superior to the profound way, she was trembling a bit when she looked at the object before her eyes. At the same time, her chakra was doing everything it could on a subconscious level to defend her against that malicious aura. Xue Ying remained in this state for a very long time without movement or sound, as though her soul had left her body in shock. Only after more than 5 minutes had passed did a voice of great shock and seriousness come out of her lips as she uttered an absolutely frightening name that would even cause the ancient true gods and devil gods to tremble. Evil infants. Wheel of myriad tribulations. Its body was pitch black, but perhaps, its existence had already transcended darkness. Even in absolute darkness, she still saw it extremely clearly. It was like an open eye of a devil inside an endless abyss. Xue Ying never thought that she would ever see the most terrifying experience within her inherited memories before her. Along with the memory she possessed, nearly all her fear was being concentrated on that image and its name. Evil infants, wheel of myriad tribulations. From the start of the primordial era, bred using the most extreme negative energy from the primal chaos and possessing the most Yin and evilest energy, it was a terrifying existence that even the gods and devils feared. It was one of the most fearsome artifacts that ever existed, and even the Ōtsutsuki never encountered something like the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Such artifacts, none less ones that were at the chaotic origin grade, were so rare that their number across the entire chaotic source dimension could be counted on one hand. Such things represented the greatest power and fear across the entire existence. Even within the treasuries of the Ōtsutsuki clan, which had reached and visited countless origin worlds of their chaotic source dimension, there was nothing like the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Though listed within the heavenly profound treasures of the primal chaos dimension origin world, it was in fact not a treasure but the most frightening existence from the primordial dimension. Despite being ranked second within the heavenly profound treasure ranking, it, along with the heavenly punishing ancestral sword, were made simultaneously from two extreme energies. In terms of destructive power, it definitely did not pale in comparison with the heavenly punishing ancestral sword. That was another thing that she needed to find at all costs and present it to the clan. However, due to the fact that the energy attribute of the heavenly punishing ancestral sword was sacred and that of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was evil, it could only be ranked behind the heavenly punishing ancestral sword. The last time it appeared, the outburst of energy as well as the release of the most vicious poison of the primordial world, the myriad tribulations, eradicated all the gods and devils, causing the era of gods and devils to come to an end by extinction. Chapter 112, Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, 1. This was a thing that was able to obliterate even peak tier 4 beings in mere moments after infecting them with its poison. As she now sensed its power with her divine sense, she had some hunch that at the peak, even chaotic origin lifeforms would suffer greatly when being attacked by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Instantly, she grinned from ear to ear because this was indeed a rare and unprecedented opportunity to obtain chaotic origin grade treasure, something that would be sought by every single top powerhouse in each origin world. Most of the chaotic origin grade treasures could be counted on one hand in some weaker origin worlds and were in the hands of the most powerful experts within their respective origin worlds. 1 down. 7 to go. Yaku explicitly stated that he wanted to obtain, or rather that he needed to obtain, all 7 heavenly profound treasures because they were all, in fact, innate chaotic origin treasures that were born with the birth of the primal chaos dimension origin world. Xue Ying wanted to obtain all of the 7 heavenly profound treasures and present them to the Ōtsutsuki clan for merit. All of those things were basically chaotic origin grade treasures based on what Yaku said about them when he heard how they were created. Soon enough, Xue Ying calmed down and started advancing towards the most feared artifact that was ever birthed in the primal chaos dimension origin world. 1 step. 2 steps, gradually approaching the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. With her approach, the pressure that came from the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations had hastily reduced instead. When the Brahma goddess put together one and one, she understood everything that was happening within the Moon Slaughter Devil nest. The sole reason why the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign could exist beyond the extinction of gods and devils and survived until now. All the mysteries surrounding the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign were instantly cleared up as well. No matter how strong the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was, it was still an object and not a living being. If it wanted to release its full potential, it needed a living being as a medium. For a normal artifact, even if it possessed extremely strong spiritual consciousness and strength, it was still being controlled by a living being. Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations was still a chaotic origin grade artifact, meaning it had a fully sentient artifact spirit and was extremely intelligent. Yet, at the same time, because it has fallen so greatly and was extensively damaged due to the lack of primordial energy, the artifact spirit within the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations perished a long time ago. And after eradicating all the gods and devils, thus ending the era of gods, the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations powers fell drastically to the level of barely able to function normally. Perhaps even to the extent of being completely exhausted, because when the artifact spirit perished, there was nothing that could stop the degradation of the entire artifact as a whole. Although the strength of the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations weakened drastically, the evil god still could not destroy it, despite his power was reaching the very peak of the Tier 4, such was the power of the Chaotic Origin grade artifact. There were only a very few things that could destroy Chaotic Origin grade artifacts, and mostly, it were other Chaotic Origin grade artifacts or other mysterious methods. After the end of the era of gods, numerous people speculated about the location of the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, and even more people tried to figure out what the evil god did before he had fallen. I never imagined that I would actually become the first person in the world to find out the answer. I wonder what the clan would give me for this thing. Xue Ying stopped and stood in front of the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, her eyes refracting the dark glow that made the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations seem like a pitch-black abyss. She knew that due to her special relationship with the Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, they would look at her as one of them, which was rather rare. Normally, they wouldn't be that generous to anyone, that you could confirm to her. With the merits that I have done, I should get enough resources and support to cultivate the path of detachment. She thought because of such things as the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, coupled with the other things and her achievements, the merit she would acquire would be tremendous and put her on the same level as the highest-ranking members of the younger generation of the clan. The evolutionary cultivation had basically 3 standardized paths that were undertaken by the practitioners of cultivation. Path of Detachment, Path of Tao Lord and Path of Immortal. When one reached the peak of Tier 4, the cultivator would need to decide on which path to embark on and choose one of them. This was crucial because only by becoming Tier 5 could one become a genu chaotic origin life form and go to the higher realms. For that, a concrete path was needed. Each of them had its own advantages and disadvantages that were present within. The path of detachment was the most powerful and hardest, while the path of immortal was the easiest and weakest. The path of Tao Lord was in certain aspects of its very own path similar to the path of detachment, but yet it was vastly different. Still, it was many times stronger than the path of immortal and was considered as mainstream path among the practitioners of evolutionary cultivation. One could reach Tier 7 only through the path of detachment and path of Tao Lord, though not many would dare to go to the transcendence through the path of Tao Lord because their chances were significantly lesser. Right now, among the entire Ōtsutsuki clan, the sole person who achieved transcendence through the path of detachment was Lord Shirbai, and even he himself didn't reach the state of detachment, which was speculated to end of the path. Meanwhile, Xue Ying would naturally never embark on the path of immortality because that would be the foolish choice for someone of her talent, and at the same time, she also didn't wish to embark on the path of Tao Lord because she had far greater ambitions. One of the greatest differences between the path of detachment and the path of Tao Lord was that one needed to become master of his own Tao and create the fabled eternal Omega Tao. Chapter 113, Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, 2. Sniff. The dark glow on the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations shook, releasing very intense and powerful darkness and energies into the environment, trying to influence the Xue Ying to do its bidding. In Xue Ying's mind, a shrill yet soft voice that seemed to possess a feeling of being wronged, sadness, and pleading rang out, sounding similar to a baby's cries of helplessness. Please. Save me. A meek voice that caused one's heart to shatter in sadness pleaded softly. 3 short words, yet they sounded quite shaky along with that overly tender voice. It sounded like an infant that had just learned how to speak. Xue Ying's eyebrows knitted together. Her body froze slightly as she immediately uttered with a cold face. I would have never expected that the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, which caused even gods and devils to cower, would actually beg for help from a lowly being like me. Indeed, life is full of twists and surprises. Please, save me. Bring me away from here. The infant's voice brought more begging and even a slight hint of weeping. When the Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations saw that its initial attempts were futile, it was trying once more and using even more power in the attempted mind manipulation and illusions on the Brahma goddess. Save you. Please, I am not that stupid or foolish to do such an idiotic thing. you can cease this notion of playing the emotional card because I am not that stupid to believe it evil infant's wheel of tribulations. You are one of the primordial artifacts born at the start of the primal chaos dimension origin world and GNU chaotic origin grade artifact who somehow once again gained sentience and ended the era of gods and devils. No. The baby's voice now brought about more sadness and weeping. It wasn't just weeping and sadness, but also expert emotional manipulation and releasing powerful illusions to influence even the most powerful experts of the primal chaos dimension origin world. Evil infant's wheel of tribulations was an expert at emotional manipulation and creating illusions because it needed a medium to possess to release its full power. It was always on the hunt for a suitable medium. I'm not that evil. I'm not a bad child. I only want to leave this. It's so dark, so cold, and it's always so quiet. The voice of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations caused the image of a tender infant to appear in a person's mind naturally. Its helplessness and sad begging were enough even to touch a stone-hearted person and make him feel compassion. Just already shut up, you are a manifestation of the Een and darkness of the primal chaos dimension origin world. The most powerful negative attributed artifact within the entire origin world that exterminated all the gods and devils, all tier 4 entities, destroying an entire era, and you are proclaiming yourself to be not bad child. Xue Ying actually continued discussing with evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations as she was thinking on how to safely contain the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations without coming into contact with the artifact. You are even more shameless than the gods of Starvale origin world. She was aware that the gods of the Faith God Alliance within the Starvale origin world were shameless to the end, but the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations appeared to be even more thick-skinned than the gods of Starvale. That's only the attribute of my power. The energy can be positive or negative, but it does not differentiate between the divine and evil. I only killed them then because they locked me up for so many years. What I feared the most was darkness and loneliness. So I hated them. Killed them so no one would bring me into that dark and lonely world again. The concentration of darkness is increasing substantially, it's playing for time, damned artifact, I need to seal it already, but approaching it casually without protection will cost me my life if I am not careful. Then the Brahma goddess raised her hands, as intense divine light appeared over her body, shielding her from the darkness and Een energies released by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. She was constantly banishing the darkness and Een energies of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations as she took one step forward after another, slowly approaching the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Sniff. The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations voice turned into a cry, and the cries were exceptionally heart-wrenching as it wept. Why, won't you believe me, then? Xue Ying almost stood in front of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, as her thoughts became clearer and the creepy dark energy was getting weaker and weaker the more power she used. At the same time, it was taking a heavy toll on her because she was using the Tao of Holy Brahma, a very particular branch of Tao that only she could use because it was racially tied to her very own existence as the Braham god. Only due to it could she safely protect herself from the effects of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations that was right now using all it could on Xue Ying because in its all cunning it has realized that through to emotional manipulation and illusions led to nothing. As long as you are willing to bring me away from darkness and loneliness, I am willing to submit to you. And seeing that it couldn't achieve the goal through the manipulation and illusion with mind tricks, it attacked another thing that the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations learned about all living sentient beings. Especially about the cultivators, and true gods and true devils were not any exception to that rule. It was greed. Greed penetrated the fundamental existence of all living and sentient beings. As long as you can bring me to the outside world, so I don't have to face darkness and loneliness. In the future, you'll be my master. If you fear my power, then, when you become my master, you will no longer have to worry that my power would harm you. Indeed, if it was someone of the lesser mind, then not many would be able to resist such temptation because it was too high, too big. To be able to control something as powerful as evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations would move even the strictest and most convicted people to have control over GNU chaotic origin grade artifact. Xue Ying knew that not many of the chaotic origin lifeforms would be able to resist. Chapter 114, Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, 3. Holy Judgment Seal. Bright light burst out of Xue Ying's body and created a holy seal around the body of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations and completely sealed it in the holy judgment seal that was hostile to the fundamental existence of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. There was a certain part of Xue Ying's mind that wanted to contract the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations with the strictest version of the master-slave contract. It was tempting to have such a powerful artifact on her command, but at the same time, she was far too cautious about the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations and its machinations and would never trust even the most strict form of the master-slave contract. Thus, she concluded that it was far safer just to seal the artifact and let the higher-ups of the Ōtsutsuki clan deal with the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. She knew that such powerful chaotic origin grade artifact would find some loopholes within even the strictest master-slave contract. With the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations gone from the moon slaughter devil sovereign nest, the Een and darkness energies would forever disperse and this former treasure trove of the Supreme Ocean Palace would become just an ordinary place. Maybe with just higher Een energy density, but that was all. Nothing more and nothing else. In the end, it was only thanks to the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations, which was being sealed here, that the entire place was so saturated with the darkness and Yin energies that were creating countless cultivation resources. Now that she had finished the job within the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, Xue Ying was very satisfied with herself because not only did she obtain the corpse of the true devil specimen, but she also obtained such a precious chaotic origin grade artifact. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, territory of the Phoenix clan. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was spending a few days that Xue Ying was away with Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, as they often had sex or just cuddled together. Certainly, they had a lot of sexual tension between them that needed to be released, and one could say that they were working very hard on a new generation of divine lineage Ōtsutsuki clan. During the past few days, Yuko got a message from the Xue Ying that she was searching for the other legacies that were within the Blue Pole Star, and there were certainly a good number of them. He already knew that within the Wasteland of Death was a legacy related to the dragons and that he would need to go there and claim the legacy for himself personally. Inger told him that she suspected the legacy belonged to the Azure Dragon God. If it was turned, then Yuko could use it to his very own advantage when it came to obtaining control over the dragon race of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. For the future of the Starvale Origin World, the dragons could play a significant role if they could be convinced. And if not, then he naturally had a secondary plan, just to capture them, greatly reduce their intelligence through the intervention of some powerful paragon and let them roam the Starvale Origin World as a beast so they could serve as cultivation resources. He was well prepared for both eventualities and he would obtain what he wanted. The god tree should be bloomed soon enough, right? Yuko heard Kirihara's voice as he was meditating and cultivating. To reach the Saint Transformation Realm, he would need to ignite his soul using the Tao Soul Flame and thus creating the celestial spirit and transforming the body into the celestial body. To create the Tao Soul Flame, one would need to comprehend Tao to the true meaning level, and Yuko was very hard already on working to achieve that. At the Saint Transformation Realm, the Saint Realm cultivator could use the most fearsome thing in their arsenal. Domain expansion. And naturally, Yuko knew what would his domain expansion be, as it would be the Void End, stemming from his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, or rather after reaching the Saint Transformation Realm, it would strengthen his Void End of the Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan to tremendous degree. He anticipated that it should be strengthened enough to have the ability open for even several hours straight without repercussions or backslash on his person. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stopped his cultivation season as he was contemplating upon the Tao of Dust, which was right now at the half-completion stage, only a step away from the great completion stage. Yes, we can begin moving up. When the bloodline curse is dispersed from the Phoenix clan members, they will experience explosive growth in their cultivation. I predict that it wouldn't be long for the first of them to reach the spiritual god realm of the system of profound laws and mysteries. Yuko calculated that within a few months, the first Phoenix clansman would reach the spiritual god realm of the profound laws and mysteries, which would be already on tier 2 of the chaos destructive ranking. That is rather fast, but we need to boost up their bloodlines, or else their progress in the future would be very limited with the bloodline cultivation system. Yuko agreed with Kirihara's thoughts because the bloodline cultivation system didn't only act as body refinement for those with bloodlines, but it would also tremendously strengthen their racial abilities and, for example, their affinity for fire. So in a way, the stronger their bloodline cultivation got, the stronger their profound laws and mysteries would get. You want to use them in the fight for the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World in a few decades? Yuko asked as his lover nodded. It was clear that it would take at least a few decades until the prime factions of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World noticed that something was happening behind the shadows. The Ōtsutsuki clansmen were doing everything in their power to keep their devouring hidden from the prying eyes of the royal rank star realms that inherited the legacies of the true gods of the ancient and long-forgotten era. Yes, one way or another, it would not only help us in conquest but also simultaneously crush all the remaining loyalty or affection they may or may not feel toward the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Kirihara noted down her reasons and in fact, Yuko found it hard to refute them, so he decided to go with her plan if the Phoenix clan was strong enough. If they managed to produce a good number of Tier 2 powerhouses, then Yuko would directly send them to the battlefield. However, suppose they managed to give the Phoenix clan the side of the Divine Phoenix sect within the Blue Pole Star. In that case, it should significantly strengthen their own bloodline and legacy, and perhaps, some of the more talented would reach even Tier 3. Chapter 115, Treasures and Treasures. Still, reaching the Void God realm of the profound laws and mysteries was far easier said than done. It would require a lot of resources and talent for them to reach the Void God realm in such a short span of time. When is Xue Ying returning? Ōtsutsuki Kirihara asked Yuko as they were both waiting for the tea to be ready because Yuko started brewing one shortly after he was disturbed from his meditation by Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and he would never say no to a cup of a good green tea. Soon, she already finished everything she wanted and is bringing back some stunning surprises. Yuko stated with a slight grin as he was pondering over the evil infant's will of myriad tribulations that she was bringing to him. He was already thinking that the old coots within the clan, especially those at the Empyrean realm, would be eager to get their hands on something like the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. What stunning surprise! Kirihara asked with mild curiosity, as she felt rather grateful for the Brahma goddess that gave her an advantage when it came to her relationship with her fiancé. Apparently, she managed to find one of the 7 heavenly profound treasures of the primal chaos dimension, namely the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, which is a GNU chaotic origin grade artifact of poison. Even Kirihara was stunned to hear that something like this appeared in the primal chaos dimension. She could already see that a good number of the poison masters would be fighting with all they had for the right to buy the artifact from her. Something like the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations would be peerless treasure even to the peak paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan who were not poison masters. Fascinating, she must be blessed by the origin world itself to have such luck, just wander out and stumble upon chaotic origin grade artifact. This is really out of common sense in the number of merit she could obtain for it. Indeed, it was pretty much fascinating, such luck was almost unheard of. Even I wondered how was such thing possible, but it seemed that Xue Ying had an impossible level of luck. At least she obtained us one of the most precious things within the origin world, and if it would be repaired to the prime state, then it would be a great boon. In the end, there are not many artifacts like this even within the Ōtsutsuki clan. Yaku then poured himself a cup of tea when it was finished, and also one for his lover Kirihara. His tea leaves were one of the best ones that were within the treasury of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and they were not ordinary tea leaves, but the ones that were good for cultivation and comprehension. That was also the reason why Yaku enjoyed the tea so much, because, at the same time during which he was enjoying the taste, he was also obtaining some benefits from comprehending Tao and cultivating. Hopefully, the god tree will be ready as soon as possible. I want to leave this boring place already. Yaku just chuckled when he heard Kirihara complaining to him because he understood her sentiment, because it was also boring for him, but he could handle boredom rather well as he was constantly meditating or cultivating. And while Kirihara was an ever stoical person, it was rather interesting to see that she was a rather active person who wanted to do something constantly. She couldn't really bring herself to just meditate or cultivate like some old men. You should really try to become more patient, Kirihara, because once in the future, we will be spending hundreds of thousands of years in one cultivation season. If you cannot bear a few weeks or so, then you will certainly go mad in the far future. Hearing that, he could see and even metaphorically hear her shudder when she just thought over it. Just the single thought of spending tens of thousands of years within a single cultivation season was something that was dreading her. That is still far away in the future, and I can still depend on my future husband to push me further, don't I? Yaku's brow twitched a lot when he heard it, but he decided to ignore her remarks because he knew that it was truth. He would never let her become much weaker than him, but at the same time, he was aware of Kirihara's extremely high talent. He knew that in this turbulent era that was coming, it should not be a problem for her to reach the Paragon realm. She had enough talent for that, and now a lot of people within the clan that were stuck at their realms for too long. And now, as the era of change was coming, it was like the origin will of the Starvale origin world was stopping suppressing the people and loosening the heavens, allowing for more and more experts to achieve breakthroughs in the higher realms. And she is already back. Yaku said as he saw the familiar golden hair in the distance. Soon enough, Xue Ying landed before her in all of her glory. She looked beautiful, ethereal, and like a goddess, even though she was already one, but more like goddess of beauty. So, the crown prince of Ōtsutsuki clan probed as he looked at Brahm goddess, who cheekily smiled at him before she threw herself around his neck, forcing Yaku to catch her as she hung there like a koala. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara just smiled slightly. In fact, she wasn't even feeling jealous over that or anything, because she knew that Xue Ying had it hard during her life. Not to mention, it was mainly due to the little scheme of the Brahma goddess she was able to get intimate with him much sooner than she initially anticipated. Yes, I am very proud of our resident goddess. He sat as he patted her hair as he used to his Kato pusses, to which she blushed and, at the same time, was mildly angry that he was treating her like a pet. Though simultaneously, his hand over her head felt pretty good, so she let that one slide. I know that it was sarcasm, but I will take it as genuine praise for my achievements, she said with a haughty voice as he looked at Xue Ying. She then took a side next to Kirihara as Yaku poured her cup of tea that they were drinking, as they all sat down and started discussing the matters that took place. Chapter 116, Inger's Gains. Xue Ying then started narrating all the things that she experienced since she decided to scout the profound sky continent a bit, and it indeed bore some fruits and countless advantages. The first thing she came across was a potential legacy related to the dragons on the true god level that she felt at the territory of the Blue Wind Empire at the Wasteland of Death. But nothing could be compared to the gains that she obtained from the Supreme Ocean Palace. Such a thing was unprecedented, as she obtained the corpse of the true devil that was on Tier 4, even though the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign was severely injured to the degree of being crippled, his fundamental nature as devil remained. And that was not talking about her obtaining the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, which was something that exceeded his expectations. It is really that powerful even in the weakened state. Ōtsutsuki Yaku was genuinely surprised to hear about the power of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Even though the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was severely weakened upon the loss of the primordial energy and was just husked of its peak self, its power was still frightening, apparently. Yes, even right now, its poison should be strong enough to poison to death Holy Lord Realm cultivators, and if it was used to the maximum, then even Quasi-Empyrean won't be able to survive unless they are body refiners. Yaku shuddered a bit at the power of the chaotic origin grade artifact. It was indeed a bit overpowered for his tastes, and he wondered how strong it would get once it got restored to the peak. Still, even in the weakened state, poisoning the Quasi-Empyrean to death. Now, he felt that he found the gold mine. Damn it, don't take it out from the seal and let it be there. We will act according to the safety protocols and pass it to the elders when we return back to the Starvale origin world once the dimensional pathway gets more stable and powerful. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was always someone who was overcautious and would never leave something to the accident. The very own second he heard about the dangers of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations and how powerful it was even in its crippled state, he ordered Xue Ying not to even think of taking it out from its seal. But that corpse of the true devil is interesting, have it preserved, and we will pass the corpse of the alchemy hall for the research. In the end, it is still one of the two species created by the ancestral goddess from the primal essence of the chaotic origin, so it should be hiding a lot of secrets. Yuko said after short consideration that the corpse of the true devil would be technically useless to him as he wasn't proficient in any discipline that would allow him to find something useful from the true devil's corpse. Aside from feeding the corpse to the god tree, there were not many used for the corpse for Ōtsutsuki Yuko. While he could get some stronger fruit from it, it would be virtually useless and just a waste of a good resource. What about that thing related to the dragons? Do you have any ideas about it? Ōtsutsuki Yuko asked the Brahma goddess, as she was the most knowledgeable person about the primal chaos dimension origin world of all of them. He also needed to report the situation to the higher-ups of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He predicted that if this was reported, then it would force them to move forward with the plans to stabilize the dimensional pathway, and he could get out from this origin world sooner than he initially anticipated. Right now, aside from collecting some legacies and sowing discord between various factions of the primal chaos dimension origin world, there was nothing much for him to do aside from wait. Wait until the time to act was right, and only then, they would strike. Ōtsutsukis were hunters. They were very good hunters, always patient and waiting for the right opportunity to strike at their prey when it was at its weakest. Actually, I have a certain theory about this one, and maybe it would be greatly useful to our plan. She drank a cup of her tea before she continued explaining the situation with the dragon-related legacy within the wasteland of death. When I felt that powerful aura stemming from the place, I came to the conclusion that it was highly possible that the legacy belonged to the Azure Dragon God, who was chief of the pantheon of the divine beasts, and also the strongest true god within the era of gods. Yuko's pupils shrank a bit because he was aware of the Azure Dragon God, as it was the strongest dragon in the history of the primal chaos dimension origin world. It was highly possible if Origin World continued developing, he would be one of the first to reach Tier 5 possibly. Are you certain of this information? Ōtsutsuki Yuko questioned with a certain degree of skepticism in his voice as he looked at Xue Ying, but it apparently seemed to be Jinyu. If such a thing was truth, then it would be a great boon for the Ōtsutsuki clan. Obtaining such a powerful bloodline would be a great boon for the clan, its usage in the body tempering and body forging ritual would be endless. This was already one of the highest graded bloodlines they could obtain from someone. Typically, bloodlines of creatures of Tier 5 and above were extremely hard to find and they also contained the imprint of the bloodline primogenitors, its very own fundamental originators, so sometimes they were more trouble than their actual use was. We need to go there. Afterward, I will submit the report to the Ōtsutsuki clan and let them decide the next steps. After obtaining that legacy, he would submit a report and let more components and powerful ones decide what they should do next. He predicted that the moment the dimensional pathway stabilized, he would be returning back to the Starvale origin world. His role in this part was done, and now they needed to wait until the enemy had destroyed itself, and only then would they come to harvest the harvest. I thought that you would decide on this. Is the progress of the god tree on the phoenix finished already? Xue Ying knew that Yuko wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the legacy of the Azure Dragon God for even a moment. Chapter 117, Phoenix God Fruit, 1. How are the chances we can use this to our advantage in negotiations with the Long Bai? Yuko then asked after hearing what Xue Ying had to say because he was increasingly wary of the Dragon Monarch, who was the most powerful cultivator within the entire realm of gods. Not to mention, the information he was getting about the men were not even a bit good and were rather disturbing. Yuko suspected that there was minimal possibility of negotiation, and the likelihood of them going under the banner of the Ōtsutsuki clan was even lower. Low. As expected, even though it sounded pretty much disappointing to hear, but there was nothing he could do about it. He already suspected that with the Dragon Monarch Long Bai, there wouldn't be a possibility of not even submission, and that is not talking about negotiation. Long Bai is extremely arrogant and self-centered even among the dragon standards, there is practically zero chance that he would submit to anyone, even with the bloodline of the Azure Dragon God as part of the deal. I think the best course of action would be direct elimination of Long Bai, we can use it as a measure to ascertain the authority over the dragons for the future. Xue Ying had a good grasp on the personality of Long Bai, the reigning ruler of the Dragon God realm and the entire Western Divine region. She knew very well of his arrogance that was beyond everything and everyone within the realm of gods. She also personally met with him on more than one occasion and she knew for sure that the Dragon Monarch had far higher ambitions than he was showing to the outside world and that he would never really give up on them. That is rather unfortunate. I wanted to obtain their collaboration in a more peaceful way, but it seems to be impossible this way, but some things are indeed not fated. Ōtsutsuki Yuko sipped from his tea as he pondered over the matter before he decided to put it away. Yes, it is, but we can get what we want rather easily through some manipulation, not to mention once you reach the Saint transformation, then the Long Bai won't be a threat to you unless he managed to break through and reach Divine Extinction Realm in profound way and next stage in their bloodline cultivation system. Xue Ying said something that resonated with the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan because as long as he reached the Saint Transformation Realm, then there wouldn't be a problem against Long Bai. Yiko wasn't very far from reaching the Saint Transformation Realm, but he would still need some time to comprehend the Tao of Dust to the true meaning level. Unfortunately, as it was, the usage of the Shadow Shinjutsu wasn't really efficient when comprehending Tao. But one could say that everything in existence needed to have some sort of balance. If the Ōtsutsuki were allowed to use their shadow avatars to speed up the comprehension of Tao, then there would be countless of them now walking through not only many of the chaotic origin worlds but the entire chaotic source dimension would be under their rule. And that was something that the source chaos will could not and would ever never allow to happen, as everything in existence needed some semblance of balance. Even right now, Yiko felt the difference when his species was not suppressed by the origin chaos will of their chaotic origin world. As they were sitting down there, all three of them, Yiko suddenly felt a tingling feeling through his connection with the god tree that he planted, signifying that the special fruits that he coded to be created were finally done. Which meant that they didn't need to remain in this boring place anymore, even though he admitted that it was beautiful here, it wasn't really something that would be holding him at this place for a longer time than needed. Something happened. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara asked when she noticed Yuko's absent-minded expression for the past several moments, as he nodded his head and unexpectedly had a satisfied smile on his face this time. Yes, the god tree has finished with the germination period, and the special fruits that are for the Phoenix clan are ready, we can get rid of their curse and finally leave this damn place and collect the rest of the legacies we are aware of or not. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said with a cheerful voice because they had finally finished one of the most troublesome tasks, and Yuko would officially obtain his first wave of underlings. This would be very beneficial for him in the long run, when he would become a patriarch in the future. Even right now, the Ōtsutsuki clan doesn't have a lot of vassals within the Starvale origin world, some of the native spacefaring civilizations notwithstanding. The long-term plan of Lord Shirbai was clear. Obtain complete control of the Starvale origin world, let it undergo fusion, and then subjugate the origin chaos will, which will compete to change the board and the rules in their favor. Baby steps at the time, one by one, they will achieve their goal. Then what are we even waiting for? Let's go. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara abruptly stood up and started marching on the god tree, with Ōtsutsuki Yuko and Xue Ying soon enough following after her. Clearly, her enthusiasm for leaving this place showed no boundaries. Yuko knew that Kirihara was a bit of a bloodthirsty battle maniac, something that she inherited from her father, as unfortunate as it was, though he also wasn't a person who should be coming on that aspect. They would distribute the fruit that were created through the god tree and the Phoenix materials among the Phoenix clan, they would get rid of their bloodline curse and embark on the new chapter of their lives as his loyal vassals. Life is good, one could say. We should probably hold her back a bit, or else she will start force-feeding them the fruit just for the sake of getting out of here. Yuko heard Xue Ying remark from behind him, as he certainly agreed with her statement, not matter how ridiculous it sounded. Chapter 118, Phoenix God Fruit, 2. At the former Phoenix God Legacy Trials, an enormous god tree was sprouting majestically, while the formerly flaming realm was right now nowhere to be seen as the god tree had drained everything. Everything in the vicinity was being used as the source of energy and fertilizer for the germination of the god tree, which was now fully bloomed, with several bloody red fruits hanging on the crown of the god tree. All of the fruits that were birthed by the god tree contained the bloodline of the Phoenix god and also its very own essence and soul. Every single Phoenix god fruit, as Yuko called them, contained tremendous power. All three of us observed the god tree that was sprouting the Phoenix god fruits as they counted around 15 of them, which was actually a lot. Not to mention, the sole purpose of these fruits was reforming the cultivator's body and getting rid of the bloodline curse. After someone from the Phoenix clan would eat the Phoenix god fruit, the person would be automatically freed from the bloodline curse, and obtain an evolved Phoenix bloodline, and automatically transition to the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries. We should go and pluck them, the fruits are ripe, and they could be used instantly. Yuko said as Ōtsutsuki Kirihara then went to the god tree and started plucking the Phoenix god fruits one by one. When she finished plucking all 15 of them, she passed them in the dimensional pouch to Yuko. We can move on to the next steps of our plan then. Now that they had the Phoenix god fruits, as Yuko termed them nicely, they could distribute them to the Phoenix clan, and he could obtain their vassalage and depart to collect more legacies before he would be recalled from the primal chaos dimension origin world. The territory of the Phoenix clan, 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. The patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhennin, was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard of his manor within the village of the Phoenix clan while he was observing the village. It was a tranquil and peaceful place, ironically though, their bloodline curse was a certain blessing in one aspect, in that one, it was protecting the premises of the village from the profound beasts. Not profound beasts dared to cross the imaginary lines that were outstretched by the Phoenix when it cursed them. Thus, the place became their safe haven within the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range as it became their very own prison that they couldn't leave. Yet, as they were relatively deep within the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, they were also protected by the place itself from various mercenaries, cultivators, or other unsavory elements that would want to exploit them. Still, as someone who bore the noble blood of Phoenix, Feng Zhennin was a very ambitious man, an ambitious man who wanted to achieve greatness and obtain great power and might. Something that seemed to be nigh impossible with the bloodline curse flowing through their very own existence. Thus, he dreamed of the greatness and of the power that should be rightfully belonging to the Phoenix clan. And it was even worse considering the state of the Divine Phoenix sect within the former Grand Azura Kingdom, now renamed as Divine Phoenix sect, that ruled over the vast territories of the profound sky continent. It was indeed cruel fate, certainly, it was. But unaware to him, it wouldn't last for long because there was someone who was hell-bent on obtaining the entire Phoenix clan for their war machine. Suddenly, as he was meditating there, he noticed a group of 3 people approaching their village, the very same group of people that arrived some time ago and were clearly not natives of the profound sky continent. He felt when he was talking with their leader like he was making a deal with the devil himself, because when he looked at the pale-skinned horned men with an ethereal expression, he felt a great deal of uneasiness and danger. Yet he also felt a great opportunity to finally be freed from the bloodline curse and reclaim what should be theirs and rise to greater heights than anyone could imagine. Thus, he helped the men with what he wanted and told them everything they wanted to know. The trio then approached his villa, which was in the middle of the village, and directly headed to his courtyard. Ironically, though, even though it was a villa, it was relatively small and humble, like the rest of the buildings within the village of the Phoenix clan. "We came to fulfill our part of the bargain," the man leading the 2 women there said with a casual voice as he looked at the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, who attempted to hold his emotions at bay, but not no avail as alone tears started escaping both of his eyes. "Here there, these are the Phoenix god fruit, there are a total of 15 of them, and even a single bite would automatically banish your bloodline curse, give you great power, a new cultivation system, and tremendously evolve your bloodline," Ōtsutsuki said as he handed him the dimensional pouch filled with the Phoenix god fruits, as Patriarch Feng Zhenmin held the dimensional pouch with an almost fear-like expression and care. "What if someone eats the whole fruit instead of one bite?" Feng Zhenmin asked with a mixture of curiosity and greed in one as he looked at Ōtsutsuki with great reverence and at the dimensional pouch that the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan passed him with great excitement and greed in one. Then the one would obtain far greater benefits than you can ever imagine. While the purpose of these Phoenix god fruits isn't to give you the power but rather get rid of the bloodline curse, the evolution of your bloodline and some other minor benefits, if you eat the whole fruit, then your power would grow exponentially within a very short time. Ōtsutsuki answered plainly because he knew that Feng Zhenmin planned to spare 4 fruits for himself, his wife, son and daughter to establish a new lineage that would be the future imperial lineage of the Phoenix clan. His son and daughter would eat each and then marry to create a new generation of the stronger Phoenix clansmen as the wheels of the patriarch's mind started turning at furious speed. In the cultivation-based world, or rather in worlds with concepts of powers and so on, incest was never a serious problem that would be detrimental to their genome. Chapter 119, Nirvana of Phoenix. "You should go and eat the fruits, after that, we can discuss the other matters that would be your payment for the Phoenix god fruit," Ōtsutsuki said to the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhenmin, who looked at the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan and nodded. Feng Zhenmin then took the Phoenix god fruit and went to distribute them among the clansmen with lightning speed. Ōtsutsuki together with Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying were just observing everything with great interest and curiosity. The transformation of the Phoenix clan was taking a short time, as the patriarch of the clan was distributing them the bits of the Phoenix god fruits. As unfortunate as it was, the entire Phoenix clan had barely something above the 200 members, which was a pitifully low number, but now, finally, a bright future was awaiting them. When the member of the Phoenix clan ate the part of the Phoenix god fruit, the transformation was almost instantaneous and happened with the speed of lighting, as their bloodline curse was aborted in a mere moment. Not only that, but their very own Phoenix bloodline was awakened, reformed, and evolved into a higher version of itself, significantly increasing their strength, as right now, just with their physicals alone, they could compete against Tier 1 being. The transition to the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries was also done in one move. After eating a bit of the Phoenix god fruit, they were elevated directly to the Sky Transcendent Realm. That was the same as the Emperor realm of the Profound Way, but the Sky Transcendents had far higher and superior combat prowess, especially coupled with the bloodline cultivation system, their power was even higher. The bloodline cultivation system was based upon the strength of the person from whom the bloodline is inherited. The strength of that person must be extremely high for there to be any chances of bloodline awakening in future generations. Although it is slightly easier to make a breakthrough in it than in the laws and profound mysteries cultivation system, it is very difficult to reach the primogenitor's level. In this aspect, the situation of the Phoenix clan was a bit special. While their primogenitor was only a Tier 4 being, as the Phoenix reached the true god level, which was essentially the cosmos god in their new cultivation system, the grade of their bloodline was higher. Actually, it is much higher thanks to the condensation of the god tree, as the god tree managed to concentrate the bits of the chaotic origin essence within the bloodline of the Phoenix. As the Phoenix was born directly from the chaotic origin essence, so technically speaking, the grade of its bloodline was Tier 4.5 on the quasi-Empyrean level. This was a staggering result, something that the Ōtsutsuki were very satisfied with because such a high-level bloodline was a piece of excellent news. He already ate the whole Phoenix god fruit. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara commented as she noticed that the patriarch Feng Zhenmin ate the whole Phoenix god fruit, something that all 3 of them went to witness personally. Usually, one person of the Phoenix clan got only 1/15 of the Phoenix god fruit. Ōtsutsuki even activated his Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan as he was observing the changes within the Feng Zhenmin's body with keen eyes and interest. Due to the Tensei Mangekyo Sharingan, he was able to see what exactly was happening in the body of the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Indeed, as he ate the whole Phoenix God fruit, his bloodline is far superior to the average Phoenix clansman, crossing into the level of the chaotic origin grade. Now that somebody ate the whole Phoenix God fruit, the person managed to get the whole power dwelling within one single fruit, which was so overwhelming and pure that even his bloodline was elevated to that of the chaotic origin lifeforms due to his concentration of the chaotic origin essence, reaching the standards of the chaotic origin lifeforms. Now, the fact that somebody had such a high level of bloodline didn't mean that he would also become the chaotic origin lifeform, it was just that his potential was on that cap. For example, the divine lineage Ōtsutsukis had a bloodline of the highest caliber, stemming directly from the Lord Shirbai, and had the highest and purest of it from them all. And even that doesn't guarantee that one would reach even the Empyrean realm, not to mention the Paragon realm. He managed to reach World God realm after eating the whole fruit. Most interest, his bloodline must have been strongest even before eating the Phoenix God fruit. Ōtsutsuki commented from the side as he was observing everything with Kirihara and Xue Ying from a safe distance. With such level of cultivation, he would be considered as expert within some places. World God realm isn't very low, but still, nothing special. In the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries, one could be called an expert only after reaching the Void God realm or, rather the later stages of the Void God realm. Naturally, this depended on the origin world itself as the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries was spread across many origin worlds, and some were stronger, and some were weaker. Some had countless cosmos gods and even some chaotic origin lifeforms, while some had only a handful of the cosmos gods that could even counted on one hand. It seems that you have obtained vassals with rather powerful and high potential, Yuko. At Kirihara's words, he nodded his head in agreement because he also viewed it as such. If just a few of them managed to reach low-rank chaotic origin lifeforms, it would be enough for Yuko. Even if they reached the peak of the cosmos god en masse, it would be enough because with enough treasure and 2 cultivation systems, they should have some trump cards to compete against some weaker initial low-rank chaotic origin lifeforms. Even in that state, their uses would be tremendous, as he could send them to different origin world to gather resources. In most origin world, Tier 4 Northwest matter how common was typically a pack of the world. Only a few strongest there were Tier 5s and even Tier SIXS if someone was unlucky to stumble upon such a world. Yes, after a few centuries or millennia, perhaps I could make use of them, depending on the speed of reaching Cosmos God, though considering the amount of the chaotic origin essence, if they utilize it to the maximum, it should be maximally a few thousand years. Reaching the Cosmos God realm was extremely hard within the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries, but the Phoenix clansm had a certain cheat from the Phoenix God fruit, which was the chaotic origin essence. And there would be more of them if they managed to collect all parts of the legacy from the Phoenix. Chapter 120, Oath on the Grand Chaos Source Will. The Phoenix clan would be naturally used as Yuka's sharp sword, but that would be only in the far future, at least in the distant future for the current him. But he was also a patient man, and he knew how to wait for something that was to come. He is coming here. Ōtsutsuki stated as he saw that the Feng Zenmin had finished the entire process of evolution and breaking through to the World God realm and was now heading toward their location. Nor Ōtsutsuki or Ōtsutsuki Kirihara didn't anticipate that he would reach the World God realm after eating the whole Phoenix God fruit, as it was a splendid result. So, are you satisfied with the result, Feng Zenmin? Yuko asked as he looked at the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. He noticed that his bloodline was very strong from a closer look, and now he was radiating a great power. Yuko predicted that he had reached a rather high level of power. Couples with the bloodline cultivation system, Ōtsutsuki predicted that the current Feng Zenmin could probably go all out against some more average Tier 2 beings without much problems. Naturally, after he learned to control his power properly, then his combat prowess would skyrocket to new heights. Extremely satisfied, Your Excellency, how may this servant be in service? Ōtsutsuki was amused by the change in Feng Zenmin's behavior, but he could understand the change. While previously, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan was wary about the powers of the newcomers, only now he was aware of the true extent of their power. Because the cultivation system of the laws and profound mysteries was very similar to the evolutionary cultivation system and bloodline cultivation system, some more uneducated ones could say that the evolutionary cultivation system was actually a combination of the cultivation system of the laws and profound mysteries and bloodline cultivation system. In a certain twisted sense, it was indeed truth, and due to that fact, right now Feng Zenmin, who was practicing both cultivation systems, was able to far more accurately sense the overwhelming extent of the Ōtsutsuki cultivation. And his power that was frightening in his eyes. Simple, from today till the end of existence, your clan would be pledged to serve the Ōtsutsuki clan and me, Ōtsutsuki the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Yuko said with ever dignified expression as he looked at the patriarch of the Phoenix clan because this was one of the most critical moments in his life. Even the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan was unaware of the heights that the Phoenix clan would rise once in the future far away. Of course, Your Excellence. The Phoenix clan would be the ever-loyal vassal of the Ōtsutsuki clan and serve you with all of its ability. Feng Zenmin kneeled on the ground as he swore the vow of his loyalty toward the Ōtsutsuki and the Ōtsutsuki clan, as he was probably the first significant vassal of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Now, the only thing that needed to be done was to transport the members of the Phoenix clan to the Starvale origin world, as they couldn't be left within the primal chaos dimension origin world. And I accept your vow of loyalty, You will swear the oath on the Grand Chaos Source will just to be sure, as will all members of the clan. This oath will be automatically engraved in your very own fundamental existence. Yuko said because he wasn't leaving anything to the coincidence, and the oath on the Grand Chaos Source was something that even the overlords would have problems breaking without suffering great repercussions. Of course, whatever your excellence wishes. Naturally, Yuko wasn't surprised that Feng Zenmin agreed so readily because he knew that someone who was native to some remote origin world wouldn't have even the slightest idea what the oath on the Grand Chaos Source will represented. If someone was from some more developed origin world that had many tier 5 chaotic origin lifeforms or were in contact with more developed and powerful origin worlds, they would never agree to swear an oath on the Grand Chaos Source will. Chaos Source will represented the will of the entire chaotic source dimension, and the Grand Chaos Source will represented something even greater that Yuko himself didn't properly understand. He was just told that he should never swear on one and that he should be cautious around people who mentioned it. In a certain sense, what Yuko did was trick the patriarch of the Phoenix clan into swearing an unbreakable, eternal oath of his entire clan and lineage endless times. He was rather satisfied with this because it were the people from the other origin worlds, it would be impossible to do it in this way. Even Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was a bit speechless at how fast Yuko managed to force them to swear an oath on the Grand Chaos Source will without any problems. Getting the oath on the Grand Chaos Source will from the rest of the Phoenix clan was not a problem after the direct order from the patriarch. After everyone swore the oath on the Grand Chaos Source will, Yuko ordered for the prompt evacuation from the place as the Phoenix clan started gathering their things and loading them onto the Ōtsutsuki warship that was hidden within the vicinity of the Phoenix village. Now that he had obtained the vassalage of the entire Phoenix clan, he could move on to the other things. The clansmen of the Phoenix clan reached various realms at the transcendent realm of the cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries. Yuko ordered them to cultivate in silence because it was the most appropriate time to cultivate right now, as they still had the chaotic essence within their bodies from the Phoenix god fruits they ate. Fortunately, the Ōtsutsuki warship was one of the best places for cultivation due to its specifically crafted environment for cultivation. The warship itself had several specially built cultivation chambers that provided the solace and space that one needed for comprehension of Tao. Chapter 121, Dragon God Legacy, 1. Wasteland of Death, Profound Sky Continent. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was now pondering over the body tempering technique that he would need to practice sooner or later. Within the Ōtsutsuki clan, there were not many clansmen who practiced body refining because most of them just underwent body forging and ate the chakra fruits to elevate their physique. Yuko naturally planned to take on the body refining technique because he planned to temper his body to the extreme, even though the body tempering techniques of the Ōtsutsuki clan were a bit drastic, and only a very small number of the clansmen could actually practice them due to the harsh requirements they demanded. What Yuko planned to do was to directly ask the clan to create a special tailor body refining technique for him, perfectly suiting his combat style and needs. For such a thing, he would need to accumulate a lot of contribution points of the clan, but that wouldn't be much of a problem considering the number of work he did for the clan within the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. What are you thinking again? Yuko was woken up from his train of thoughts by Xue Ying who was sitting on his lap, which was weird because she wasn't there previously, but now she was. He should be more cautious about the environment, even though he was in the Ōtsutsuki clan warship. Thinking about the body refining technique that I will need to choose. Normally most of the Ōtsutsukis didn't practice the body refining, as most of the techniques are ineffective on us, so the majority of the clansmen just go with the body forging ceremony and natural evolution. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said as he was thinking over the matter. Indeed, as evolutionary cultivation was a mishmash of a cultivation system of laws and profound mysteries, a bloodline cultivation system and innate evolution, their bodies were being tempered in a more natural way. In this regard, I really can't help you, as you already know that body tempering isn't very widespread among the cultivators of the profound way. Xue Ying stated that, in a certain sense, it was the truth because most of the cultivators of the profound way, there were not many cultivators that practiced the body refining techniques. I am aware of that, but this is representing the problem because without the proper body refining techniques, I won't be ever able to reach my full potential, and due to the strength of my bloodline, I would need to ask for the specially tailored technique. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said after some pondering. He predicted that the only person who could create it was Lord Shirbai. There was not anyone else who could create such a technique that would be the final one, or at least with the potential to reach greater heights. But even in his position as the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, meeting with Lord Shirbai was a pipe dream, for that he would need to use probably all of the contribution points and do something significant to attract the attention of Lord Shirbai. And you too, if you want to embark on the path of detachment, then practicing the body tempering would be imminent and something needed, or else your cultivation path would be several times harder. Yuko said seriously as he felt Xue Ying snuggling into his chest and humming with a satisfied tone. I am aware of it and already working on it. But not to sound arrogant, but I already have everything planned and I should have enough contribution points to redeem the cultivation method for the path of detachment and also for the body refining one. He almost wanted to scoff when he heard that. I don't want to sound arrogant, but he knew that she could easily gather the contribution points with relative ease. With her scheming capabilities, it shouldn't be a problem for her to create similar miracles that she managed to create within the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. In fact, he planned to help her by convincing the Elder Council to let her lead the operations for resources gathering within the different origin worlds. As much as it pained him, the Ōtsutsukis were not known much for their scheming and cunning capabilities. They solved most of the problems with their brute force and overwhelming strength when they encountered the problem. It's good that you know it. Now onto the topic of the legacy within the Wasteland of Death. Based on the previous experiences with the Phoenix Legacy, there is a high possibility of it containing the lingering spirit of the primordial Azure Dragon God. Do you think that he can be convinced? Yuko knew that the lingering spirit of the primordial Azure Dragon God should be much stronger than that of the Phoenix. One of the reasons why he concluded such was the sole fact that the Phoenix had 3 legacy grounds where its spirit resisted. Primordial Azure Dragon God only had 1, meaning its strength should be much higher, and on top of that, the power of the primordial Azure Dragon God when it was still alive and at its peak should be extremely high. He was rumored to be the strongest of the true gods in the ancient era. It's probably 50-50ths. It will depend, but at least there won't be a direct confrontation like with the Phoenix God that was too about the morality and other things. But the primordial Azure Dragon God is different. He heard Xue Ying explain about the primordial Azure Dragon God and his personality. Ironically or not, there were enough written records about some of the more notable true gods from the ancient era. You are not thinking about reviving him, don't you? After several minutes of pure silence, Xue Ying looked at the Ōtsutsuki in wonder because she suspected that he wanted to revive the primordial Azure Dragon God. Perhaps, certainly if the dimensional pathways stabilized and we can transport more resources and material from the Ōtsutsuki CLA, and we could do it with some of the more refined methods, certainly if I could get my hands on the corpse of the primordial Azure Dragon God I would be able to do it on my own. Yuko stated that because he felt confident that by reviving the primordial Azure Dragon God, then he should be able to revive him on his own if he got his hands on the corpse of the sovereign of myriad realms. And then, in one move, you would obtain another vassal and also obtain the allegiance of the majority of dragons from the Western Divine Realm, which would follow after the primordial Azure Dragon God. He nodded with a smile because he knew that Xue Ying was keeping up with his train of thought and scheming perfectly. Chapter 122, Dragon God Legacy, 2. As the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan was approaching the place where the legacy of the primordial Azure Dragon God was supposedly located, suddenly, 2 gigantic silver dragons rose in the air. Both of them were silver in color and were over 100 meters long. A field of dragon scales reflected a cold silvery light as if there were currently a numerous number of silver-colored snakes in motion. The 2 matchlessly vast spirals' terrifying imposing manner locked them firmly in place. These aren't true dragons, but rather, 2 variations that have become flood dragons. Their bodies permeate a thick, toxic aura into the atmosphere. Quality-wise, they are high-leveled sky-profound beasts, and their strength was around the peak of the sky-profound realm, so in Yuka's eyes, it wasn't much. Mainly because they were something that the Ōtsutsukis called Tier 0, essentially everything below the continental level of destructive prowess. Yuka just gave the order to the artifact spirit of the Ōtsutsuki warship, which shot from one of its cannons, one of the weakest ones, as it killed both of the flood dragons with just one shot. With that being done, they landed down next to the lonely little dwarf mountain. Beneath the dwarf mountain was a pitch-black cave entrance, which was the entrance to the legacy, and it was also the place that was protected by the flood dragon. Ōtsutsuki Yuko looked around himself and scanned the area for several seconds, searching for any kinds of potential dangers coming from the Wasteland of Death. After seeing that this place was as safe as it could get, or at least safe to him and people as strong as him, he decided to enter the cavern where the aura of the true dragons was congregating the most. Even though only a minuscule amount of it was leaking from the cavern, it was the reason why 2 flood dragons managed to rise within such a place, as they were munching on the bits of the aura that escaped from the cavern where the supposed legacy of the primordial Azure Dragon God was located. Ōtsutsuki Yuko entered the cavern as he strode into the depths of the cave until he arrived at the small cavern that was entirely dark, but the light was lighting the small part of the cavern. Overall it gave an even more creepy feel to the entire situation. Though soon, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying, 2 foreigners from the outside of our origin world and 1 native to the primal chaos dimension origin world who chose to join the foreigners, most curious situation indeed. At this moment, suddenly, an ancient voice slowly rang out from the air above him. Young foreigners, you do not need to be worried. I am a mere wisp of a residual soul left behind by the primordial Azure Dragon that watches over this legacy ground. I won't harm you. I neither want nor I have the ability to do so. The ancient voice sounded once more, an honorable dignity was expressed through this voice, yet it was also as gentle as the wind. Primordial Azure Dragon God. A pair of mysterious eyes suddenly opened in the pitch-black space overhead. These 2 eyes were huge, yet long and narrow. They were about the same shape as a human's eyes. This scene resembled the phoenix eyes Ōtsutsuki Yuko had encountered in the Phoenix trial grounds. What was different was that the phoenix eyes were gold while these eyes were an azure blue color that was deeper than the skies. At the same time, as if the sky had capsized, an endless expanse of aura descended. This aura's depth and power had far surpassed the Phoenix aura he had experienced when he encountered the Phoenix spirit at the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Ōtsutsuki Yuko was able to sense the overwhelming power of the primordial Azure Dragon God, even to the extremes as he was able to sense its power that was indeed around the most powerful Tier 4 entities she encountered. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying were standing behind Ōtsutsuki Yuko and observing the primordial Azure Dragon God carefully, but they didn't fear any possible attack from the side of the primordial Azure Dragon God because he didn't have the power to conduct any kind of deadly attack on them. Have you met any foreigners before us, primordial Azure Dragon God? Your reaction is much better than that of the phoenix, who attacked the very moment it could in an attempt to burn me to crisps. Yuko asked as he looked at the projection of the primordial azure dragon god. Yes. During the ancient era, when the primal chaos dimension origin world was at its peak, we slowly started interacting with the different origin worlds, and there were several of the true gods and true devils that went to the different origin worlds and returned. In those times we even interacted with the powerful cultivators or innate life forms that visited our own origin world. Primordial Azure Dragon God started explaining the situation as all three of them listened attentively, and Yuko now started feeling that he could convince the Primordial Azure Dragon God to his cause if he was a bit lucky. But since the ancient era had long since ended, and true gods and true devils had also completely vanished and their civilization collapsed. Since then the primal chaos dimension origin world started for whatever reason closing itself and there were no foreigners coming here for a very long time. Yuko had a certain theory or theories about that one. Either it was the innate defensive mechanism of the origin world itself, when the chaos will of the primal chaos dimension origin world sensed that it was getting weaker, thus it chose complete isolation to heal, or this was also part of the scheme done by the ancestral goddess and she somehow controlled the chaos will of the origin world to seal the origin world indefinitely until the civilization was restored enough. And their very own presence today was proof that it didn't really work as it should have. And this place? How did it come to be? In fact, aside from the information that he already knew about the blue pole star that it was related in some way to the ancestral goddess and her efforts to revive herself, he didn't know anything else about the planet. But we were not willing to completely disappear from the world, and would attempt to use various sorts of methods to leave behind a vestige of our strength to pass on to those of the future generation we had an affinity with, who would then pass on what used to be our strength to their future generation for an eternity. After all these years, someone finally entered the legacy ground, though, if I am right, you are not here really for the legacy for yourself, am I right? Primordial Azure Dragon God asked as his eyes narrowed at the trio. Chapter 123, Negation with the Primordial Azure Dragon God. Yes, you are. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said straightforwardly because he didn't even bother to hide his true intentions. Of course, with your strength, it would be futile. The primordial Azure Dragon God during his life practiced more than one cultivation system, and he was even comprehending Tao, which allowed him to sense the power that Ōtsutsuki Yuko wielded. And he had to admit that it was frightening because while in terms of certain energy within his body, it was comparable to Divine Master Realm but at the same time, he felt the tingles of Tao. And he knew that if they were in the same realm, then the foreigner would defeat him in a few exchanges if he went all out. Exactly, but I want to talk about something entirely different. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said slowly before he continued. Soon enough, the entire primal chaos dimension origin world is destined to perish either from the Ōtsutsuki clan's ambition, which is, by the way, my own clan that is targeting the primal chaos dimension origin world for its resources or from the ever-expanding danger of the abyss of nothingness, and there is the hidden threat of the ancestral goddess. Ōtsutsuki Yuko explained because he knew that the primordial Azure Dragon God knew what he was talking about. To support his claim, he even transferred some of his memories to the primordial Azure Dragon God. Another reason for that was to scare the enormous lizard a bit. Fear was often the most powerful motivator. Sometimes, even for the entities on the level of primordial Azure Dragon God, and Ōtsutsuki Yuko was aware that once the sovereign of myriad beasts looked through the memories he passed him, he would make a wise decision. What I want is, technically speaking, relatively simple. I want your cooperation in taking over the dragon race of the primal chaos dimension origin world and for it to become the vassals of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Even though the primordial Azure Dragon God was a lofty individual within the primal chaos dimension origin world, he was still no different from any other stronger cultivator with the Ōtsutsuki clan. And despite his arrogance that penetrated the very own existence of every single dragon in reality, he also wanted to see his species thrive. Primordial Azure Dragon God was already the fifth and the last dragon god. Within each generation, there could be only one dragon that bore the title of dragon god and it was often the strongest and most powerful dragon out of the entire species and he was tasked with the leadership of their race. Primordial Azure Dragon God was the last one because, with his demise, there was no one strong enough to claim the title of the dragon god, and their race was, technically speaking, left without the strongest leader. You are rather greedy. Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki's. The humongous dragon scrutinized Ōtsutsuki Yuko thoroughly, as his eyes narrowed at him because he wasn't very delighted with the conditions. For a dragon, they were pretty much humiliating and something that he didn't really wish to adhere to. Yes. I am greedy but tell me honestly, O mighty dragon god, who isn't greedy these days? Ōtsutsuki Yuko asked rhetorically as he looked at the projection of the dragon god. And truthfully, let's be honest this time, your species have only two possibilities for survival. Either you chose to become vassals of the Ōtsutsuki clan or you chose to wane to the void and try your luck, but I wouldn't really recommend that as you are all tied to the samsara of the primal chaos dimension origin world and until you break free from it you cannot leave indefinitely without any backslash. Everything that Yuko spoke may sound cruel to the dragon race, he was also speaking pure and unbridled truth, no matter how bad it sounded. Practically speaking, only those who reached the standard of the Tier 4 could leave their origin worlds free and survive within the void for a prolonged period of time and travel across the place. For the dragon race, they lacked anyone who could even take them out from the primal chaos dimension origin world because even the primordial Azure Dragon God couldn't do such a thing during his peak. One needed to be in the 3rd grade Tier 4 to achieve such a feat because taking other lifeforms from their native origin world and relocating them to another was no easy feat and often contained a lot of risks. Especially if he was taking out a whole bunch of Tier 3s and so on, the person doing so would risk angering the chaos will of the origin world. And the dragon race of the current age doesn't have even anyone at the divine extinction realm of the profound way, and the current dragon monarch, long by, is someone arrogant beyond reason who would never submit even in the face of death and has a lot of followers among the dragons. So right now, your choices in this aspect are rather limited. Ōtsutsuki continued persuading the primordial azure dragon god with one argument after another, seeing that he was rather successful at that. He knew that right now, the primordial azure dragon god was considering his proposal. Your points are valid, little celestial, but I, too, have my conditions as the dragon race should have significant value for you to come to negotiate in person. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan nodded as the dragon god was right. The dragons were rather useful beings, they would greatly increase their powers, military and also when their bodies were pure treasure troves of the cultivation resources. State your points. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying stood behind him as they watched Yaku negotiate with the primordial azure dragon god. In fact, Yaku was entitled to negotiate with the factions or groups that could be assimilated as the vassals of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He got this privilege as the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan and leader of the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces in the primal chaos dimension origin world. I want a proper revival procedure and usage of my original body in it. Also, I want a wisp of chaotic origin essence, just enough to elevate my bloodline and enough resources to cultivate a few most talented dragons that would be inheritors of my lineage. From the conditions he stated, only the chaotic origin essence was the problematic one because it was one of the most precious things within the treasuries of the Ōtsutsuki clan. You will get everything you want as long as you can convince at least 70% of the dragon race to submit. Yaku contemplated about these conditions for a while before he agreed with them because they were actually much more favorable to the Ōtsutsuki clan than he anticipated initially. He thought that the primordial azure dragon god would ask for far more things and more resources, but something different happened. Chapter 124, Dimensional Pathway. 1 year later, Frigid Origin Realm, Celestial Palace of the Ōtsutsuki clan. 1 year has passed since the moment Ōtsutsuki Yaku, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, and Xue Ying have returned from the Blue Pole Star after effectively robbing everything precious from the Blue Pole Star and obtaining the majority of the legacies they had. In contrary to what one could expect, nothing much has changed within the primal chaos dimension origin world. The political landscape was still more or less the same, as it was still a mess, everyone was fighting against everyone, and nobody did anything at the same time. Machinations of the Xue Ying proved to be very efficient because the 1 year of time really achieved what the Ōtsutsuki clan wished to see. There was complete chaos between all of the factions within the primal chaos dimension origin world as every single faction was embroiled in the conflict, and everyone was getting weaker and weaker through mutual destruction. The Northern Divine Region has launched a second wave of the full-out assault and started pushing the combined forces of the Eastern Divine Region and Southern Divine Region back and taking more territory of the Eastern Divine Region. The most shocking was that the natural environment of the Northern Divine Region started spreading to the Eastern Divine Region. And 3 months ago, the dragons of the Western Divine Region made their move when they attacked the Southern Divine Region. Nobody knew why the dragon monarch Longbai did it, but he did, and the attack was a true apocalypse for the Southern Divine Region because within 1 month, around 10% fell under the control of the dragons of the Western Divine Region and, most importantly, the Dragon God realm. In the end, everything was part of machinations done by the Xue Ying who was subtly manipulating the events and basically provoked the dragon monarch Longbai into attacking the Southern Divine Region. So, it comes to this point. Ōtsutsuki Yaku asked as he was sitting in his private chambers together with the Ōtsutsuki Doma and Xue Ying. Interestingly, nobody had problems with accepting Xue Ying, not only because of her combat prowess but also the creation of her unique species termed as the Brahma God. Yes, the overall strength of the Eastern Divine Region has dropped by 50%, the Southern Divine Region by due to relentless attacks by the dragons by 30% and Northern Divine Region by around 35% and the Western Divine Region suffered losses amounting to approximately 20%. Xue Ying reported the latest information she gathered, which reflected the current strength of the factions within the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World's Realm of Gods. This gives too high an advantage to the Western Divine Region and dragons, and as we couldn't resurrect the primordial Azure Dragon God, they are proving to be a danger to the balance we need to maintain. Ōtsutsuki Doma remarked as he heard the date, because the dragons had a too high advantage over the other, they could very well possible conquer most of the divine regions or star realms. That could prove problematic as they had their own plans with the dragon race of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Does that mean we should act against them? Ōtsutsuki Yaku asked as he looked at the both of them. Yes, at least to a certain degree, and weaken them considerably so they won't have that high advantage over the others, and we could also target the most loyal followers of the Dragon Monarch Longbai at the same time, which would ease the future progress with them. Xue Ying stated her arguments while both Ōtsutsuki Yaku and Ōtsutsuki Doma listened, but they could see the logic and benefits within her words. Ōtsutsuki Doma was someone who was for it because there was no reason to deny the plan. Then you can start. It will still be a long time until the dimensional pathway between the origin worlds stabilizes enough for the tier 4s to pass through or even the large number of Saint Realm cultivators. Ōtsutsuki Yuka stated neutrally because he didn't see the reason for dragons not to bleed a bit as well, like the others were. Right now, they were the ones that were profiting the most from it, and that was not talking about the factions that were existing apparently within the habitable parts of the abyss of nothingness that seemingly contained the true gods as well. Fortunately enough, as nobody could enter that place, nobody could also leave that place. So, for now, the Ōtsutsuki clan forces didn't really have any opponent within the primal chaos dimension origin world. Right now, due to the production of the god trees, they had many chakra fruits and many of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen had many of the Saint Realm cultivators. One of the reasons that were behind the high yield was the fact that the primal chaos dimension origin world was extremely rich in the energy, in this case, the profound energy as the cultivation system belonged to the pure energy cultivation system. With the abundance of the chakra fruits, they could cultivate many more Saint Realm cultivators, and with more and more Saint Realm cultivators, they could conquer more and more star realms. Right now, the Ōtsutsuki clan expeditionary forces under the strict order of the Ōtsutsuki Yuko were still keeping low and they would be until the dimensional pathway stabilized enough to send reinforcements from the Ōtsutsuki clan. That would be happening at any given moment. The time dilation between the primal chaos dimension origin world and Starvale origin world was more like the same, so there was not much difference between them in this aspect. When they were discussing the other pressing matters at the primal chaos dimension origin world and its development for future purposes, Ōtsutsuki Yuko got a notification from the artifact spirit of his personal worship. It was a message from the Ōtsutsuki clan headquarters. It seems that the Lord Shirbai intervened himself and the dimensional pathway has stabilized enough for a good number of the Saint Realm cultivators to pass through. Ōtsutsuki Yuko read the message from the artifact spirit, which related to him with eagerness as he could now return back home. While he was chosen as the overall commander of the Ōtsutsuki expeditionary forces, right now and for the near future, there would be not much to do it here. He also didn't wish to remain here to observe the boring administrative tasks and gathering of the god Fruitus, and now that the position of the Ōtsutsuki clan has stabilized here, they would need to wait for the appropriate opportunity to make their move. Chapter 125, Tournament of Katomania, 1. Ōtsutsuki clan managed to stabilize the dimensional pathway between the primal chaos dimension origin world and Starvale origin world enough for basic transportation and to grant passage to a few people from time to time. Such a thing was enough for the Ōtsutsuki Yuko to be recalled back into the Starvale origin world because right now and for the foreseeable future, there would be not much for him to do here anyway. He already wanted to return home to consolidate his gains from the voyage into the new origin world and, most importantly, to start practicing the body refining technique as he embarked on the path of the detachment in the near future. As that was the only path open to him and for his ambitions. I will go and talk with the Elder Council. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stated as he then excused himself from the meeting and went to the private communication that was within the Ōtsutsuki clan warship to talk with the Ōtsutsuki clan's Elder Council. When he arrived there, several moments later, the holographic projection of his grandfather, Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, appeared there. His grandfather maintained a dignified expression, fitting that of the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan. His grandfather was an everlasting Empyrean for a long time already and wasn't very far from reaching the half-step paragon in the future. As him, he was too walking on the path of the detachment as were most of those of the Ōtsutsuki clan with the most powerful lineages. Patriarch. Ōtsutsuki Yuko maintained a stoic expression as he greeted his grandfather formally. You have changed, you seem more alive than ever. His grandfather remarked as he saw him because no matter how much he could tried, there was no denying in the fact that his grandfather was able to see through him like an open book. Indeed, it seemed that the time has been kind to me. Yuko's stoic face cracked a bit as he said those words, with rather a fond smile over the matter because he was rather glad for the experience. Retrospectively, he thought that he was a bit foolish. Suppressing his emotions just so he could focus solely on training and getting stronger, constantly cultivating and mastering his techniques, it seemed that it was a mistake and now he would admit it wholeheartedly. Now it seemed that he lived 2 centuries in vain. For what he had power if the sole purpose of having it was feeling power and nothing more. Now to the more important matters, as you were informed about the matter, Lord Shirbai intervened personally and managed to stabilize the dimensional pathway between the primal chaos dimension origin world and Starvale origin world to a certain degree. This wasn't surprising to Yuko because the only person who could do something like this was Lord Shirbai. Stabilizing the dimensional pathway between the 2 origin worlds was even beyond the capabilities of even the most powerful sovereign paragon realm cultivator. According to the reports we got from the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World, the Elder Council has decided to withhold the intervention between the politics of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World and we will let them destroy themselves before we launch the conquest. Never intervene when your enemy is in the process of self-destruction. And the Ōtsutsuki clan was the epitome of this. And my role for the foreseeable future in this matter? Yuko asked as he was curious about his role for the future. That is the reason why I am calling you right now. We got the rather interesting opportunity from the Cathalhus that they would be conducting a tournament for keys to the Tower of God, with the possibility of finding a way to another chaotic source dimensions. The Ōtsutsuki clan has decided to nominate you as our representative for the tournament. When the Ōtsutsuki Amakusa said that, Yuko felt his blood freeze in his veins because this would be something that presented him an unprecedented opportunity to get stronger. For the clarification, are you sure about this? Even far more powerful entities would be interested in the Tower of God and the reward that lay at the end of it. In truth, while Yuko was eager for the participation and the rewards, at the same time, he was also very wary of it because he was aware that this represented a grave danger. But the rewards were something that would forever change his path. Not to mention if he managed to get his hands on it, he would increase his chance of reaching a peak of the Paragon realm by 70% at least and even had a solid chance of the transcendence and becoming Overlord. Not to mention, even the detachment wouldn't be entirely out of the question and would present him a very slim opportunity for that, but that was all he needed. Yes, this time, the tournament would be limited maximally to the Tier 3 entities, so there would be nobody stronger participating, and the Cathalhus are ensuring that no accidents happen during the tournament. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa explained to his grandson that he knew that this time, the tournament that was organized by the Cathalhus within the Chaotic Source Dimension was limited only to Tier 3. Which represented a good opportunity for the Ōtsutsuki clan to win the tournament and obtain several keys to the Tower of God. Chaotic Source Dimension was a collection of countless origin worlds and each Chaotic Source Dimension was unique. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa didn't visit one, only Lord Shirbai visited some of the different Chaotic Source Dimensions. However, due to the good relationship between the Ōtsutsuki clan and Cathalhus, they were aware of some rules and information about the Chaotic Source Dimensions. For example, each Chaotic Source Dimension was, how to say it, it had their own theme. For example, the Chaotic Source Dimension where the Starvale Origin World or Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World belongs to the category of the cultivation-themed Chaotic Source Dimensions. Some Chaotic Source Dimensions didn't have a clear power system and were a mishmash of many or some were of the magic, where mighty spellcasters and magi decided the fate of countless. And this was one of the greatest methods of quickly increasing one's power, just after traveling to the different origin worlds and learning the different systems of power that were similar to the one that the person used. But the problem of that was the fact that leaving the Chaotic Source Dimension was almost impossible. The sole people who could leave their own Chaotic Source Dimension were those at the Tier 7 or some Tier SIXS who had unique methods of doing so. Chapter 126, Tournament of Katomania, 2. Do you think that we have a good chance of winning the tournament? Ōtsutsuki asked seriously because if they obtained the keys to the Tower of God, then it could prove tremendously beneficial for the entire Ōtsutsuki clan in their endeavor to conquer the entire Starvale origin world. Yes, if you start cultivating the body refining technique right now in the time acceleration formation, we can bring your fleshy body to the standards of the peak Saint Immortal Cultivator within 1 century if we pool all resources into that. The price of 3 keys to the Tower of God would be then ours for sure. The Tower of God was something that was seemingly and according to the legends created by someone who reached the detachment, someone who transcended the tier system, chaotic source dimension and the reality itself. Nobody knew the name of the person who created it, but he was only known as the outside god. When he created the tower, he placed in the void in between the chaotic source dimensions and let it roam the endless reality. At the same time, he crafted many keys that could open the doors of the tower and threw them into the void, where the keys awaited their fated one. Only when someone bore the significant fate of entering the tower could he use the key to open the doors. Even right now, many have tried, many obtained the keys, but they couldn't enter the tower if they were not meant to do so. Among the people who tried to do so were even those who reached the lofty positions of overlords or lords of chaos. Some of the most powerful entities from the most powerful chaotic source dimension tried more than one time to force their entrance to the tower, but it was to naught. Some who tired to do so and refused to give up were even killed by the servants of the outside god that protected the tower. Nobody knew exactly what was inside the tower and what awaited them at the end, but many perished after they entered, and only a few scattered survivors managed to return from the place with wondrous tales and endless disappointment after their return. And the fate? You should know that if I am fated that, it would be useless, and even we can't keep the keys. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said with somewhat sadness because he was aware that the Ōtsutsuki clan was too weak to hold something like the key to the Tower of God. Cathalhus were different because they controlled the entire chaotic source dimension and were extremely powerful. But the Ōtsutsuki clan had only one overlord class being which was the Lord Shirbai. If not, then not, we can still get other rewards, but if we obtain it and you enter the tower, then it would be worth of it. Because the tournament was conducted by the Cathalhus, they were inviting only a specific number of people and from specific backgrounds, and everyone would sign the most strict oath on the grand source wills of different chaotic source dimensions to ensure safety. Grandfather, though this also raises the question, why are they giving it away as a form of price for some pesky tournament? This was something that Ōtsutsuki Yuko didn't really understand entirely, but he felt that the cats must have some purpose in doing so. Their greed was even greater than that of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and they would never give up something so great just like this. If, of course, it didn't bring them benefits. That is a good question that has rather simple and boring answers. The entire Cathalhu and Catapus species are not fated for the tower, or more like, they are being rejected by it. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa said quietly because, as the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was privy to some details behind this. To better understand the situation, the ever-first Cathalhu has reached, according to Lord Shirbai, the semi-detachment stage. We don't know if it is true or not, but apparently, due to this reason, the keys to the tower are rejecting anyone related to him as they are not suitable for the tower. Now it was beginning to make sense and Yuko suspected that there was something within the Tower of God that the Cathalhus desperately needed and the winner of the tournament would practically bring it to them in exchange for the key and protection. And there is something within the tower they want to obtain. The winner gets the key and protection from other people that would want to obtain the key by force, and everyone is happy, am I right? Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, nodded his head as he scratched his horns a bit while looking at his grandson. In a nutshell, yes, even Lord Shirbai don't know what they want to obtain from the tower, but it must be significant if they're doing something like this in order to obtain it. They are making a lot of very powerful enemies with their actions, but it seems that for the Cathulus, it is more than worthy action. They were treading on the dangerous game, but the rewards were too enticing for the Ōtsutsuki clan, which was preparing for the all-out war against the Automatons, Faith God Alliance, and Sage clan. They were counting on the situation in which the gains from the tower would be able to bring them an unprecedented advantage over their rivals. There were even some of the bolder ones that wanted to search for the Mandeville points within the tower that could connect to the chaotic source dimension and create something akin to a limited dimensional pathway. That would allow them to move, at least to a certain degree, in between the Starvale origin world and Tower of God. Naturally, such thoughts were even called as delusions or foolishness to search for the Mandeville points. Most would be glad if you could manage to enter the tower and return back with resources and many times stronger or with a clear path. Then I should be returning back home. Yaku said to his grandfather, who just nodded his head in agreement. Also, I heard that you managed to create a unique species from one native, a woman named Xue Ying, who was also responsible for plunging the entire primal chaos dimension origin world into the war. His grandfather stated because everything was already said within the reports that Yaku was periodically sending to the Ōtsutsuki clan on a monthly basis. He was constantly informing the leadership of the Ōtsutsuki clan as he should, so the information about the Xue Ying and everything that took place was included within that. Chapter 127, One Time, Next Time. Ōtsutsuki Yaku didn't say anything, aside from nodding his head at the statement, because there was no need for that. He knew that Xue Ying would undergo scrutiny when she went to the Ōtsutsuki clan together with him. That is a rather impressive feat. Is the truth that her bloodline is that strong? And it really contains the traces of the chaotic origin. The Brahma god race was a species exclusive to the Xue Ying and it contained a great deal of chaotic origin due to the special method with which it was created, and it also had a great potential for evolution. Yes, according to my insight, she wouldn't have much problem reaching Tier 4, and if she walked the path of Tao Lord, then it wouldn't be at all a problem for her to reach the peak of the Lord Realm. She even had a good chance to reach Empyrean Realm of the Path of Detachment. Xue Ying wanted to embark on the Path of Detachment because that was the strongest of the three paths of evolutionary cultivation. And she had a good chance to reach Tier 5 at all paths. And the evolutionary potential? Ōtsutsuki Amakusa asked as he looked at his grandson. Her race and bloodline was created on the Brahma God clan that is native to the primal chaos dimension, and every single person of the Brahma God clan bloodline has some traces of the chaotic origin essence within the bloodline source, and there are still a lot of people bearing the old Brahma God clan bloodline in them. Yaku explained the situation to his grandfather about Xue Ying, as he needed to literally sell the situation to the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan. If we sacrifice them to the God tree and create a powerful bloodline fruit, then her bloodline should be elevated, be strong on to stand on par with divine lineage Ōtsutsuki without problem. Even though the Brahma monarch god realm suffered tremendous losses, there were still millions of people bearing the same blood as Xue Ying once bore. Naturally, they had bloodlines of various degrees. But it would still be enough to create extremely powerful and potent bloodline fruit that would allow Xue Ying to purify, strengthen, and evolve her bloodline and race tremendously. This would then in turn greatly increase her value in the eyes of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and at the same time, she would have a much easier time cultivating the evolutionary cultivation. One part of the evolutionary cultivation depended on the bloodline of the person, so that she would have a great advantage. Then we will do everything we can to obtain the bloodline fruit for her, after the great Brahma war god formation dissipates. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa was aware of everything that was happening within the primal chaos dimension origin world, and he read in the reports that the Brahma monarch god realm was in a state of total lockdown. And the strength of the great Brahma war god formation was strong enough to withstand even the power of peak quasi-Empyrean easily for a long time. Hearing that made Yaku smile slightly, because it was proof that the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan accepted Xue Ying as one of their own, as he suspected that his grandson wanted to take the Brahma goddess as his wife. Then see you soon, grandson. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa said as Yaku returned the greeting, and they ended the call. After finishing the conversation with the Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, Yaku then decided that it was time to withdraw from the primal chaos dimension origin world. He got the approval from the elder council of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and he could now finally return back home. At the same time, he was returning with the eagerness of the prospect of participation in the tournament that was organized by the Cathulus to prove the strength of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He then returned to the room, where Ōtsutsuki Doma and Xue Ying were waiting and planning their next steps within the primal chaos dimension and schemes that they would employ against the native factions. And there was also the situation with the Abyss of Nothingness that was constantly expanding, and rumors of the powerful civilizations within the Abyss of Nothingness and the rumors of the true gods within that wretched place. I got information from the Patriarch that the dimensional pathway has been stabilized enough for a limited number of the saints to pass between the origin realm, and with this moment, I have been ordered to return back to the Starvale origin world. This wasn't surprising to either Ōtsutsuki Doma nor Xue Ying. Doma, you will be the new head of the expeditionary forces of the Ōtsutsuki clan within the primal chaos dimension. I will be returning back to the Starvale origin world together with Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Kirihara. We would also be taking with us the majority of the produced resources and presenting them to the clan's administration bureau. Ōtsutsuki Yuko said that now that he would be returning back to home, he would be taking with him most of the things that their forces had gathered within the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Be it chakra fruits, bloodline samples, cultivation techniques, cultivation resources, artifacts, weapons, armor, books, and many other things that were collected by them after they conquered countless planets and star realms. Even some of the chaotic origin treasures were included within that, so he expected a lot of merit points to be awarded to him. Even Xue Ying was eager because she would finally arrive at the home of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and she would be inducted into the clan. The dimensional pathway should be ready for departure. Send down the orders to round the resources. We will be leaving the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world in 3 days. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stated as with this the meeting between the three of them was finished and they went to take care of the final matters before they would depart to the Starvale origin world and back home. Chapter 128, Sweet Home Starvale. 3 days later, the last round of the resources gathered from the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world were being loaded onto the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan that would be bringing Ōtsutsuki Yuko, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, and Xue Ying back to the Starvale origin world. It would take a long time until he would return back here, and now that they were finally departing to the Starvale origin world, Xue Ying was beginning to feel a bit sad about the entire endeavor. He could understand it up to a certain degree because she lived her entire life with the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Many people who lived their whole lives in one place would find it rather hard to move on. Perhaps Xue Ying was feeling the same way right now. After several seconds of contemplation, Ōtsutsuki Yuko went to the Xue Ying as he put his hand around her shoulder in a comforting hug, while both of them looked over the disappearing site of the frigid origin realm. The Ōtsutsuki warship was slowly heading to the place where the dimensional pathway connecting the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world and Starvale origin world was located while he was keeping the Brahma goddess company. He knew that sooner or later, the feeling would leave Xue Ying and she would get over it, but that would take some time. In truth, he was never much of an empathic person around, or so he thought, but he knew that he couldn't really relate to this one to her. So the best thing he could do was just to remain there. Meanwhile, the Brahma goddess was rather happy that Yuko was there when she was beginning to experience all of these weird feelings. Initially, she thought that leaving the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world would be an easy matter, but she has now experienced an indescribable feeling of weird homesickness because, in the end, the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was still her home, and she some sort of connection with the place. Or maybe, it was just the will of the origin world that was constantly influencing her train of thought. Even that was a possibility. In truth, Ōtsutsuki Yuko predicted that the chaos will of the origin world was attempting to influence her somehow because it viewed the Ōtsutsuki clansmen as invaders and wanted to get rid of them. Unfortunately, the wills of the origin worlds couldn't actively intervene with what was happening in the origin world. The sole methods they could use were either to influence the happenings within the origin world indirectly or to bless someone as the son of destiny. Aside from those, the wills of the origin worlds didn't really have a lot of methods in their arsenal on how to do things. As fortunate or unfortunate as it was for the origin worlds, but more or like, it was fortunate for the people living there, though that was for a separate discussion. Starvale origin world, southern cosmic region, not far from the planet Tengaku. An unknown time later, the Ōtsutsuki warship belonging to the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan arrived through the dimensional pathway back to the Starvale origin world. The dimensional pathway, which was connecting two origin worlds, was moved to the proximity of the planet Tengaku by Lord Shirbai. That was done for the reason of reacting more quickly in case something happened within the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Not to mention, there was also one of the Tier 5 cultivators stationed at the dimensional pathway permanently to guard the portal to the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. When the warship appeared from the dimensional pathway, it was being quickly led to the planet Tengaku because it was bringing important figures and countless resources with it. When Yuko saw the planet Tengaku, he got overwhelmed by certain nostalgic feelings, and at the same time, he was also feeling happiness and satisfaction from the fact that he was once again home. Slowly but steadily, they landed down on the landing platforms. Within there were many of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen already waiting for him. Most of them were from the administration bureau and were tasked with moving the resources from the warship into the vaults. One of the elders was waiting for the Ōtsutsuki Yuko there, who was instructed to bring the crown prince to the patriarch straight away as soon as he returned from the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Yuko was then led to the personal chambers of the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, which wasn't very far from the Heavenly Creed Mountain, in one of the peaks that surrounded the Heavenly Creed Mountain. It was a rather modest and simple building, but still showed the splendor and richness of the Ōtsutsuki clan to the people who would see it and also gave a strange feeling of tranquility and peace. Meanwhile, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara led Xue Ying to the Yuko's home, where they would meet with his parents and also get Xue Ying to be registered as a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan through the marriage with the Ōtsutsuki Yuko. That was only a matter of time. You have brought a lot of resources from the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world, I see. This would be enough to cultivate countless Saint Realm cultivators and even possibly a few Holy Lords if we are lucky enough. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, read the list of the resources that were brought from the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Because the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was extremely right on the heaven and earth energy, it was highly suitable for the god trees. And thus countless chakra fruits were produced within the origin world. There are even several of the chaotic origin grade, mainly some artifacts and cultivation researches that were gathered from some areas of the primal chaos dimension origin world, and there are even more to come. Ōtsutsuki Yuko answered as he observed his grandfather reading a list of the resources. There were a lot of them that Yuko brought back to the Starvale origin world. I noticed, this is indeed a good loot. The primal chaos dimension origin world could become what we need in regard to the cultivation resources for the lower members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The patriarch spoke once he finished reading the entire list of the resources brought back. Chapter 129, Future Efforts. Yes, and more is waiting there, once our force could pass the dimensional pathway en masse. Ōtsutsuki Yuko remarked as he sat cross-legged and poured himself a cup of tea, something from his grandfather's personal stash, which was much higher quality and rarity than his own. And the overall strength of the primal chaos dimension origin world. Have you encountered something more powerful than Tier 4? We all read the reports, but I want to hear it personally. Reports were reports, but a personal recounting of the situation was something that Ōtsutsuki Amakusa preferred more, compared to the written reports that Yuko was sending back to the clan on a weekly basis. Yes, it is, but at the same time, the place is wonderful. The cultivation system of the Profound Way is weak, that is a fact, but at the same time, the entire primal chaos dimension origin world has a ridiculous density of heaven and earth energy that allows them to cultivate up to the peak Tier 4 in certain areas of the origin world. That was the thing that the Starvale origin world was vastly inferior to, and at the same time, due to that, the primal chaos dimension origin world was the ideal origin world for the plantation of the god trees. In regard to their cultivation system, the majority of the cultivators don't have any contact with Tao because, for them, comprehending Tao is just a supplementary basis for the overall cultivation. It is not a requirement to reach the higher realms, so their combat prowess at the same tier of the evolutionary cultivation is vastly inferior. Only some rare cases are exceptions to this rule. Ōtsutsuki Yuko summarized everything that was important to say to his grandfather, as Ōtsutsuki Amakusa had a pondering expression on his face. Then, the moment the dimensional pathway stabilized enough for the full-scale invasion, we will launch it. Anything notable about the powerhouses of the primal chaos dimension origin world? Full-scale stabilization would mean, in this case, for the Holy Lords to pass through the dimensional pathway, but something like that would take decades. Even though Lord Shirbai stabilized the dimensional pathway for a few Saint Realms to pass occasionally, it was not enough for what the Ōtsutsuki clan had in mind because the full-scale attack would require at least a few Holy Lords to go in there. It was already confirmed that the primal chaos dimension origin world had a few Tier 4s alive, and there was still the question of the ancestral goddess, who was a chaotic origin life form in some sort of weird reincarnation state that was largely unknown to them. Maximally a few true gods with combat prowess comparable to our weaker holy lords, but there were several individuals that may be in the process of reviving themselves, and at their peak, their power would be same as strong holy lords. And there is still ancestral goddess who is for sure chaotic origin life forms, albeit greatly indisposed. Ōtsutsuki Yuko told what he learned during his stay at the primal chaos dimension origin world, as the waters of the origin world were deeper than they may have seemed. Others were still a lot of powerful people alive or attempting to become alive once again. And the abyss of nothingness. The reports mentioned that it was constantly expanding and devouring the entirety of the origin world. That was something that would be needed to be solved by chaotic origin life forms of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and without anyone at Tier 5 solving the case, it would be futile. Yes, the progress is relatively slow, but it is still there and ever-present. Yuko had the honor of observing the abyss of nothingness, but he didn't dare to cross the area because it was too dangerous for the current him, and without becoming at least Saint Immortal, he wouldn't dare to enter it. We would need to send Empyrean to destroy it. The primal chaos dimension origin world would become a valuable resource for the evolution of the Starvale origin world in the future, so we can create a much stronger origin world, not to be dependent on the different origin worlds for the chakra fruits. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, as the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, was already plotting for the total supremacy of the Ōtsutsuki clan over the entirety of the Starvale origin world. And naturally, something like the primal chaos dimension origin world, with its extreme density of heaven and earth energy, will level up the playing field. Is that everything, all grandfather? Yuko asked as he finished drinking his cup of tea. Yes, for now. I will discuss the things with the Elder Council. For now, you have nothing to do, so prepare for the very intense training and cultivation season in preparation for the tournament. We need to win at all costs. Ōtsutsuki Amakusa said sternly as he looked at his grandson, who would be going to represent the Ōtsutsuki clan at the tournament of Katomania at the chaotic source dimension belonging to the Cathalhus and Katopusses. Indeed, the tournament of the Katomania was taking precedence over anything else because obtaining the entrance to the Tower of God was taking important before anything else. To ensure that the Yuko would be the winner of the tournament, the Ōtsutsuki clan was going indeed all out with all of the grooming, and they would be investing every bit of resource to increase his power as much as possible. As you command, grandfather. For now, I will spend some time with Kirihara and Inger, before we start working on the training. Yuko said as he then excused himself and went to spend time with Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Kani Inger as Ōtsutsuki Amakusa watched the departing back of his grandson with a fond smile. It seems that some time of self-realization helped him to come to make amends with his first life. That's good. It was already becoming obsession on the verge of evolving into the heart demon. When Yuko exited the dwelling of his grandfather, he went back home. While he was walking back home, he thought that he should probably move to his own peak, somewhere near Heaven's Creed Mountain. Now that he thought about having an active sexual life, it would be most prudent to move out. However, he would need to wait for that because the house where he was living had one of the best cultivation facilities within the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan because it belonged to his parents. While his mother wasn't as talented in the aspect of cultivation as his father was, she was a masterful businesswoman and was very skilled with alchemy. She was one of the best alchemists within the entire Ōtsutsuki clan, despite her young age. Chapter 130, Acclimatizing, 1. Ōtsutsuki Yuko arrived in front of the villa he called his home, seeing that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying were already present. He knew that the only people at home during this time of day would be his mother and 2 Kato-pusses. His father, as a new grand elder of the Ōtsutsuki clan, was probably handling the matters of the clan right now because his arrival back with tons of cultivation resources from a different origin world probably created an upheaval. And as the head of the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he would need to go through all of the things, ensuring that they are safe together with the administration hall and also to formalize some next plans for the primal chaos dimension origin world. Though the one surprising thing, or more like shocking thing, was that when he felt his mother's aura, he couldn't really feel the presence, even though the divine sense picked up something. But it didn't take Ōtsutsuki Yuko to quickly figure out that his mother had reached the Holy Lord realm during the time he was away from the Starvale origin world. Reaching Tier 4 would be a great step because he knew that his mother was stuck in the Saint Immortal realm for a long time. Even though she was only around 500 years old and was relatively young for a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan. For example, his father was around 3,000 years or so old. Yuko knew that his mother was getting a lot of resources after her husband reached the Empyrean realm. At the Empyrean realm, one became chaotic origin lifeform, so the very peak of most of the origin worlds, so his resources gathering capabilities were very high. Naturally, one of the things he did as the first thing was to push his wife toward greater heights when it came to cultivation. As someone who became a chaotic origin lifeform, cultivating some being beneath that level was as easy as breathing. Unfortunately, he knew that he wouldn't be getting such privilege because only his mother would be getting the resources free. He would still need to work for everything. I should be getting the merits for the entire expedition pretty soon. I wonder how many would the administration hall give me. The head of the administration hall was Ōtsutsuki Musen, who would not be stingy with the rewards. When he saw the list of the things that were brought from the primal chaos dimension back home, and at the same time, he would be getting a bonus for performing splendidly. And aside from the actions within the primal chaos dimension, he suspected that he would also get some merit for recruiting Xue Ying. When he entered the villa, he noticed that the Kato-pusses Nien and Nanko were sleeping soundly in their place, as they usually were, though they had already reached the peak of the Tier 2. They were getting more and more powerful. It seemed that his mother was feeding them well during the time he was away in the primal chaos dimension origin world. However, it seemed that for the next time he would be going somewhere, he would need to take the 2 of them with him. Right now, they were rather powerful and could be of use in combat because they were only one step away from Tier 3, which was pretty good, and it seemed that their growth was rather fast. Hopefully, they would evolve into the Cathalhu once in the future. My baby boy is back. Out of nowhere, Yuko found himself being hugged by his mother, who was overly dramatic and emotional once again. Though, due to the years, he was already used to it, though both Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Xue Ying, who were sitting there, were amused by the action. Yes I am. Yuko said just that as he let his mother hug out life from him, as he hugged her back. Before that they all sat down, as his mother was chatting with the Xue Ying whom he brought back from the primal chaos dimension origin world. Now, what have I missed since you have all started plotting something here? Yuko asked as he poured himself a cup of tea as he sat with 3 of them. The 3 women then soon enough started chatting with each other while Yuko was observing how Xue Ying was acclimatizing to the environment of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Have you been registered within the administration hall? Yuko asked after they stopped chatting for a moment. Yes. Kirihara brought me there and we even met the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen. That wasn't something Yuko was really anticipating, but at the same time, he wasn't entirely surprised by this revelation. Based on everything that he reported to the clan about Xue Ying to the clan, it was logical that they would require a meeting with her. Still, for the Ōtsutsuki Musen to show his personal interest in her person was already something because he was one of the strictest grand elders within the entire clan and he was also one of the strongest members of the Ōtsutsuki clan under the ancestors. That's good. Now we only need to wait for the calculations of the merit points for your actions within the primal chaos dimension because that would take some time. Yuko said not even his merit points were calculated because that would take much longer time, considering that a lot of things happened within the primal chaos dimension origin world. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen mentioned something about potentially assigning me the official position within the administration hall due to my actions within the primal chaos dimension origin world and the results that I achieved. Now, even Yuko raised his brow hearing this because he didn't anticipate that Xue Ying would get an official position from the Ōtsutsuki clan this soon. He thought that it would need some time, but it seemed that even the elders at the administration halls were impressed with her skills and capabilities. Still, the situation was that Xue Ying was very capable, and right now, the Ōtsutsuki clan needed people like her due to their incoming final war against factions of the Starvale origin world. With her strategic mind and planning abilities, she could become one of the top-notch commanders, even though with this, they were a bit breaking their own rules, as Xue Ying wasn't officially part of the clan until she married Yuko. But at the same time, there was nowhere for her to go, and other things considered, the clan was willing to bend the rules a bit and give her the benefit of the doubt. Chapter 131, Acclimatizing, 2. That is splendid news, darling. Ōtsutsuki Akiri wasn't a woman who was shy with her emotions, and she quickly took a great liking to the Xue Ying, the Brahma war goddess whom her son brought back home from the primal chaos dimension. Did the Grand Elder already tell which position? Hopefully, it won't be something that would be menial and more inclined with the administration matters, but considering the actual situation within the clan, I seriously doubt it. Ōtsutsuki knew the situation of the clan the best. From his position as the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was privy to a lot of information, typically on the level of the Grand Elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan. So, one could say that he was very well informed about all matters that were taking place within the clan and all of the upcoming plans in the future. Yes, something within the executive bureau of the administration hall of the clan. Xue Ying, as Yuka's mother, Ōtsutsuki Akiri, stopped hugging her and pressing her face to her bosom. Executive Bureau, right from the start, that is already a good result, and it also gives off a lot of freedom of movement, as the members of the Executive Bureau of the Administration Hall are often dispatched to collect resources on the field so that we would often be working as a team. Ōtsutsuki said as he was working for the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan, together with Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, so they would often be paired with someone from the Administration Bureau if they went out to gather large amounts of resources. Like for example, the tributes from the vassal civilizations and other species that lived within the territory under the rule of the Ōtsutsuki clan, especially those within the southern cosmic region of the Starvale origin world. Right now, you should spend every time cultivating to embark on the evolutionary cultivation system properly. Even though you have just now transitioned, you still have a lot of areas that need complete and build on. Yuko knew that right now, Xue Ying, while fully transitioning to the evolutionary cultivation system, she needed a lot of work, especially in regard to comprehending the Tao and body refining. That was an area where even Yuko himself needed to start properly, but he was still way better than Xue Ying in this aspect because, during his life, he underwent the process of body forging several times during his lifetime. Xue Ying would at first need to undergo the body forging ritual right from the start so she could withstand the most powerful body refining techniques of the Ōtsutsuki clan if she wanted to embark on the path of detachment. That one path requires the person who walks this path to achieve really frightening physical prowess, something that only a selected few could achieve. To have better chances to cultivate these body refining methods properly, one needs to have a very powerful physique before the cultivation of these methods from the start. And thus, the body forging ritual came into play. I was already educated about this by Grand Elder when Kirihara took me to register. Apparently they were pretty fascinated that a powerful variant race with chaotic origin essence could be born in such a weak origin world, by their words, almost primitive one. Xue Ying said tiredly with a bit aggravation in her voice, because indeed, her origin world was certainly primitive to a large degree, but at the same time, it also managed to give birth to several lineages that bore the chaotic origin essence, which was rare. Now that you are talking about the chaotic origin essence, how is the Phoenix clan? Yuko asked when he heard the words chaotic origin essence lineage because aside from the resources, cultivation methods, artifacts, and other things, they also brought with them back from the primal chaos dimension origin world the Phoenix clan. We took them to register too, but they would be shipped to a different planet according to the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen, where they would be able to cultivate faster. They have already found a suitable planet for them and also assigned tier 4.5 cultivator to protect them. Phoenix clan had the potential to become a very powerful vassal for the Ōtsutsuki clan in the far future when their potential was fully bloomed. They had the potential to produce tier 4 cultivators, given enough time and resources. Not to mention, the Phoenix clan were direct vassals of the Crown Prince, which was giving them even higher status and more protection, and most importantly, it was giving them more resources. Naturally, due to the fact that they had chaotic origin essence within the lineage, they would get a lot of resources, but as they were the personal vassals of the Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki, they got more just for this single thing. They also analyzed for the appropriate date when we can await them creating Cosmos Gods. Yuko asked because only after reaching the Cosmos God of the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries would they be of use in the large-scale conflicts that were awaiting the Ōtsutsuki clan within the Starvale origin world. Still, reaching the Cosmos God was very hard for the ordinary cultivator of the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries, like, a very, very hard thing to achieve. Fortunately, though, the Ōtsutsuki clan was willing to invest a lot of resources into the Phoenix clan. A few centuries at best, even with the resources that Administration Hall is willing to invest in the cultivation of the Phoenix clan, due to the fact that we have right now a lot of lower-ranking chakra fruits from the primal chaos dimension origin world, it would take some time. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara said because this time, while they were able to harvest a lot of chakra fruits, normally such a thing would be nigh impossible. When powerful Ōtsutsuki clansmen were venturing into the different origin worlds, the clansmen needed to act carefully, especially in the more powerful origin worlds that were under the protection of mighty beings, and even then, they rather focused on obtaining chakra fruits that were for the Empyreans and above. That is a relatively good time, depending on the final result, as long as we can get the actual fighting force out of them, even at the Void God realm, they could become priceless against the automatons on the front lines. Indeed, they would, against the automaton hordes that were seemingly endless, having a large coherent force that would be proficient in the Tao of Flames and also had the same attributed bloodline, would be their trump card against the machines. Chapter 132, Acclimatizing, 3. The greatest weakness of the automatons were the cultivators that had comprehended and mastered the Tao of Flames and used special cultivation methods that allowed the said cultivators to create their own special flames. Like the Ōtsutsuki Zen, who was one of the paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan, known as the Flame Paragon. He was the one who was tasked with the fight against the automatons and was also the leader of the front lines against the automatons. Not many of the entire automaton faction could withstand the flames of such people like Ōtsutsuki Zen, especially considering the fact that the strongest automatons were only of the EX grade, which was approximately the same as the Tier 5 entity. But even such metal could be melted down by the flames that were strong enough, like in the case of the Ōtsutsuki Zen. The Phoenix clan would be fulfilling this role because if they were en masse to reach the realm of the Void God realm of the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries, it would then give the Ōtsutsuki clan a large force of relatively powerful people with extraordinary flame-controlling capabilities. This would be their trump card against hordes and hordes of the automatons, which were seemingly endless. This was one of their most significant advantages against the Ōtsutsuki clan, something that they often struggled to deal with effectively. And that would be the moment when the Phoenix clan would come into the play, and with her flame Tao and fire-related bloodline, they would be priceless in the entire conflict against the automatons. Some of them would be given spots under the time acceleration arrays. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen said that it was of the utmost importance to cultivate some of the cosmos gods from the Phoenix clan as soon as possible, to see the results. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara said that because she was there when the entire process with the Phoenix clan was taken care of. The Phoenix clan needed to be registered within the administration hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan as the vassals of the clan so that they could be assigned territory and other things. Yuko could see the logic behind these words. Even though giving a few of them access to the time acceleration array could be seen as favoritism, it would actually solve a lot of problems. From the first, if the Phoenix clan had their own cosmos gods, then they wouldn't need that strong protection from the Ōtsutsuki clan, and they wouldn't need to keep a lot of the holy lords keeping an eye over their planet. Secondly, they would get data about the combat prowess of the Phoenix clan clansmen at the cosmos god realm, which would allow the Ōtsutsuki clan to calculate their own usefulness and other things, which in turn would be better for the future offensive. End of view. Xue Ying looked at Yuko, which made the Ōtsutsuki Kirihara and Ōtsutsuki Akiri to mimic her actions. The Elder Council chose me to represent the Ōtsutsuki clan at the tournament of the Kaito-mania that would be organized by the Cathalhas within their chaotic source Deemsnyan, with the main prize being the keys to the Tower of Gods. So, for now, I would be spending all of my free time cultivating and also practicing body tempering. Aside from the Ōtsutsuki Akiri, neither Xue Ying nor Ōtsutsuki Kirihara were aware of the significance of the tournament of Kaito-mania, or rather, they were not even aware of what it actually meant. Because her husband was one of the grand elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan and also, son of the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan, the access she had to sensitive information was really something different compared to the average clansman or even ordinary divine lineage Ōtsutsuki. That is a great responsibility, but also a chance to obtain all needed resources for free from the clan, now that you were chosen. You won't be required to pay even a single merit to gain access to the resources needed to cultivate to the peak of the Saint Realm, both in the evolutionary cultivation or body tempering. Indeed, Yuko was truly grateful for this opportunity because actually his chances to win the tournament were relatively high if he managed to reach at least the Saint transformation stage and push the body tempering to the limits. Reaching the Saint Celestial would be much more challenging, and it would be achieved only through a good deal of luck and a lot of usage of the time acceleration array if he was to achieve this cultivation stage before the tournament of Kaito-mania started. Yes, free cultivation resources are always welcomed, and in a few days, I would be going to the scripture hall to receive the body tempering method. Yuko said while all four of them continued sipping their green tea, as they were talking about other, more minor matters. Mainly, it consisted of his mother interrogating them about various things that came into her mind. Some were better, some were worse, and some were outright terrible, when she started questioning his sexual life with Kirihara in a more detailed way. But on another note, Ōtsutsuki Akiri was never a person who had some common sense. In certain areas, she was pretty much what they called an airhead. Naturally, this was something that neither one of them wished to answer, aside from Kirihara, who gave some brief answer, but Yuko maintained his stoic facade, not willing to entertain the thoughts of his mother. He knew that once someone gave off to her teasing, she would never stop her teasing provocations, something that he knew very well. Thus, he already learned not to give her even the smallest and lowest possibility to continue. Unfortunately, Kirihara had already fallen into her trap, so now Yuko was just enjoying her misery, with Xue Ying soon joining Ōtsutsuki Kirihara because the Brahma war goddess also wasn't the most careful person with her answers around his mother. Still, as unfortunate as it was, just by sitting there and listening to them, he knew that he would be too drawn to the mess, but at the same time, as he drank his tea and enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere that was present, he didn't really care. He heard that from the distance that the two Katopusses had already woken up from their slumber and that they were finding their way to them, probably in an attempt to get some food or some snacks from them. Chapter 133, Scripture Hall. Planet Tengaku, headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Scripture Hall. The Scripture Hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan wasn't located that far from Heaven's Crete Mountain. It was actually pretty close, but compared to the other halls that were mostly busy and chaotic, as one could see clansmen moving here and there, the Scripture Hall was relatively quiet. There were not many people coming to the Scripture Hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan because one couldn't enter as they wished but needed to have a permit from some of the elders and also a corresponding amount of the merits when they wanted to obtain some cultivation technique or something from the Scripture Hall. The scripture hall was also one of the most guarded places on the entire planet Tengaku because of the sheer number of cultivation methods, scriptures, techniques, and many, many other things that it contained. So the entire scripture hall was well guarded. Aside from the Grand Elder who was stationed here, was the Peak Empyrean Realm cultivator, who spent all of his days with the books and keeping everything in order. After spending several days home, catching up with his mother or with two furballs that were always causing mischief, he decided to go report to the scripture hall as he was supposed to get the body tempering method. As part of the preparations for the tournament of the Kato-mania, the clan was going all out, and the elder decided to let him choose any method he fancied and was the most suitable for him without the required contribution. On top of that, he would also get resources to cultivate the body tempering method to the peak of Tier 3 to increase his own chances of winning the tournament of Kato-mania and obtaining the first prize. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang was a very old member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, very, very old member of the Ōtsutsuki clan. In terms of age, it was widely known that he was one of the oldest clansmen, right after the Lord Shirbai, and belonged to the first generation of the Ōtsutsuki's that were created. Yes, he was created and not born because he was personally created by the Lord Shirbai many, many years ago and still lives to this day. The first generation of the Ōtsutsuki clan was created directly by Lord Shirbai after he reached the Overlord class. Almost all people from his generation were already dead, or some were still alive but slumbering at the forbidden grounds of the Ōtsutsuki clan and would only wake up when something truly major happened. The entire scripture hall was one enormous building, whose halls were designed to create a serene and spiritually conducive environment for the cultivator and practitioners that came here to comprehend the cultivation techniques, combat scriptures, or any other piece of profound knowledge that was stored within these halls. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang looked even older than he really was. He had a long beard that was almost reaching the ground, which remained Yuko, those old tropes of the cultivators. He really looked like one. The Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang was sitting cross-legged in a small pond area that was located in the deepest parts of the scripture hall, where only a few selected ones could enter, Yuko being one of them as he was the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He waited for a few moments for the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang to notice him, as he didn't wish to disrupt him from the cultivation season, as that would be highly disrespectful and may even offend him. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang to open his eyes, as his stare pierced through Yuka's very own wood with a single gaze. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan was becoming very uncomfortable before he released his own methods to fight against it. Good. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang said quietly after the invisible pressure disappeared, and the old man stood up from his meditative position and went to the Yuko, scrutinizing him from his toes to head. The meaning of the personal space meant little for someone as Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang, as he was too old and also too powerful. Many already questioned why he still didn't become a Paragon Realm cultivator. But like many, Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang was walking the path of detachment, and that was very hard. If not, then the Ōtsutsuki clan wouldn't have only a few Tier 6 individuals that reached this realm. Unfortunately, those who walked the path of immortality were countless times weaker and could not even reach Tier 6 after reaching the end of the path from what Yuko knew unless they had some really, really fortuitous encounter. I have come to pick up the body tempering method, Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Yuko said in polite tone, as he looked at the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang, who stopped scrutinizing him. As the Grand Elder of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he knew about everything that was happening, so he led Yuko directly to the hidden section of the archives. It was on the several floors beneath the entire scripture hall building, hidden deep from the prying eyes and ears, in a place protected by countless defensive arrays and networks of inscriptions and other defensive measures for the hidden section to remain hidden. When they arrived at the destined location, Yuko noticed that they were standing at the end of the corridor, in front of what seemed like an enormous double door, but aside from their size and some few ninjutsu seals that were engraved on them, they didn't really seem anything special. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang then took out a special key and inserted it into the keyhole that was the most visible one, but at the same time, he touched several of the few ninjutsu seals across the doors as the mechanism started unlocking. Welcome to the hidden archive of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang said with a grandiose tone of voice when the doors opened, and an almost entirely new world appeared before them. Behind the closed doors, countless rows of bookshelves filled with scriptures, books, tomes, techniques, and many other things, but the most eye-catching was the sheer size and of course, the floating crystal that was around which countless books were levitating. That crystal, what you see, is actually not a crystal but rather a chaotic origin life form, one comparable to the world grade, but it didn't fuse with the origin world, but rather devoured the whole origin world. This made Yuko gulp almost audibly when he looked at the crystal, but this time with a much different look. Chapter 134, Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, 1. The thought that this crystal that seemed, in truth, like some kind of opulent decoration was, in fact, a world-grade chaotic origin life form, comparable to the stronger Paragon Realm cultivators, gave him almost a heart attack. This little thing has been here since the establishment of the Ōtsutsuki clan, as it was captured by Lord Shirbai a long time ago, and then it was made into the guardian of the hidden section of the scripture hall. The Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Zhao Huang said as they were passing around the enormous floating crystal-like world-grade chaotic origin life form that was reading the cultivation techniques and books within the hidden section and keeping the place safe. And you don't need to fear it, even though this thing is world-grade chaotic origin life form, it actually is pretty much passive, and the only activity it exerts is reading the books and keeping them safe or caring about them. That was also one of the reasons why Lord Shirbai made is some sort of the keeper of the archives. With protection like this, it is no wonder that the scripture hall was one of the safest places within the planet Tengaku and the Ōtsutsuki territories as a whole. Having a world-grade chaotic origin lifeform to guard the tomes and scriptures in their halls was a luxury that not many could afford. What is actually within the hidden section aside from our most precious manuals for the evolutionary cultivation? Ōtsutsuki Yuko asked with curiosity as they started walking toward the body refining section that was within the restricted section of the hidden archives of the scripture hall. Practically everything, here, there are thousands upon thousands of most precious cultivation techniques belonging to the countless cultivation system or those from many, many origin worlds that were visited by the Ōtsutsuki clan in the past or present. For example, even the world-defying heaven manual that you brought back is stored within this place. Yuko listened to the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Xue Huang, who was now talking non-stop, as his old gloomy aura was gone, replaced by a jovial, cheerful personality now that he was talking about his favorite hobby. A few days later, after Ōtsutsuki Yuko returned from the primal chaos dimension origin world, Xue Ying gave him the last remaining piece of the world-daying heaven manual that she obtained from the moon slaughter devil sovereign nest on the blue pole star. And as they expected, it was a GNU chaotic grade cultivation method allowing one to reach the standards of the low-rank chaotic origin lifeform, so even though it was an imperfect technique, it was still a priceless treasure. Yuko knew that in some origin worlds, where the cultivation system of profound laws and mysteries was dominant, even the most powerful and lofty of the cosmos gods would wage wars to obtain such scripture as it would open an entirely new path for them. And here, we have approximately 50 chaotic origin scriptures, of various grades and origins. Some of them are only for the referential use, as they are not really that powerful or practical enough. That was a pretty high number, considering the fact that each of the chaotic origin scriptures would allow one to become the chaotic origin life form. Naturally, only when they were cultivated to the extremes could one ascend to the chaotic origin of life form. And here we have the restricted section of the hidden archive for the body tempering methods. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Xue Huang showed Yuko to the restricted section of the hidden archive, which was hidden in the cornermost area of the entire hidden archive. It was a small place where all of the top-notch cultivation methods, scriptures, and techniques were stored. Do you already know what you are searching for or not? Yuko nodded because he already knew what body tempering method he would be practicing, as he got recommendations from his grandfather and also from one of the ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Yes, the myriad fiend god celestial revolutions heaven tome. Ōtsutsuki Yuko answered straight away, as he looked at the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Xue Huang, who then nodded his head, while mildly surprised by the answer, he nevertheless proceeded to find the scripture for him. Myriad fiend god celestial revolutions heaven tome was the strongest, most powerful, and also the hardest body tempering method that the Ōtsutsuki clan had in their disposition. It wasn't originally a method of the evolutionary cultivation or for the evolutionary cultivation system itself. This precise body tempering method was created in a distant origin world by observing the innate creatures known as the fiend gods. The fiend gods were probably the most peculiar creatures under the heavens and were often considered as darlings of the grand Tao source will. The fiend gods were creatures born from the chaos essence itself, and when they reached adulthood, they reached the level that was the peak of the mortal limit, basically what the Ōtsutsukis called the quasi-empyrean. They were one of the most fearsome beings of their chaotic source dimension, or rather, one could say they were, because their time of glory was long gone. From what Yuko knew, countless years prior, even before the Lord Shirbai became the overlord class, the fiend gods were basically pushed to extinction. Their glorious species was hunted down because every part of their very own bodies were priceless treasures, even for the most powerful cultivators of the chaotic source dimension, so there was no room for negotiation. Even though the fiend gods had several overlords among their ranks, even they couldn't defend against the combined efforts of countless of chaotic origin lifeforms and an immeasurable number of cultivators below that realm. The sole thing that remained for the fiend gods was to hide from plain sight and retreat to their most fortified and protected origin worlds, where they were hiding till this day. Their days of the lost glory were forever gone and their number dwindled to something completely inconsequential. Nowadays, they were regarded as living legends, and not many bothered with the fiend gods at all because there was no point. Their numbers were relatively small, and they were always cooped up in their home origin world, which was almost impossible to penetrate through. The defenses over the place were too powerful even for the stronger overlord class individuals, but at the same time, the fiend gods were also imprisoned within their origin world and couldn't leave. Such was the tragedy of once strongest species that almost dominated their entire chaotic source dimension for countless epochs. And yet, they too fell down and were hunted down like animals. Chapter 135, Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, 2. Yet, the legacy of the fiend gods remained still very alive because countless body tempering methods were created based on the observations of the fiend gods and how they got stronger. The fiend gods had terrifying physiques, and they were mostly focusing on strengthening their flesh bodies to utter extremes, making them probably the most powerful close-quarter combatants that ever existed within their chaotic source dimension. One such method was the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome that Ōtsutsuki Yuko chose, or rather what the ancestor chose for him, because he was the most suitable person to cultivate the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome. Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome was created by one of the overlord class cultivators that belonged to the congregation faction of the Eternal Land and was regarded as one of the strongest body refining methods that ever existed. At the same time, it also had absolutely ridiculous requirements on the body refiner and required countless precious resources. Yet, at the same time, the benefits that it would bring to the body refiner were something that was considered powerful and rare even compared to some other similar methods. Basically, it was something that not many would be willing to spare, and probably only some of the more powerful chaotic origin lifeforms would be able to bear the costs of the resources. Fortunately enough, the Ōtsutsuki clan had several chaotic origin lifeforms and several of them were very powerful, standing at tier 6, meaning that the Ōtsutsuki clan as a whole could bear the cost of cultivating someone with the fiend god celestial physique. After several moments, Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying returned with the scripture of the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome and passed it to Yuko, who looked at the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome with reverence and wonder in his eyes. Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome imitated the innate physical capabilities of the fiend gods through the several celestial revolutions and apparently, the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome could be cultivated to the Overlord class as it was created by the Overlord in the first place. It was one of the strongest and most powerful body tempering techniques that ever existed, so Yuko was rather eager to learn it and cultivate it. It would give him an unnaturally powerful fleshy body, something that he needed right now, as it would complement well with the evolutionary cultivation as a whole. From the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, Yuko aimed to cultivate the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome till the 4th revolution, as that would correspond to the Saint Celestial Realm. When one wanted to start cultivating the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, the person needed to achieve the first revolution as first by condensing the silver pagoda within his body, which was a very arduous process. For that, one needed some very powerful external material, something that would temper his body to the extreme limits that it could bear in the present state, and at the same time, the person was absorbing this external material. He needed to revolve the energies in a specific way within his body and started condensing the silver pagoda. Ōtsutsuki Yuko already got the best material for the start of the body tempering through the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, which was innate bone of the adult fiend god that reached tier 4 during his life. It was a priceless treasure that came from the vaults of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and it was one of its kind because the Ōtsutsuki clan didn't have a lot of things like this. Anything that was related to the fiend gods was pretty scarce and even rarer than it was scarce. So he was rather surprised that the Elder Council gave him one of the most valuable things that were within the vaults of the Ōtsutsuki clan, even though it was far from the powerful, but because it was related to the fiend gods, it had the same value like the corpse of chaotic origin lifeform. The fact that the innate body was of tier 4 was certainly helping in this aspect, something that Yuko was exceedingly grateful for. So, without any suspension, he went to body tempering and started the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome. Aside from the innate body of the tier 4 fiend god, he also got a good number of the chakra fruits that would supplement the practice of the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome. Condensing the first revolution and creating the silver pagoda would require a lot of energy, something that Yuko needed to prepare for to have better chances at successful cultivation of the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome. He got a lot of pointers from his grandfather, who also practiced the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome and was already standing at the 10th revolution, which corresponded to the Empyrean realm. Yuko knew that there were several hurdles when practicing the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, and one of them, if not probably the second hardest, was the start, actually, the first revolution. Martial Hall of the Ōtsutsuki, several hours later. After Ōtsutsuki Yuko memorized everything about the first parts of the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome, he returned the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome to the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying and went to the Martial Hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Within the premises of the martial halls on the planet Tengaku, there were several unique cultivation chambers that served specifically for the body tempering seasons, so Yuko went there to start practicing the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring the Myriad Fiend God Celestial Revolutions Heaven Tome out with him here, so he could only memorize everything, which wasn't really a problem. He already knew everything about the first 3 revolutions that would bring his physique to the Saint Realm. When he arrived at the martial hall, Yuko directly went to the cultivation chambers for the body tempering and sat cross-legged after the chamber sealed itself by his command. Yuko then took out the innate bone of the tier 4 fiend god and several chakra fruits that were of the same tier as was the innate bone. Everything that he got for the process was given to him for free, so he didn't need to spend even a single merit point to get resources. Even though the chakra fruits contained overwhelming energy for someone like Yuko right now, most of it would be used to supplement the creation of the silver pagoda and the refinement of his body. The sole purpose of the chakra fruits is to maximize the usage of the innate body of tier 4 fiend god and, at the same time, to increase the success rate of the body tempering of the first revolution.